that it's unique. Now, you believe in something, a philosophy you didn't even know you had, in the Copernican principle, which is that the Earth has no unique place in the universe. That is a philosophical statement, right?
No, I don't know what that
Really?
means.
That the Earth has no unique place in the universe, or what a philosophical statement is?
No, I don't know what it means, like, that the Earth has no special place in the universe. Like, I don't know what that means.
It's it means that the Earth's not unique. It's like everything else. So when you look up in the sky and you see a planet, because if you take this philosophy, right, as an axiom, Earth has no unique place in the universe. If you look up in the sky, you see a planet, you go, well, Earth's not unique. It's just like that. Earth's a planet.
Do you believe Earth is made of matter?
Repeat back to me what I just said.
That the Earth has no special place in the universe,
And
and
we know after that. So when I look up in the sky and I see a planet, it's justified to have the conclusion that the Earth is also a planet.
Wait, when are you seeing planets? I thought we didn't believe in planets.
We see planets in the sky. We named them.
How do you know it's a planet?
It's descriptive of what they do against the background stars. So there's the fixed stars, and the stars that aren't fixed is called planets.
Have you ever seen any of these stars?
Planets?
Or planets, yeah. Have you ever seen them?
Yes. I've seen Mars. I've seen Venus. I've seen Jupiter. I've seen Saturn. These are descriptive. They're qualitative
When
descriptions.
when did you see them?
Through my whole life.
Okay, you've seen them your entire life. Have
Yeah.
you ever been to them?
No.
How could you? There's
Look,
no space.
bro, listen, you're confused. There's a difference between, hey, we see something and we named it a category, planet.
But what are you
It
seeing?
isn't a statement about what they're made out of, what their composition is, okay?
Yeah, right.
Or whether they're terra firma, whether you can go there or how far away they are. Those properties, right? All these things are not what makes it a planet or not. What makes it a planet is, does it move different than the fixed stars?
Okay.
Planet means the wanderer,
Yeah.
okay? It means wandering star. That's what planet
How do
means.
you Yeah, how do you know that it's moving?
Relative to the fixed
You see
stars,
it.
I fucking
You
see
see
it,
it,
dude.
right. You
It's
think that's sufficient
They
proof?
even in astronomy, it's known as diurnal motion.
sufficient proof
Wait. So
that
you
one day I go
just
up and I
because
see it on the right side of one star, then the next night I go out and it's on the left side of that star. Is that sufficient proof that it's not that it's moving different than the other stars? Yeah, it is.
So wait, your proof is just that you see it.
That it is a planet. That's the definition. Is that it moves different than the other stars. That's all I
What
have
I'm
to observe. Bro, that's all I have to observe to justify putting in the category planet is moving different than the fixed stars.
Do you take what you see to be at face value? Do you take it
Yeah, an event occurred. Yeah. The sophistry
okay.
that you guys try, like, this ain't that channel, bro.
No, I'm not being sophistical. I'm just
You're
asking.
attempting.
No, I'm just asking you, like, when you see something, do you take it that that's what it is? Like, if you see,
It's a
I
qualitative
don't know.
description. We're only describing what it. We're not making any quantitative statements. Is it moving further, closer? Is it orbiting? None of those things. You see, we have fixed stars. There's a bunch of dots of light in the sky. In case you haven't heard, most of them all move together uniformly, with keeping the distance in equal proportions away from each other. But there's these other dots of light that don't do that. The ones that don't do that, those are called planets.
Right,
And so
but
if you
what do
see
you
one of these dots of light not moving with the other ones, that's all you need to see to reach the conclusion that's a planet.
Okay. So if you were to see a magic trick, would you believe in
Oh,
magic?
Jesus fucking Christ. That is intent. Nature isn't running around trying to trick you, dude.
Right. I didn't say nature is trying to trick you. I'm trying to
So try our actual equivalence instead of a false one.
just trying to understand your logic here a little bit better, to be honest. Like,
How words work, how the dictionary defines things, that's what you're trying to figure out?
no, that would be kind of trivial, but like I'm trying to understand your logic, like how you understand the world. Because I
Look,
find it
it's even
fascinating.
described like.
Go ahead.
Sorry, if I may, just a moment. Like even in astronomy, it's known as diurnal motion. The apparent, they call it the apparent motion, right? It appears to move. All the stars, the sun, the moon, the planets, they appear to move across the sky daily, right, or nightly, right?
Right,
In some
right.
cases.
I'll give you that they
Right,
appear to
right.
move.
Okay.
That's all we're
right. That's
saying,
what we're
dude.
talking about.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you guys have a problem with descriptions and explanations. You just have problems with that. You guys don't understand. You think just seeing something and just describing what it does is making a statement about the how and why and all that. No, we're just describing. Hey, dude, we see these dots of light do this other thing. Let's call them something. Okay, we'll call them planets. We're not making a statement about what they are, what they're made of, how far away they are, what they're doing, or anything like that. It's purely descriptive of what you see.
Okay, but what do you mean by light?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Electromagnetic radiation.
What does that mean?
What electromagnetic radiation means?
Yeah.
Go back to school, kid. I'm not teaching you this shit.
I thought light was plasma.
You thought light was plasma.
Yeah, that's the kind of matter that light is. That's what I was taught, at least.
You better go smack your whoever taught you that right in the head.
I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, they're wrong. Plasma's a fourth phase of ladder, fourth phase of matter, in which the nucleus of the atoms is disconnected from the electrons in a plasma.
I don't know
It's
what you
almost
mean
like
by
it's
atoms.
atoms.
Do you believe in
Yeah,
atoms?
we're on the brink of what do you
Do I
mean by
believe
that?
in atoms?
I didn't
Yeah,
know.
we're not playing this game, dude. But mom,
Yeah,
why?
we're on
But
the,
mom, why? But mom, why?
exactly. I was just going to say we're on the brink of the infinite regression of what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What does that mean?
And then,
Yeah.
Yeah, and so?
and then,
You're being a time waster, Mark.
Well,
Is there
I'm
any
not trying to
evidence
waste
that
your
the
time. I'm trying
universe
to
is
learn about your
real?
epistemology.
I'm pretty sure the universe isn't real.
You're
How can
trying to
people
learn
prove
about
that?
why you just asked me, what's your epistemology?
Yeah, empiricism.
Because you're obviously a brain in a jar person.
No, I'm not. Well, you think I'm like a rationalist or something?
No, I just think you think that you can't prove there's an external world.
Like a skeptic? Or do you think I'm a skeptic?
I think you can't prove the external world exists.
No, I think I can answer that question.
Do you think that the existence of the external world can be proven, yes or no?
What do you mean by proven?
Proven logically,
Yeah.
deductively.
Yeah. Deductively, I'm not so sure about that, but
And the answer is no.
I personally don't know about that, but I can tell you that I would not question the reality of the external world.
So, India, can you ask him if he has hands? Go ahead. You know that one.
Oh, Jesus
that famous
fucking
question.
Christ. Can you prove that you have hands, Mark?
Dude, to be honest, I'm gonna level with you here and like kind of show you my cards. I wouldn't try to prove that I have hands or not. Like it's evident that I have hands, okay? Just like you're an empiricist, I would say, look, empirically, here are my hands. Like I don't have to prove anything. There's no logic or deductions involved in that.
Proved. Like if you well, if you're just a brain in a jar, bro, who you proving
I'm
it
not
to yourself?
no. I'm not an external world skeptic.
Oh, good. Thank God. Couldn't take another one of them guys. I'm a direct realist. I start from the proposition that the external world exists. and that there is no internal world without it, as opposed to seems to be the latest vogue of the last 500 years of philosophy, that it's what's called which Thomas Reed calls the ideal system.
Yeah. See, that is closer to something that I don't
So
want to
you're
say
an
believe
idealist.
in. Basically, yeah.
Well, why would you start from the proposition that the internal world is prime and the external world comes after?
I mean, that's how we experience it. That's how we
Really?
experience the external world.
You experience the internal world first and then the external world.
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, I have like my thoughts
Are you sure
and my
about that?
beliefs.
Are you sure that
Yeah.
you didn't experience the external world first, which created the internal world as a response to that external stimuli?
Well, that I might not be so sure about, but as far as idealism and materialism, I think idealism is the stronger position.
Go read Thomas Reed. Inquiry into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense. Go read that.
Okay. I haven't read that. If
It
I
should be
come
read
across it.
because he refuted this ideal system in Descartes, and he lived at their time. He lived when they were alive, Malebranche and Hume, and specifically he wrote it to Hume,
Yeah.
and Hume never refuted it. Because the whole point, I get the gist of it is that the external world exists before there even is an internal world. The internal world forms from the external world, not vice versa. We aren't manifesting the external world through our perception. The external world exists, and like gives the evidence, because there's plenty of evidence that this is the case. But one piece of evidence is people in permanent vegetative states that have no brain function but respond to external stimuli. So it isn't their internal world and their thoughts making them respond to shit.
Well, okay, that's a really good point.
So if the
Like,
internal world dictates whether there is an external world, how are these fucking people having any response to external stimuli when they're brain dead?
yeah, but on the flip side of that, like what you put into the object is going to be constitutive of the object. I mean, like
No,
what you put into it is what you're going to get out. I mean, if you don't have a mind capable of understanding the external world, then it doesn't really mean much. You're a vegetable.
yeah, well, meaning's a different question. It's a matter of existence.
Okay, yeah, sure. So maybe at like some kind of primordial level, there, like you're right that there's an external world and it's material and blah blah blah. But in terms of like everyday experience, that's all mediated through our faculties.
But
Like that's all mediated through the mind.
look. I mean, not that's why I said not necessarily, because there's the sense, right? The sensorium, and that's just pure perception. You don't have to have thoughts about it. You don't have to think about it or draw conclusions about it, right? Like what is a sensory deprivation chamber, right?
Well, I don't. Yeah,
Why do
I
people
don't.
take drugs and alcohol and numb themselves, right? They augment their senses to suppress their mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but the thing is, the sense is just pure perception. People try to tack on more to it than what it is.
Yeah, I mean, but like, okay, take the
I have a
senses.
unified view of this. I don't think the external and internal world are separate. We can separate them in language through analogy, but I don't think they actually are separate. I don't think there is a
Okay,
difference.
I would agree with you on that.
I think they're just both they're intertwined and inseparable things. And if you want to separate them, you can just come up with different examples of how they're separate.
But
But
you don't think
like no functioning
like that.
adult. Go
You
ahead.
don't think like the internal creates the external? Like you think
No.
you think it works the other way around?
How would that even work?
I don't know. I mean, to
Even
be
if you
honest, I don't know.
imagined, even if it was complete imagination of the external world, within your mind, you've created a distinction, dividing them, even if it was illusory. But
Right, but how would something?
practically, there is an external world because the entire thing is a simulacrum, right? But within this simulacrum, there's an external world. So, like, you're not really even making a distinction in the end. You're creating a distinction within your mind. It's like it's here's my brain in a jar, and in my imaginary brain in a jar, I'll imagine an external world that is not inside my mind. So, but for all intents and purposes, it might as well be real, right? Because you created a distinction. As soon as you create the distinction, the separation, it's just it's the same thing. There's no difference. But this is all academic nonsense. Okay, nobody and Reed's principal argument is this is just academic nonsense. No one actually believes this shit. Okay,
I mean,
so
I do.
if
I do believe it,
if skeptics like Hume and Descartes and all that people actually believed what they thought, they never would have wrote a book for anybody to read it. Because who are they writing it to, themselves?
Well, people do read Descartes.
But really, no, because if we're all just figments of Descartes' fucking brain in a jar imagination, he's
No, but
reading it
Descartes
himself.
wasn't an
Me and
external
you are
world
Descartes right
skeptic.
now. We're all just an extension of Descartes'
Did you
imagination.
read Descartes? He clearly thinks there's an external world.
Well, really.
Yeah. I mean, he questions that, but like he doesn't conclude that like I'm a brain in a jar or whatever.
It's because that concept didn't exist at that time.
No, sure, but like you get my point that
But the evil demon, didn't he come with the evil
Right, he
demon
doesn't
analogy
really-
where it
he-
could just be tricking him?
Yeah,
Oh,
he
lost him.
doesn't really believe there's an evil genius trying to trick him.
Evil demon, dude, not genius. Evil demon. Says the evil demon created a completely illusory world. It's the same thing as brain in a jar. I'm not saying whether he believed it or not, and even if he did believe it, he wouldn't have told anybody because he probably wouldn't want to face the Spanish Inquisition.
You think he was an atheist too? He clearly believed in like most of the things that he believed in before the meditation. But this,
Well,
like you said, it's all academic play.
yeah, they
It's
don't
like,
actually believe it though. Like even the people that advocate for this ideal system, they don't actually believe it because everything they do in practice negates it. They're like
I
it's
don't
called
know
the
about
performative contradiction. They don't actually believe. They're playing. They're just doing mental masturbation.
I mean, wouldn't you say though that like it for lack of a better word, like precludes any? I mean, if you can't even establish like whether or not the external world exists, like then it's going to be hard to come up with the shape of the Earth or what planet you live on or any of that.
Of course. So
Okay.
this is the greatest. I'll tell you what Reed said, which is probably the greatest observation about the entire endeavor. Says the ideal system been around since Plato's time, right? And going under different iterations and different philosophers and different ways to approach it, right? This is the external and internal. If after that pursuit, right? Because the pursuit of philosophy is the pursuit of knowledge, right? So we can know what reality is.
Yeah.
If after that pursuit of going through the ideal system, you end up with, I can't prove anything, you've taken the wrong turn.
Well, I mean, that was the Socratic position.
Well, what his argument is, they should have, all the philosophers, especially when Descartes came to the I think therefore I am, and then the ones that came after that added on to that, like Hume and Malebranche, Hume with his super skepticism, they should, if the entire endeavor of philosophy is to say, well, all we proved is that we don't know anything about the external world. They should have known right then that whatever they did, they took a wrong turn somewhere. If their endeavor was to know about the world. If you
Right,
say if you
right.
set out to know about the world, and then at the end of it, and you go, well, there's nothing I can do to know anything about the world, and you spent fucking 20 centuries doing that, you fucked
I
up
mean, I
somewhere.
think, yeah, not everyone concludes that, but
Well, it means that there's found something wrong in the foundation of the endeavor, right, where they started from, that was built upon and
I mean,
continued.
I would even say that, like,
I'm
no
talking
one,
about the field of philosophy as a general endeavor of humanity, not just particular people.
I mean, no one really believes that, to be fair. Like, no one really believes, like, they can't know anything.
Of course not. But we run
Like,
into people that say you can't trust your senses. But
well, I mean,
what else can I trust? The mind? Should I trust the mind over the senses?
yeah. I mean, maybe.
Or maybe. If you were going to take a bet,
I would trust reason over
what
your sense
happens?
perception.
Really?
Yeah, like,
how many errors of reason have you made this week?
oh, tons.
How many errors of your senses have you made this week?
Probably, I mean, probably many
Almost
more.
none, because if you did, you would have checked yourself in with the doctor that there's something wrong with you. That your hearing's not working, that your eyes don't work, that your sense of touch is fucked up. Right. You'd check yourself in. You'd go get a checkup. But you make mental errors all the time. We all do. Senses are far more reliable than the mind. So it's like the argument that you can't trust your senses. It's just it's horseshit on its face.
Don't you need
okay.
your mind to know your senses though?
No, they test your reflexes without you thinking about them, right?
Like, okay, like, I'll give you okay, your senses are reliable. Like, okay, sure. Like, let's just say they're reliable.
Not perfect,
You
but they are
No,
reliable.
but you still need, like, the capacity to reason.
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do.
That's why I said no.
Crossing the street doesn't take reason.
I mean, it kind of does. Like, you have to be able to, like, look out for yourself.
Okay, let me stab your eyes out, dude, and poke your ears out, and then I'll put you at the edge of the street, and you reason when to cross.
Well, yeah, then you would be using more of your capacity, like your innate capacity to reason.
Well, I did the calculation. Based upon my calculation, 55 cars come by in the next 2 hours, so I should cross now. I mean, come on. Good luck.
That's almost like more rigorous than just looking.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rigorous
Like
funeral too.
No, I mean, like, trying to create quantitative and intuitions about these sorts of things are probably more reliable than just like, oh, it looks okay. But, like, I don't know. I'm sympathetic.
I think the moral of the story is topics like this, like flat Earth, is like we end up with a lot like that other fucking moron. We end up with a lot of specious arguments and a lot of nonsense, right? I don't know how long you've been listening, right? He was like, "Well, flat Earth can't explain X, so what?"
Right, but you can't just make
what are explanations mean in science? What's more important, the explanation or the experimental result in science?
I don't know. It depends. What do you mean?
Science is based upon empiricism, right? So it can't be the explanation. That's just a story. Quantum mechanics itself is completely, it's just a mathematical formalism that predicts the results of experiments, results of measurements, I should say. And that's all it does. It doesn't explain anything. And people are all pissed off that, the whole thing about quantum mechanics is shut up and calculate. They want an explanation.
Yeah.
So they come up with these many worlds and the Copenhagen and all these other ideas, right? Because they want an explanation. So people like him, though they try to pretend they endorse science in some way, they endorse scientism. They endorse dogma and storytelling. But if you ask them about experiments or data or any of the things that are actual science, They don't know anything about it. They have no
Right.
idea what it is.
I would agree with you on that, but what I don't agree with is like the general like hostility, you know.
Yeah, well, you don't know him. I do. He's a liar, and it's irritating. I don't. Why would he lie? I don't get it. The funny thing is, he's one of the people that would ask, why would they lie while lying themselves? Trying to deceive people. He's trying to deceive you.
Oh, I burned the
You were in
burned
here.
the bacon.
You
I
don't know
burned the
anything
bacon.
about.
Oh no! Did I really burn the bacon? Like,
I'll eat it. I don't fucking care what. You can burn the shit out of the bacon. I'll still eat it.
it's too burnt. You wouldn't
I
want
fucking
it,
love
bro.
bacon, bro. You could drop it on the ground. I'll still.
Turkey bacon.
Oh, no way. I don't want that. I mean, I would eat it if forced. No, I would just eat it if
Too
I was
hot.
just hungry.
Too
Bro,
hot.
I'm cooking bacon wrapped chicken, and then inside the chicken is cream cheese and jalapeno
Holy shit, bro.
with barbecue sauce marinated. Yep, I'm going on.
Oh, you ruined it with the barbecue sauce.
Well, it's not barbecue; it's like hot sauce. But yeah, anyway.
Oh, that okay. I guess we could do that. You ever have stuffed jalapenos stuffed with cream cheese? A bomb.
Yeah, this is kind of like how it is, except in the chicken wrapped with bacon.
God, Neil, you gotta send me the recipe for that.
I can just go outside, so don't need to clean.
I guess it's like what I would call naive empiricism.
That you have, or that the other guy had?
No, like the position you're laying out is like it's too reliant on your faculties. Like, okay, I agree with the empiricism, but it's too simple. It's like, okay, like I
Guys
agree
hate
with
simplicity.
I agree with the critique of scientism. You know, I'm not trying to just appeal to science or whatever. Like, that's stupid. But
I really wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the other guy. That there's two that there's okay. The word science has different meanings to different people, right? Would you agree with that?
yeah, of course.
Sometimes it's used as like a political weapon. Sometimes it's used
Right.
as a weapon to stifle debate. Oh, all the scientists, they all agree this. Okay, no, everybody has to shut the fuck up because you said all the scientists agree. Right? Or
Yeah.
there's some story about something in nature, right? The universe is created with Big Bang, black hole, evolution. Pick a story, right? Now these are explanations, dude. But people think they're scientific explanations. They don't know how to distinguish what's a scientific explanation versus what's just an ordinary explanation. But it doesn't matter, whatever the explanation is. To be called scientific, it needs to be tested in the natural world. So we'll hear things like gravity. Earth can't be a ball, or Earth can't be flat because gravity would form it into a sphere. We hear this all the time. So Earth must be a sphere. Well, if you're following science, that's a great hypothesis. Congratulations, you made a hypothesis. Gravity would form the Earth into a sphere. Now let's go test that hypothesis. See if it's actually true.
But
well, that's what you would have to do. You don't get to just skip the empirical part.
Yeah, but of course I don't really care that much whether it's a sphere.
I'm just saying, you could prove the whole 9 yards. You could prove everything about quote unquote universal law of gravitation in every respect. But as soon as you make a statement, right, about some particular, like Earth would be formed into a sphere by gravity, you would need to test that hypothesis. You don't just get to assume it.
Yeah.
When you test it, then the claim becomes scientific. But when you don't test it, it's not scientific. They think the explanation is the scientific part. They think science is something a scientist said. That's what we fight against. That's what we ask them. And people like him go, you're just denying it? No. They think you asking for evidence is a denial. They make a claim, you go, what's the evidence for that? They think that you just asking for that evidence is a denial. No, it isn't a
Yes,
denial.
I'm
I'm asking for
also
the evidence, right?
I'm more inclined to treat science as something a little bit more flexible than just like you go and do an experiment.
Well,
I know that's how you see it. You see it in a strict
science has
terms,
to, its
but
foundation is empiricism, right?
right, I agree.
That's
But
observation and experiment.
I'm willing to give a little leeway into what we, call science. Like, is linguistics a science? Like, I don't know, maybe.
No.
Well, yeah, I know you would say no, but I'm saying, like, well, we can do experiments about linguistics.
I'm talking about natural science, about the nature, not.
I know you are. I know.
Things that are not human.
Right.
Synthetic or man-made, right? So talking about the natural world, and statements about the natural world have to be shown empirically to be true, not just reason or logic or any of those things. Obviously, science uses reason and logic to reach inductive or conclusions and inferences and correlations and all these things.
Yeah, sure.
It uses them, but it's not. Those things alone don't make it scientific. You need that. It's the empiricism, that freaking cherry on top, that makes it scientific. And that's how we can. That's why people used to. I mean, that's how, like, because when you say science proves it, people hear this is a statement of absolute truth. And why do they think that? Because they think that people have gone out and tested it, many people, and that, like, if they go out and they test it, they're going to get the same result. They think that's how peer review works. They think peer review is they replicate the experiments. You know how many people I've heard say that? That if someone publishes a paper of some experimental result, the peer review process before getting published was the people that reviewed it replicate an experiment, which is not the case, ever. I mean, this is all fine and dandy, but what we're talking about here, at least, is flat Earth is about the shape of the Earth, which isn't science. It's just simple geometry. Because when you say Earth is a globe, Earth is a sphere, Earth is an oblate ellipsoid, that's a claim about the Earth having some geometric form. And we know how to figure out what a geometric form is. Take your measuring tools, and then you measure, and then you figure out what it is. That's why when dude was like, yeah, I measured the radius. I took a photograph. Then I was like, what instrument? What were the units? Right? I'm asking very specific questions because when you say you measured something, I want to know what the instruments used and what the units of measure were. They'll say they measured the curve of the Earth and be like, okay, what was the instrument? Stick. What were the units? An angle. How do you measure the curvature of the Earth with a stick and an angle? Well, if you assume the sun is 93 million miles away and that rays the light are parallel, and then if you assume your Earth's on a globe and that the shadows would converge at the center of the globe, then the Earth, it's not even a measurement of the Earth. It's normies' lack of shock which shocks me the most. Because if I ran into this topic for the first time, especially now, like when I ran into it, everything I did was based upon myself. I researched it myself. I had no breadcrumbs along the way. But after what we tell people, everything we say can just be fact checked. You can just look it up. It's like, we're not trying to lie to people to get them to believe the Earth is flat. We're not trying to convince people of anything. Trying to, hey, test it yourself. That's it. Like, just go test it yourself. I don't hear NASA saying test it yourself. I hear NASA saying, "Oh, watch more TV, drink some Tang, buy some swag at our frickin' place in Houston."
Where are you buying swag in Houston?
At the frickin' NASA Goddard Space Center or something, wherever they got the good old tourist trap.
That's a great point you made, Indio, about how these globe believers think that asking for evidence is denial. I mean, it just highlights how it's a faith-based religion for them. So if you ask for evidence, then you don't have enough faith. They get agitated.
Yes, you're being impious.
Yep. Just turn to page 43 in the Globe hymnal. Start singing about the beautiful globe. Don't ask any questions.
Do you think he's got the whole world in his hands? Do you think that's a globe propaganda song?
Oh, does it talk about a shape in that song?
Well, how are you going to hold a flat Earth in your hands?
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be hard to imagine what those hands would look like. Yeah, you're probably right.
Maybe you can hold it without hands.
Yeah, you got the whole world in your lack of hands because it's too big.
And when did Atlas start carrying the globe on his shoulders instead of the celestial sphere?
I know. I want to know when too. Do you know?
No idea.
Yeah, we should find out.
I have a question for flat earthers.
You got a whole bunch of them here to ask.
Great. So, I'm in love with this girl, and she's a flat earther, but unfortunately, I'm a glober. Can I still marry her, or is that not like acceptable?
No, it's forbidden. Nope. She will be kicked out of the Flat Earth Club if you do that. No, I'm just kidding. No, you should your globe religion and join her in reality. That's what I would recommend. Why not do that?
I don't know. I think it's because I have more than like 70 IQ.
Doubt it.
Yeah, I highly doubt it. Yeah, prove it. Give me the certified copy of your results, please.
Also, by the way, just as a glober, I'd appreciate if you guys did the soft A. You would say globa instead of glober. You know, the glober that has a lot of history behind it. You know, my people were very oppressed. So can you guys say globa?
I'm going to just say globa anyway because I got a Boston accent. So.
I guess that's true.
So if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, how would you have figured it out yourself?
If no one told me 1 + 1 = 2, how would I have figured it out?
Yeah, this isn't the same thing.
How's that not the same?
That's because that's an equality. It means the same thing. It's like saying globe equals globe. It's just dumb, dude. You don't have an IQ above 70. 1 + 1 = 2 is an equality. It's a law of identity.
Okay.
So now we're talking about what nature is, right? So if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have come to that conclusion on your own?
I've never been to Arkansas. If no one told me Arkansas,
how come you're dodging the question?
I'm just showing you how stupid your question is.
It's either
Have
yes
you ever been
or
to
no.
Arkansas? Does Arkansas exist?
No.
Does Antarctica exist? Actually, wait, no. You guys believe like the ice wall and shit. Right?
Oh God. So I'm going to ask you for the third time. If nobody told you the Earth was a globe, how would you have reached that conclusion yourself? It isn't from like something that you've seen in nature that would have led you to that conclusion.
That the Earth is round. Time zones.
Time zones.
Yeah.
What if you lived in China?
If I lived in China, what do you mean?
Yeah, because China has 1 time zone and it's supposed to have 4. So if you were in China, you'd be a flat earther because there's 1 time zone.
I think I would understand that there.
You don't even understand your own argument.
Do the Chinese believe in flat Earth?
They did until the 20th century. Did you
But
know
they still
that?
only operate under one
Did
time
you know
zone.
that the Chinese are flat earthers into the 20th century?
It's almost like time zone is really a man-made concept to describe the angle at which the sun hurts the Earth, not necessarily a universal constant, as in like
Wasn't
a
my argument.
theory of law.
It was his argument. He said he would have figured out the Earth was a globe from time zones.
Well, the time zone is merely a descriptor of a relative idea of what time of day it is at any given moment in relation to another area. Like, it's not like a necessary function of science, but it is a function of science that
Necessary
the
function
sun
of
across
science?
it is a necessary observable phenomenon that the sunlight moves across the nation of the United States and North America, as well as it does in the eastern continents, at a progressive rate from one side to the other, and returns on a cyclical rate across that same diameter, more or less, according to the seasons, which are predictable yearly.
It's painful to listen to. Yeah, because they happen over and over again. Congratulations.
Why
We
would
didn't
that
need a
happen
globe.
over and over again on a flat Earth basis?
We don't need to know why at all. You don't know why.
So you just posit that it would happen.
Did people predict day length? Did people predict day length and year lengths before the globe, or did they have to wait until they invented the globe to do that?
The globe wasn't invented. The globe was a very well established idea of the
That's
plane
nonsense.
of Earth.
You're making shit up, dude. I can't stand it. Why are you lying?
I'm not lying.
Okay. So why in 1947 they were firing teachers for teaching the globe in America? Why were the Chinese flat earthers into the 20th century?
The fact is, there were philosophers and astronomers that had predicted the size of the Earth as a sphere as far back as ancient Greece in Africa, in modern day Africa at least.
How did they predict it?
Via mathematical equations based on
Dude, you're just so foolish. They predicted it based upon mathematical equations. Can you post them?
Does a sundial equate with time in a localized area, or does it not? Is it not?
Yeah, and the sundial pre-exists the globe concept, dude.
Yes,
by thousands of years.
It doesn't.
Eclipse predictions pre-exist the globe concept by thousands of years.
Just yelling doesn't make you sound any smarter, dude. Before you
but what I'm saying are facts. Anybody can Google.
Give you. He just he didn't back up his claim. Just noted there. You asked him to show the mathematical equations that prove the globe. So
he didn't ask me that even. He just
he did. No, he did. Yeah. Do you want to rewind? Do you want to rewind?
Do you want to speak for him?
No, I want you to back up your claim before you move on to your next tactic, because you're being asked to back up your claim.
On Xbox.
I'm standing on the same tactic.
Yeah.
I'm standing on the same tactic.
You were shifting on to a new topic where you were trying to tone police because he asked you for the mathematical equations that prove the globe. Where's your mathematical equations? Are you backing up? Are you
get scared, and now it's time to change the topic.
Are you conceding? Are you conceding?
Change the topic. No.
Are you saying that your claim that you have mathematical equations to back up the globe was wrong and you don't actually have those?
I never said I had mathematical equations.
You said that somebody has them, so go get them. Let's see them. You said somebody's got them. You're sure they're there, so why don't you have them? You're so sure. Why'd you say they're there if you don't know what they are?
I'm not even
what we do is ask people to come in here and try to use their authoritative voice to try to make it sound like they know what they're talking about when they actually don't.
All you've done is
you're actually talking over me now.
All you've done is I'm talking over you to make.
We're waiting for your mathematical equations. We're waiting for your mathematical equations.
Who won't listen?
Yeah, you can either give us that claim or back off and say you don't know.
You need me to leave and talk over me, kick me. Go ahead.
You just threatened us with leaving.
I don't give a fuck. I didn't threaten you with leaving. I said I don't give a fuck.
Real simple. You said you were trying to make a point. What was your point? That you have no evidence? That you have no evidence for your claim was your point? Was that your point?
The point was, in the same method you can set up a sundial right now without a government conspiracy is the same method that people were able to predict, or not predict, but they were able to create the same rationale that we have confirmed for the basis of a radial motion of the sun throughout the course of the day and through seasons based
You know how
on
stupid
shadows
you sound
of
right
large
now?
stars. See, okay.
Because
See,
listen, brother,
kick me.
we
You're
know
a
this. We know
retard.
this. We know this topic very well. Okay, and what you're
If you
looking
know it very
for
well, then who
is
am I talking to?
what you're looking for is Eratosthenes, not sundials. Okay,
I didn't
sundials
say. Oh my
predate the globe by thousands of years. Thousands.
You niggas are actually retarded, man.
Oh, as if that was an argument. You're the dumbest person in here right now, dude. The guy
Okay,
with the
then-
fucking Arabic
then-
name that was gonna marry a flat Earth girl was smarter than you.
Yeah, I
Then
like
go
that
ahead
guy
and kick
better.
me.
Is he still here? Did he leave?
No, he left.
Oh,
That's what
he
this
was
dude
so
was
much
doing.
more entertaining than this guy. Ah, too bad.
This dude's only goal was to throw his body into gears to make us stop talking to
You're
the other
so
guy.
right, because that guy was real. You're so right. Absolutely, that's what happened, and it worked. Too bad.
We should have a Dr. Phil about a fake relationship between a flat Earth girl.
It's more entertaining than you lying about having mathematical equations to
Set
prove
a
the globe that you don't
prediction.
have.
I never lied. I never lied. I made a reference to a
To what?
historical record.
Oh yeah. Okay, post the history book.
Sorry, I don't have the. I'm playing a video game on Xbox in a 24-hour flat Earth chat right now. I don't have the Sumerian scripts to reference to you right
The
now.
Sumerian script. Oh, so now in Sumer, in clay cuneiform, they predicted the radius of the Earth.
Yep.
Dude, stop making shit up, dude. Shut the fuck up, bro. You're an embarrassment to Glovers, man.
I mean, Indio, you've been asking the same question for years now, getting the same answer. Why are you? First of all, why do you ask the question?
What was the question? Hold on. What was the question I
And
asked?
second of all,
What
why
was
do
the
you
question I asked?
respond like that?
Hold on.
That's
What was
not
the question
normal
I asked?
behavior.
What was the question I asked for years? What was the question that I asked for years? I've been asking it for years, dude. You just accused me of asking some question for years. Can we hear it? For the audience.
Yeah, you'd think he'd be able to remember since you've been asking for years.
Crazy how you just come in here and just make some stupid accusation and embarrass yourself. You guys have no shame. No self-awareness. Gatebreaker, you going to tell me the question that I've been asking for years? Because I keep switching up my questions. Hey, here's a question for you, Gatebreaker. That's a very important question. If the Earth was flat, how would you feel? Here's your time to emote. Emote some more about how you feel about flat Earth, and if the Earth was flat, how you would commit seppuku.
I don't know. He's gone silent. He must be making toast or something.
Just talking to this DM's probably Professor Phil. Making toast.
Yeah, he's got to focus. Making that toast. Don't want it to burn.
You sure he knows the recipe?
I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure. All right. Anybody else have any questions about the flat Earth? You're right. We had a semi-entertaining dude, and then these other weirdos had to come in here and wreck it. Sad. Maybe we can find another real person. Could happen.
Oh, yo, Indio, you are there. Yo, did you see the side chat me and 20 Cups posted?
No, I guess I'm reading it.
Go look at 20 minutes after the hour, dude. Me and him posted up gifs of what that dude sounded like. We want to hear your opinion on which one's more accurate.
This is the one with the bacon wrapped chicken. No, just kidding. You sound like bacon wrapped chicken. 20 after?
Yeah.
You're talking about computer voice guy, Mr. Slicko, who doesn't want to back up his facts. Is that the one you're talking about?
I think it was Fentcom.
Yeah, that was my description of FENCOM. Sorry if it
Oh.
wasn't clear.
No, that's my bad. No, sorry.
He sounded like a computer generated voice to me. I don't know. Nobody else thought that.
Oh my God.
But no, me and 20 Cups posted up gifs of what we each think he sounds like. We need a
I got to go with 20 Cups rendition. The macaroni and cheese, definitely.
Damn it, man.
Though like it's probably a blend of yours and his. It's like eating the macaroni and cheese shirtless with the fedora on.
Fuck. All right. All right.
Dude has moves, man.
All right, you got this one, 20 Cups.
Dude
All right,
needs a
bro.
bra, man. What the hell, man? You're gonna hurt your back. How do you get like that?
Talking about that mac and cheese, bro.
What's in the mac and cheese? Is he freaking making it with just like lard?
He's still staring at it, bro. Mesmerized by his bouncing man titties over there.
I swear, I looked up in like the GIF, whatever thing. I swear, I looked up fucking Cheetos fat guy, and it gave me mac and cheese instead. I'm like, I'll take it.
Oh, damn.
It's probably not even mac and cheese. It's probably like macaroni, and he took the Cheetos and like crushed them into a paste and like mixed them in with some, milk Cheeto paste. I bet you that might actually be good.
Oh man,
Neil, try it, Neil. He'll try anything.
No,
Okay.
it's like at the beginning, he's like resting his arm on his breast. Did you see that at the beginning? I didn't even notice that, dude. Oh,
This low IQ freaking video.
Oh man.
Oh,
Have you
Neil's
seen
is
it?
good
Have you
too.
seen this video
Hell yeah.
before? It's a video that this clown posted.
Oh, which one? Oh, the trans dude?
Oh, teach kids to be trans. Where is he in here? Oh, of course
Doubt it.
not.
Oh, no, he is here. I see him in here. He's at the very top.
Dude, do you think you can defend this video? But we got moon rocks. Oh, they're fake. Yeah, they are fake. When they tried to have them insured, the insurer said fake. When they said, "Oh, you can only find them on Earth," that turned out also to be a lie. Or that you can only find tranquilite on the Earth or on the Moon. Turned out you can find it on Earth too, in the middle of nowhere in Australia. Like, you want to defend this video?
That's wild.
Everything in here, every point, like they would have done like 3 seconds of freaking research.
That's crazy. Where should we research things?
Well, as far as the moon landing,
yeah,
3 of the points are dealt with, and by so there was Russian scientists that calculated the trajectory of the Saturn V and demonstrated that never would have reached higher than 200,000 feet.
Where should we research this though? Like, I want to learn for myself.
Then why are you asking me where to research it if you want to learn for yourself?
Become a rocket scientist. Become a rocket scientist.
You said it takes 3 seconds of research, and I'm like, okay, well, I have 3 seconds at least. So, like, where do I go?
Research it then.
Obviously, that was an
That's
exaggeration.
why you guys are never going to
Sure,
make
I
it
mean,
in this
obviously,
world.
3 seconds is hyperbole. I'm not holding that against you. I'm just saying I
Okay,
have some
so
time
each
to
one of these points in this video, because it's just Gish Gallop, there's probably like 10 points in there. Each one of them, that's why it's Gish Gallop, are weak arguments because they've been dealt with, and you could have easily found how they've been dealt with before this.
Where can I find out how they've been dealt with?
Just go by each point and then look on the internet.
Yeah,
do you want him to like? Do you think a funny thing happened on the
No,
way to the
I
moon is a
agree with
good
you
one,
that
or there's
it-
that other book that talks about the whole Apollo 1 thing? What's that book called? I'll find it.
Well,
for you.
okay, let's deal with the first point I teach kids, Trent. Let's deal.
Wait,
He says, I got
please,
video. Hold on, dude.
I
No,
want to
let's go through it.
respond. I think you made a good point earlier when you said that we should do research point by point. I think it's a good thing, but I think you would agree with me that there's like good places to do research and bad places to do research, right? Like you would not trust CIA.gov, and I wouldn't either. Fuck the CIA. So it's like, let's find like where should I go to figure out the truth about the moon landing? What
Dude,
should
you
I
can go to
trust?
NASA.
I should go to NASA.
That's right.
NASA.gov.
And look at the particulars, right? The actual details of what they say they did, and you'll find out that they didn't go to the moon. Okay, you got to read past the headline, dude. So this says, got video proof of going to the moon. Says, nah, that's fake too. Do they have video proof? Okay, how was their video generated? With what camera? How was it transmitted to Earth? Who picked it up? How was that signal transmitted to fucking Houston? How was it filmed by the TV stations in Houston? Because we didn't have all the we didn't have the video transmission technology we have now. So how was the video created? Is it video proof?
Let's go to nasa.gov and figure out where they answer these questions. This is good. So nasa.gov.
No, you got to look up the camera first. What was the camera they used? What was the camera even capable of filming?
NASA.gov moon landing camera. Okay, let's look this up.
You're gonna get a bunch of shit because of the recent thing, dude.
I know I'd have to filter by like not recent.
Okay,
year, but
I'll give you
that.
I'll give you the rundown. The camera that they say they had was transmitted. The transmission was picked up in Australia at a place called Honeysuckle Creek. Okay, they supposedly got the video downlink. Now that video is supposedly, according to the camera, it's called scanline interleave. Okay, so it's not frames per second; it's half frames per second, and it did 5 half frames per second, and it transmitted 5 half frames per second. So you have odd and even lines, right? So there's something like 246 lines. You get half of those, and then the other half, right? At 30 times per second, they alternate. It's called scanline interleave. It's how transmissions were done back then. So this is how it supposedly came back to Honeysuckle Creek. Now, how do they transmit that image? Now, how do they transmit that image to Houston, where the TV cameras filmed the fucking screen to transmit it to America?
I'm looking at this Honeysuckle Creek tracking station on Wikipedia. Or is it NASA?
HoneysuckleCreek.net.
Oh, it's got its own website now? Shit.
Well, the people that worked there during Apollo create a memorial site for it.
All right. I want to learn
Sorry,
more
Daniel,
about
go
like
ahead.
the transmission things they say they have.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things to research. I don't want to distract from what you're doing, but I put 3 other things in the
I think we
side
should
chat.
just focus
So.
on the camera.
Yeah, we should.
that
So
they
yeah,
use.
but you asked about where the things were that you would find in 5 minutes. So in 5 minutes, I just found you 3 more. But focus on what you're talking about now, and then later maybe you can research these other things. Because
Sure.
every single thing in I watched your little joke propaganda video there. Yeah, every single thing in there is easily disputed.
Easily. All right, Honeysuckle Creek tracking station.
It's been disputed for like 30 years at this point. This isn't new. People were saying the moon landing was fake back in the 70s when it happened, right? They were saying it was fake then.
Give me a second. I got to read
It's
it.
current people just went all of a sudden, moon landing's fake. They were saying it then.
I'm gonna tap out for a second. I want to read this. Give me a second, okay? I'll be back.
Okay, go on. Click the Apollo 11 TV link, and it'll give you all the particulars about the camera, how the camera works, and how they say they filmed it before they transmitted it to Houston, who filmed it off a projector screen.
Earth as a square.
And then I'll tell you why it's impossible to have filmed what they said. Just because of the specifications of the camera.
Earth as square.
If you go from 5 frames a second to 30 frames a second, what happens? Where do you get all that extra information? What does the video look like? Oh, it's sped up. People run around at high fucking speed. Is that what you saw? Hell no. But it has to happen because they're only transmitting at 5 frames a second. So, video proof, my fucking ass.
Did you see how his little thing has that ridiculous lie they started in about 2019, 2020 of it'd be way easier to actually go to the moon than to
Oh,
fake
yeah.
it. Remember when they introduced that one? Everybody was like, oh, that's right. I mean, come on, guys. Come on. Like, at least use your brain a tiny bit. You know what I mean? Just don't accept a trope just because somebody says it. It's just like so nonsensical. It's not even funny.
Literally, especially what they said, right? It's easier to fly to the moon 300,000 fucking miles with a, 10-story freaking rocket than it is to fake it. Are you like, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. Yeah. It's easier to fly to the moon than to make like one really bad low budget version of like one tiny little scene in Star Wars. You know what I mean? That they've already done like 100 times over, 1,000 times over. I mean, it's so absurd. Like, how can anyone that has a tiny brain believe that? I mean, and he's got it in here in his propaganda video as if that's proof. It's just so obnoxious. At least the dude is willing, at least appearing to be willing to look at some sources. That's cool. He's back now. Hello.
Hello. Hi, Misty. So I went on the Google, as one does, and I found the National Museum of Australia, and it talks about exactly what you guys mentioned, Honeysuckle Creek. In 1969, the world watches the first ever moon walk with the help of Honeysuckle Creek tracking station and the park's radio telescope. Yeah, it was an interesting read. I think I learned about the moon landing and how they observed it. I think it's really cool.
Cool. Quick question for Indio.
They observed it. That's hilarious. They didn't observe anything, dude.
Because I
what
was
they observed.
like
I
watching.
wanted to know what they observed too.
Really quickly before it gets lost. Indio, you mentioned the 5 frames per second, converting that to 30 frames per second. Couldn't they just repeat one frame 6 times per second? Just have the same video?
How?
I'm just like set up.
Yeah, you could do it in Adobe Premiere today. Can you do it then?
It says here.
There's actually a movie about the Parkes telescope. You can go and watch that movie. I don't know how we transmitted anything from Australia back then. They were too busy playing cricket in the dish.
Isn't that where the moon rocks, the petrified wood came from? Australia. I think it came from the same area as that place you're talking about.
Okay, so check this
Yeah,
out.
the Park.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
The movie's called
Yeah, the Parkes dish. Yeah, I've seen it. I've actually been to Parkes and seen the big radio telescope or whatever the hell they call it, the dish. Yeah. But yeah, you can watch the movie The Dish, and I don't know how we did anything back then in Australia. We were too busy drinking beer and playing cricket.
Okay, I did some more of the Googling on.
So check this out. So if you go on the honeysucklecreek.net, so one of the people that worked there took a 45 millimeter camera and snapped photographs of the screen that actually, so they captured the signal supposedly came down from the moon, and they captured it, and it was displayed on a phosphorus screen that they watched. He snapped a picture of that screen with a 45 millimeter camera. Okay? Want to see what it looks like? This is before it got transmitted to Houston and then what you saw on TV.
So I went on the Google and found some more from this honeysucklecreek.net site. It says TV from the moon. This is more specific. This is more about what you guys were talking about. It says here the television camera taken to the lunar surface was a Westinghouse designed and built slow scan black and white camera with a vertical resolution of 320 lines scanned at 10 frames per second. This camera was chosen because the available bandwidth from the moon 500 kHz, kilohertz, I don't know, was not sufficient for a standard TV signal, right? Fair enough. On Earth, the received slow scan signal was converted to a standard TV picture. I don't know if they like added frames or something, interpolation bullshit. I don't fucking know. The standard. Okay, so they had to use some special scan converter equipment thing.
Yeah, and
but
it says 10 frames a second, but that's half a frame. It's not a full frame
What do you mean?
because it's scan line. A frame back then was the even lines, and then the next frame was the odd lines. They didn't have pixels; they had scan lines.
I'm not familiar with the difference. I always thought a frame per second was
Okay,
just
so line 0 through frickin' 300 and something, whatever they had, 320, right? All the odd numbers is one frame, and then all the lines, right? The horizontal line on the screen. So the 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. So there's the actual physical count of lines across the screen. Same on any screen. But these are lines. These are scan lines because there was a little electron gun that went left to right that drew the fucking image on there. Right? So scan left, did all the odd lines, and then scan back the other way, forming an image. But it does it fast enough, so it tricks the brain, so you don't see all the half frames. Okay? The 10 frames a second is half lines. The full frame, the 5 frames a second is full screen. So to get a full frame, because it's going to be converted, you understand? So to go from the scan line to full frame, it's pulling out 2 frames. You understand? To make a full frame. So
are you
10 frames a second scan line converts to 5 full frames a second.
So are you
Okay?
saying that when
Which is the
video,
slideshow.
Sure. So you're saying that the video they took was actually 5 frames per second. That's what we're seeing from the moon landing.
5 frames a second on conversion.
On conversion. Okay. So we only saw the moon landing at 5 frames per second. Got it.
No, because then it would be a slideshow.
What? Yeah.
Then when they piped it into fucking Houston, and then they filmed it so Houston supposedly projected what they were getting onto a screen, the same like a movie screen, in the media room. And the media filmed on their TV cameras what was supposed to be being broadcast to Honeysuckle Creek. Honeysuckle Creek got the radio signal down. They sent the signal via undersea cables via AT&T to Houston. Houston broadcasted on a big screen. The networks, all 3 of them, recorded the fucking the screen with their TV cameras. So now you have an up conversion.
Yeah, I would imagine that the resolution and frames per second broadcasting from the moon would not be as well as if doing it from Earth.
Well, the funny thing is, what they showed on TV is better resolution than what I just showed you with that 45 millimeter camera, which the guy took at Honeysuckle Creek while they were receiving it.
Can you post something in side chat about that?
It's actually even I got this 45 millimeter. Yeah, I did post it in side chat. I got this 45 millimeter photograph from that website, the honeysucklecreek.net.
What?
I have another one that shows the horizon. You can see the horizon through the fucking guy's body.
Was this with like a camera that was done with the same kind of technology at the time?
Okay. A 45 millimeter camera's film. Okay. So this is a photograph of the screen that was at Honeysuckle Creek, which was the first place that was supposed to get the radio signal from the moon. Understand? They have a giant fucking antenna. They're picking up the signal. They have a little fucking screen so they know that they're getting the signal. This dude, while he worked there, while they were doing this, snapped a photograph
Okay.
I don't know if he photographed the replay. I think this is I think they played back the tape, and this is a replay because they had some what was it called, an Ampex something or other, where they took the fucking photograph.
Well, the great thing about cameras is that they are just one frame every second. It's just a frame, just a picture.
Yeah. Anyway, the point is that what they tried to say is that the phosphorus screen, because it has a delay, acted as a frame buffer, but that's ridiculous. It's fucking utter nonsense.
Well, he just took a picture of the thing that was like 5 or 10 frames per second. He just like captured one of those frames. I don't know if there's like a contradiction here or anything. It just feels like
No. The point is that what people saw on TV, the so-called video proof, couldn't have possibly happened like that, because the camera they used and the way they transmitted it would have never looked like that. It would have been either it would have looked super sped up because you got to insert the other frames, right? You have to stretch it, so it actually would appear slowed down.
Yeah, I imagine
it wouldn't have looked right. I mean, they would have solved like, hey, dude, oh, we have to fucking convert from 45 frames a second to 30 for television. Oh, just do what Apollo did.
Did they broadcast it on television like at 30 frames per second?
Well, it's a standard, the NTSC standard, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like if I were to show
It's
you
like 29.97 frames a second.
No, I get that. I get what you're saying. Like that is true, but it's like if I were to, let's say I made a flash animation, and the flash animation is like really garbage. It's like 5, 7 frames per second, whatever. And then I show you that while you're recording it on a camera that records at 60 frames per second. It's like
I'll record a slideshow.
Yeah, basically, I guess. Sure, yeah, but it's like.
So say it's 5 frames a second, right? And I'm converting to 30 frames. One frame, right, will take up what's 5 into 30, right? So the first frame will take up 6 frames. The second frame will take up another 6 frames. The third frame will take up another 6 frames. And then in that 1 second span, I'll take in the 5 frames and converted them into 30 frames. But one of those frames is gonna fucking be, 6% or 1/6 of the whole frame.
Yeah, I would imagine that like when they showed it on television, it would
be so choppy, dude.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. It would have to be choppy. I mean, if it's like only like 5, 10 frames per second, and then putting it on television, like obviously it's not going to be the 30 seconds on television because they're showing a video of something that is 5 frames per second. So I would imagine that what they showed on the television is like really choppy, almost a slideshow. Like, it sucks that we needed like better technology. We didn't have better technology when we went on the moon, but now we're going on the moon a second time, and I assume the cameras will be better this time.
Can I say something real quick?
Also, the length of the video was reduced when they sped it up.
Yeah, I mean, the cameras back then weren't great. I'm just really impressed we were able to get pictures on the moon at all.
Come on, man.
And then we've got these 9 million K version pictures of them on the moon playing golf and all this other shit, but these guys are amazed they had cameras.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Artemis has to show. I don't know if they're back yet, but
No, they're probably out there doing something. I think they were going to an outing somewhere. I think they were going to go back around the moon, take some pictures, scout it.
Oh, here's the one giant leap for mankind. You ever seen this?
Oh,
how come I can see the horizon through his leg?
I don't understand the question because there's the horizon.
You can see the line of the horizon through his leg, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, his leg is transparent, dude.
I don't think it's transparent. I don't.
No, I see what he's talking about.
Yeah, you can see it. They're different colors gray.
But these weren't.
And on his foot, there's a little black thing sticking out. You can see that through his foot too.
These weren't CCDs. They had strong ghosting.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, they're supposed to be phosphorus screens, dude. I was alive during this period. My father's the cable guy. Literally.
I was alive during this period too. I watched.
I know how all this shit works. You don't have to tell me anything. I know how all works like the back of my fucking hand. I grew up fucking nerding it out on this shit. Sure, Radwin did too.
I'm
Well,
nerding out on all the new tech. I haven't stopped nerding out on technology, so give it all you got, new guys. But we've seen it.
That is a weird picture with the leg and the horizon and stuff. I wonder if that has something to do with the quality of the camera. I'm not exactly sure. Like even if the moon landing
fucking
is
dude, that'd be a
even if
great
the-
quality camera. It's an X-ray camera.
like even if the moon landing was fake, like how would you make such a picture? It's so weird.
Because they're compositing it, dude.
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
Is that a picture of the CCTV display, or is that from a photographic film? Originally,
I
I'm
think.
not familiar with like the technology of cameras. I'm sorry. I'm not like up
Let's
to
see
date
where I
on
got
that
this.
shit.
I'll show you where I got this from. Okay, it's
I'm gonna Google
from.
the Artemis thing. I want to learn more about the moon landing they're doing right now.
So you understand?
This came from Honeysuckle Creek, just for the record. I'll post the video I pulled the screenshot from. It's the tilt corrected. Now you'll just read the. You'll be able to read it. Fuck. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Teach, understand that the point here is to refute your propaganda cartoon where you think that that video is proof that they did something. So, to understand, this is just one small example of the large number of anomalies from the so-called video proof. Do you understand that due to the nature of photography, that just showing a video of something, especially one that has clear flaws, questionable aspects to it that make it look like there was trickery, is not proof that they actually did the thing?
I'm not sure if my argument was refuted or anything, but I am looking. I do see that the pictures here from the Artemis are definitely much better quality. They might even have more frames per second. I'm not exactly certain what they're going to be doing there.
Oh, Artemis has got so many problems, dude. There's Camelback Earth. There's fucking different size Earth. There's transparent Earth. Fucking.
I don't feel very refuted, but I'm hoping we both had a fun time here today.
I don't feel refuted.
I
We're
don't
not
know
refuting you. We're refuting the video that you decided you were on the spread, which this
I don't know
video
what
is
I
just
said
garbage.
I don't know what I said is wrong, but it's whatever.
No, you just tell us your feelings. It can't be wrong. You feel the way you
don't
feel.
know what was said in the video that is wrong.
It said that the video is there's video proof of the moon landing. That's nonsense.
Yeah, but yeah, we took videos of it and stuff.
You know what
We
proof?
talked about
How
the
do you?
videos.
No, we just proved that the video that they showed couldn't have possibly been taken on the moon.
How did you?
The video
I
that
don't recall
he's
you doing that.
seen. Well, you admitted yourself it would be choppy, and that's not what they broadcast.
What? I mean,
I also showed you the guy's leg is transparent.
The leg is transparent. I already addressed that by saying that even if the moon landing was fake, that picture doesn't make sense. So I don't know what difference it makes.
Because
when it comes to
the point is, it constitutes proof, dude. Video proof. You not understand what proof?
But wait, I don't get an answer to that question though. Like even if the moon landing was fake, it makes no sense that his leg would be like, what's the word, transparent like that.
It does. It's called opacity, dude. They blended the opacity, but the way they did it back then was analog.
Okay.
Okay?
I
All they
guess
did was
that
take two video feeds and then composite. You said you don't understand what. That's the funny thing is you said you don't understand what compositing is, but but your understanding, your lack of understanding is the reason you don't feel refuted. I guess you'll never be refuted if you don't know anything. So take a big fucking drill through your fucking cranium and scramble your brains, and then you'll never be refuted because your brains will be mush and it won't matter.
Okay. No, yeah, I mean that's cool.
Well, I mean, what are you saying, dude? You don't know anything about video or how video's taken or how it's made, but you're drawing conclusions that it's real based upon ignorance, dude.
How the video that they showed on the TVs at the time, like how choppy was it? You said it was like 30 frames per second. But it's like, well, the TVs themselves are like 30 frames per second. But it's like the example I
TVs
did.
are
It's
like 8 inches by 8 inches.
I was still talking, man.
Yeah, but like it's even worse. Well, I'm agreeing with you. It's
Like
even
the
worse than
video
that.
on the TV was definitely like 30 frames per second. But it's like I said with the animation, it's like if the animation is like 7 frames per second that I drew, like it's still going to be 7 frames per second. Like I don't think the thing they showed on the television was actually 30 frames per second. I don't think that makes sense.
Okay, they broadcasting that.
I don't know if you heard anything I said because
I did.
I
They
talked through
broadcasting that.
They broadcast the 30
Yeah,
frames
so
per second.
there's a TV standard called NTSC. So when they made TVs, right?
Yeah.
It only picks up a signal that's broadcast in NTSC. It's 30 frames a second. They're not making any TVs that won't capture that. So the TV stations broadcast in NTSC. You don't have
Hey,
an
I didn't see
option.
it all choppy.
I
I don't
would like
remember it
to
being all
see-
choppy back then. I just remember it being black and white.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see not a video of the moon landing, but a video of like what the TVs were showing of the moon landing at the TVs at home. Like, what did that?
I did.
look like?
I did you one better. I showed you a photograph of the screen of where the video first fucking arrived.
Wait, no, that's a photograph. That's literally 1 frame. We're talking about is it 1 frame or 30 frames?
If you go on that site, they have multiple frames of photographs. I guess you could fucking make your own slideshow.
Wait, but I don't think you get it though. Okay, so like in America, okay, there was a family, okay, and the family was watching a TV, and the TV is like 30 frames per second, right? And they're watching the moon landing. Now, the claim that you seem to be proposing is that the moon landing that this family was seeing was in 30 frames per second, right?
Yes.
Okay, so do we have like where is that video of the video?
How would they have that? There was no method to actually film it. You would need a film fucking recorder. Meaning you would need to get like a Super 8 or a fucking, what was the other one? I don't remember what the other video camera was. I don't even know if they're out then at that point in time.
So if we don't know, if we had no way of recording what the television was broadcasting, then how do we know that it was in 30 frames per second, which would...
Because it's an NTSC standard. The TV won't pick up a signal that's not in 30 frames a second.
I don't think you get what I'm saying.
I don't think you get what I'm saying. The TV won't pick up any signal that's not in 30 frames a second because they analog technology has to be synchronized because you have vacuum tubes and shit. Okay?
Yeah, they don't know what that shit is.
Shut the fuck up.
They should be lucky they're talking to us.
I know, Jesus Christ.
Fucking
bro, they think that vacuum tubes
flat
are
brain.
just gas floating in the middle of the television.
You got flat brain. Shut the fuck up.
Good one.
That's fucking funny.
Disgusting.
Okay, I did some more
Pete, you
Googling.
just, oh, he's Googling some more. You just really want it to be true.
I
You
like
just have
attention,
faith.
but
Yeah. What
I
did
like-
your new Googling? What'd you find with the Google this time?
So I asked the Google, if analog TVs could show things at less than 30 frames per second.
No, that's not the question. Pick up a fucking television broadcast from a goddamn antenna at less than 30 frames a second.
I thought you said it had to be at 30 frames per second.
Dude, we all had antennas
Are you a
on our
retard?
house.
How do you think a television worked back then?
He's
Did
just
they have
stick it in
cable?
your ass.
I'm pretty sure you told me that it couldn't show things that were less than 30 frames per second.
That's right, because there's a signal that's transmitted from an antenna. And in that signal, it's encoded little fucking impulse of electricity. The TV receives it, converts those impulses of electricity, electromagnetic radiation, and amplifies that with vacuum tubes via an electrical impulse. And those are synchronized with the fucking goddamn electron gun that's in the CRT, which draws the fucking picture. They have to be in sync or the fucking thing don't work.
Okay, so you're saying that the 5 frames per second was like sort of
Don't say so, you're
interpolated,
saying.
sort of like interpolated to make it seem more than like a slideshow. Yeah, I guess
It'd have to be done. It'd have to be done somewhere else. It can't be done mid-broadcast.
it would. I guess it would just look like a very slow moving, or there'd be a lot of jumping between the frames.
Dude, the
I don't know
technology.
exactly.
Listen, friend, you're not getting it.
I'm not
There's
old
no
enough to, like,
digital. There's no digital
I'm not, like,
interpolator
old
that
enough
can
to
make the
remember the
frames,
moon
bro.
landing, but yeah,
Oh,
it was
crap.
probably pretty choppy or something when they converted it to 30 frames per second.
He's a lost cause without even understanding what we're talking. It's like we're trying to explain something that he thinks never happened.
And he's fucking up the terminology too. What do you mean by interpolating? Like fill in the gaps between frames, smooth it out?
That's my understanding.
Like
what
for
that
every
word
AI?
for
I
every
don't know if that's
5
like an
frames,
AI
you
thing.
add 4 that don't exist to make it smooth.
I don't know if interpolating like
Analog. Listen, brother. Analog televisions can't do that, dude.
Oh, okay. I don't know the correct terminology then.
Interpolate would be like, say you have 2 frames, one frame taken, say they're taken 1 second apart, and you don't capture the motion between the frames. Interpolation would be creating the motion between the frames.
Oh, okay.
Which AI can do, but fucking you can't do it with analog television or analog video or anything like that. Way back then, didn't exist.
Okay, I understand.
All you
So
can
it
do is
needs
repeat the frame, the same frame. You
Okay,
repeat it
so
5.
yeah,
I tried to explain it to you. Like if you took 5 frames
Yeah.
a second and stretched it to 30 frames a second, all you're going to do is take 6 frames and replicate it again and again and again and again.
Oh, my fellow
Did you even listen to a goddamn word I said?
It definitely would have been
No, I
choppy.
agree the entire time. He's
Dude,
talking
that
about
guy's never going to listen to you. That guy's subhuman.
We don't do that, dude. Don't call him subhuman.
At the time,
Though his name is might be indicated.
I will listen. I will take this moment to say,
Yeah, I'll get back to you guys. I'm
teach.
just
Shut
still
up.
learning what
Thanks.
the moon landing looked
Oh
like
my
when
God.
people saw it, like in real
We
time.
got you, bro.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm here. What do you want to know about it?
All right, I'm gonna head on out. It was nice talking to you guys.
Oh, you're lucky my finger don't work.
Stop spreading propaganda. Thank you.
All right. But I have the Glober argument that easily solves this. Indio is correct that the technology didn't exist back then. Therefore, clearly, this is proof of a time machine. Because you start with your first premise, the Earth is a globe and the moon landing was real. The technology didn't exist in the past. It existed in the future. Therefore, they must have went back in the past and gave the dudes the technology. Now the Earth is still a globe. Man, that's a big cope session.
So much for keeping it simple. The old cathode ray tubes, the image would have a little afterglow after it scanned one scan. That scan would stay on the screen for a little bit of time between each scan.
Why would you think you live on a ball planet other than you saw it on TV? If nobody told you the Earth was a ball, would you ever come to that conclusion yourself?
I mean, doctors tell me cancer is real, but I can't personally verify it.
Oh, sure you can.
No, I can't.
Yeah, sure you can.
Okay, how can I verify it?
Well, I mean, you can go cut open someone with cancer.
Yeah,
Look
but how
at
would
it.
I know that it's what they claim it is?
Well, I mean, what does that mean? Now we're defining cancer.
That arguments from incredulity are not a good
It's
way
not
to
an
reach
argument from
conclusion.
incredulity. What, you just throwing shit against the wall hoping something sticks now?
No, that's the flat Earth position.
No, okay. Yeah, now you're trying to run away from the fact that you're
There's no running.
carrying the water for somebody else's idea.
What is cancer? Do you know what it is?
Well, I mean, depends on how you define it.
Yeah, same thing with the planet.
What planet? You don't have a planet yet.
Planet Earth.
Why would you think, if nobody told you Earth was a planet, why would you think it was a planet?
Because there's a uniformity to nature and there are other planets.
Because there's a uniformity
why would we
to
assume
nature.
that we're not on a planet when we can see other planets?
Dude, that's circular logic. You're assuming
Well,
a
actually, all
conclusion.
worldviews are circular, so.
Dude, This isn't a worldview. Okay, we're not talking about paradigms. We're talking about an argument. Your argument is circular because you're assuming you're on a planet in the first place. Some things are the same.
Anyway.
Some things are distinguished. There's nothing you observe about the Earth which would tell you it's a planet. You believe in science, right?
Do I believe in science?
Yeah. You think that the scientific method
I
is a
accept
valid
that.
method for determining truth about nature?
I accept that methodological naturalism can lead to correctness. Yeah.
Okay, so is science empirical at its foundation?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. It's the foundation of the scientific method is empiricism.
Observation, hypothesis, experimentation.
Yeah, that's
conclusion.
empiricism. All that's empirical.
Yeah.
Except for the hypothesis part. It's observation and experiment. So science, the foundation of science is empirical, then you need some empirical observation to draw conclusions and call that conclusion scientific.
Sure.
Okay, so you look at a planet and you look in the sky and you see a little dot of light that moves different than the other dots of light. And we name it that category of lights, planets. It's a category. Why would you put Earth in that category? Based upon empirical observation.
Why would I assume a disuniformity of nature?
Okay, you're already assuming that somehow it's uniform within that category. How did you get it in the category in the first place?
Why should I assume any different?
Well, because some things are actually unique and Earth is unique.
What's not internally consistent about my
Earth,
position?
is that you're assuming your conclusion is true. You're saying uniformity of nature is the reason I think Earth is a planet.
Right.
Okay, the planets are uniform, but why is Earth part of that uniformity? You're already just taking Earth and sticking it in there without justification.
I'm not sticking Earth in there. It seems.
Well,
the
why
most
don't we stick a
plausible
dog in
explanation.
there? Why don't I just say frickin' a dog's a planet and I assume it's a planet because of uniformity in nature? That's how stupid your argument is.
You're
Anything
just
can
a
be fucking
coward.
planet. Look, it's really simple. There's nothing we observe about the Earth which would indicate it's a planet. You can't think of one thing. Nobody can. I've asked this questions of 100 people. Tell me one property that you can observe about the Earth that would put it in the category planet. And you can't. You have to point to a television set.
It's a good
And
question.
say, look, on the TV, there's a thing that looks like the planets in the sky. Kind of.
Reverse zenith angles.
All I wanted to know,
Are
it's a simple proposition. If nobody told you that Earth was a globe, would you have come to that conclusion yourself? You don't like the answer to that.
Are you incredulous to the point of being solipsistic about any other position, or just the
What,
shape of the Earth?
dude? Just saying random words isn't gonna work, dude.
Are you
Okay?
incredulous about the solipsistic ontology?
Nothing I said had anything to do with solipsism. I didn't say anything that was incredulous.
Solipsism.
Do you doubt that nukes exist because you've never seen one go off?
Irrelevant. You're trying to
Yes,
change the
I do.
topic, and you're trying to
That
do a
would
guilt
be
by
a
association
doubt.
gayness, dude.
Do you doubt that cancer exists?
Yes.
Have you seen cancer under a microscope?
Yes, I have, as a matter of fact.
Okay, and how do you know that it's the same cancer that scientists
Depends on how it's defined. We already covered this. You're like NPC reset, dude.
But a scientist told you that what you're looking at is cancer.
Because there's a scientist.
Sure. A doctor.
Oh, a doctor.
Sure.
A doctor scientist? Just fucking
A
just a
doctor is a
random
scientist.
anything. Yeah, fine. So there's
Doctors are
definitions of what constitutes cancer. The word cancer comes from original word is like a crab. They thought that when they cut people open in 1000 BC, they'd see that the way it spread was almost crab-like. It was like tentacles almost that went through their body. That's where we get the name from. Now, cancer as a category that depends on how you define it. Because there's benign cancers, there's all sorts of things that grow in the body, which are not technically your normal tissue. So
What?
What? Ever heard of a skin tag?
That's outside of the body.
No shit, Sherlock. There's cancer on your skin too, dude. Stop, dude. You guys are just douches.
Can you prove that? Isn't that the whole
What?
question? Is can you prove that?
Can I prove what?
That like cancers are like that your inductive background about cancers like can actually inform you about any like true propositions?
Who
That
said
seems
they
to be
were
the nature
trying
of
to
his
prove
question.
that?
Well, that's like the nature of his question, isn't it?
No,
Like
it has
when you
nothing
see
to
it.
do with his question. You're obviously not paying the fuck attention.
No, he asked you like when you look at cancer under a microscope, how do you know that that's what doctors are talking about?
What was my answer?
I don't know, some yap.
Okay, so
He
yeah,
said
you're
it
going
depends on
on
how you
mute.
defined it. He said
Yeah,
it depends on how
so
you
you
define it.
know, you know what I said. He
I
don't.
do.
So you can shut the fuck up.
I'm listening to you. I may disagree
Yeah,
with you,
I'm
but
not
I'm
talking about
listening.
you floundering. I'm talking about devotion. He can shut the fuck up because he isn't really paying attention. He's looking for attention. Anyway, carrying on.
I agree
Why
with you
you
that
you're making all these false equivalences.
depending on how you define it. But the problem is that I can show you evidence for a round Earth, but your worldview requires that you hand wave it away.
Yeah. You can show me evidence for a round Earth, right?
Yeah.
Really? You're going to show me evidence that you think is evidence for a round Earth because
Right.
of your lack of understanding of what the evidence means.
Okay, right.
I
And when we
don't
get
need
into
to
the
hand
definition
wave
of
it
what
away.
evidence
I'll
is.
address any piece of evidence you want to present.
Sure,
Go
and
ahead.
then we get into a definition of what evidence is, and then it boils
No,
down to
no,
paradigm.
no. Don't try to
Yes, it
divine the
does.
fucking future, you coward.
No, I'm not trying to define the future. I've had this conversation many
Divine the
times
future,
before
as in
with flat
read the
earthers.
future, not with me.
I'm not trying to divine the future. I'm trying to say that this rabbit hole is predictable, and that I've had this conversation many times before. I'm not saying it's going to happen this way. I'm
Okay.
saying it probably will.
Yeah, so give me one thing you presented to a flat earther and what their response was. Steel man their position.
The Artemis live stream.
How do you know it's live?
I have a reasonable.
Oh, it said it in the caption on top. It said live stream.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so what? That's what you did. You read the caption. It said live stream.
Yeah.
That's how you determine that whatever is on there is actually happening right now, because it said it in text.
Well, it starts from the ground, right? So they have a.
Yeah, I don't need your story, dude. I don't need your story, dude. I don't need your story. See, this is narrative nonsense.
I'm just talking about how the train.
I want physical evidence, not stories.
Well, sure, it's a train. I'm just going through the train of thought that led me to that.
Here's my train of thought on how fucking we went to Narnia and met a talking lion. And I can tell you a whole story about how going through a wardrobe and fucking seeing Peter and fucking Paul on the other side. Yeah, we can all tell stories.
Okay, so let me just paint this very quickly and very simply.
Yeah, let me paint a picture.
If I watch a rocket launch and that rocket has a camera attached to it, and that camera is streaming live, and it as I watch it go up and up and up until I can no longer see it, and then I could see it with the telescope.
It doesn't go up and up and up until you don't even know how a rocket launch looks like.
And then
this is what I'm talking about. You don't understand what your evidence is.
The live stream shows it in orbit. Am I supposed to assume that it's not?
Okay, first of all, you don't even understand the evidence that you're presenting. You don't understand what a rocket launch actually looks like. They just don't go up. Dude, it's well documented that rockets, when they take off, take a parabolic arc and go out of sight. It's well documented. There's hundreds of photographs. A parabolic arc, just like a cannonball.
Is that an upward parabolic arc?
Well, yeah, it's higher than your head, exactly.
Oh, thank you. So it is upward.
But it appears to go back down into the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, a parabolic arc.
As an orbit goes around.
It doesn't go up, up, up out of sight. What you see from your position,
from the naked eye.
What you see from your position is the rocket take a parabolic arc. That's all you see. It's
Sure.
visually indistinguishable from an intermediate ballistic missile, which only goes 500 miles. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference at all.
Hey, does it remove the fact that there's a camera attached to it, by the way? Because I think
Yeah,
that
how long was it until they cut? Because we actually took a bet on this before. How long before the camera cut away? How many seconds was it before they stopped showing the camera on the side?
There are predictable losses of second.
There are predictable
There are.
losses. Did you predict
You
them?
can actually you can actually do the math yourself on when these
I'm
rockets.
sure
were
I
used
can.
in
I'm
the-
sure you heard that.
Yeah.
I'm sure everything you're telling me, somebody told you.
Do you know
'Cause
why?
you have no knowledge.
Because there's a uniformity
You've
in
never
nature.
predicted
Nature's
free space
predictable.
path loss. You've
Nature's
never
predictable.
predicted free space path loss in your entire life. Ever.
Cool.
Once. You have no idea how it works. Somebody told you something, and you're just parroting it. You have no idea how it works. You don't even know how a fucking launch works.
Cool.
Like you
said
said,
it
I'm
wasn't
going to present
upwards,
evidence and hand wave dismiss it. Hand wave dismiss
yeah.
what? Your
Hand wave
imagination of the way it
everything.
works?
This is why this is a cult, is because you guys have to hand wave things away as lies,
You
as deception.
It's not lies and deception. It's your ignorance. You're dumb.
It has to be a lie or your worldview crumbles.
No, you're dumb.
Yes, it has to be a lie or your worldview crumbles. You assume malice in everything that you see. It's solipsism.
Yeah, and you're trying. No, it has nothing to do with solipsism. Solipsism is that there's no meaning to life. You fucking retard.
This is hyper skeptical solipsism.
No,
100%. Yes,
no,
it is.
hyper skeptical. Not believing the claims of strangers is hyper skeptical. You really just say that?
Yep, hyper skeptical solipsistic cult.
So
Yes,
credulity is the rule of the day.
Yeah,
So
you're
what makes you
incredulous
trust
about a
it?
lot of things. You have to be in order to maintain.
What am I
your
credulous about? Tell me.
You're incredulous about a lot of things.
No, credulity is your sin, dude. You just said that you're hyper skeptical. No, you said you're hyper skeptical if you don't believe the claims of strangers.
It's not about the claims of strangers.
That's what. It is because what they. What?
The live
you
stream
don't
cuts
know
out
if it's
for 4
predictable.
seconds, the entire thing must be a
Floundering.
CGI
You're
lie.
making that up. Show me where it's predictable. Post a prediction in the chat right now.
Nature being predictable.
Post a prediction in the chat right now.
I can't post in the chat.
Because
I don't have permission.
DM it to me. DM me the prediction.
Which prediction of what?
Whatever you said is predictable, DM it.
Nature being predictable?
Whatever. Look,
said
stop
nature's
playing
predictable.
stupid.
I said nature's predictable.
You said their free space path loss is predictable. Put the prediction in my.
What? What did I say?
You said that the signal. You said all these things.
Yes.
About you said it's
Lots
not
of
just
signal
about
during launches
Okay,
and
so
during
post
re-entry is predictable. Yes.
Okay, so post the prediction.
Post the math behind it.
Yeah. Post what you use to determine that it's predictable. Your information, the analysis you did.
I can go find the math behind it. Yeah.
So now you got to go find your evidence. Didn't you already?
I don't
see
have
it?
the math on hand.
Didn't you already see it?
I don't memorize equations.
Did you already see the evidence?
I've seen it before. Yes.
Okay. What did it look like?
It looked like a bunch of math.
It looked like a bunch of math. So it clearly could have been the equation for how far down you got to file your toenails to hang from a tree, and you have no idea what those equations mean, do you?
Nope.
So that's where you're going. Like I
I'm not
said,
infinitely incredulous about it, you are.
No, you're ignorant. You want to believe a story, and you don't care about the details. You just auto believe. Oh, this is a story I prefer.
You auto believe it's a lie. All of it is a lie. All of it. It has to be. If any of it slips through,
I can demonstrate that it has to be a lie.
If any of it slips through as
floundering,
being true, your
I can
worldview
demonstrate
crumbles into dust.
I can demonstrate with evidence that it has to be a
Your
lie.
cult crumbles into dust if any of
Look,
it is
brother,
true.
that's great. Your social commentary.
Leave it away.
Nobody cares. No, I don't have. I'll present evidence that it's a lie. I don't have to hand wave it.
Yes, you do.
Oh, yes, I do. I can present evidence that it's a lie. You don't care about that because so you're totally projecting. You're in the fucking cult. and you know it. Okay, you want to believe this space fairy
and you're
tale,
quote unquote
and I
right now,
asked you
it's a lie, it's
specifically
just our
about what the
incredulity.
information you
So it
relied
must be
on and what
CGI.
analysis you
You
did,
don't know
and
anything
you
about rocket
admitted
launches.
you did nothing.
Okay, buddy.
You did nothing. You admitted it. You
Where's the
did
lol
nothing.
cows?
You admitted you did nothing. Now I'm saying, hey, I'll present you
lol
evidence, even though I don't have to because you haven't proved their claim. I can present evidence what they did has to be a lie, and you don't want to see that. You're in the
No,
cult.
trust me, you guys have posted it in the chat many times. I know you believe it's CGI, but the problem is that you have to.
No.
The worldview
I don't need
requires
to
that
even.
it's CGI.
I can demonstrate that what they're claiming happened is impossible. Do you understand? I can just demonstrate the whole thing has to be impossible. Just like
based on incredulity.
just
Based on
like
incredulity.
no, based upon contrary evidence that shows it's impossible. So if you saw a video of Jesus walking on water, do you need to prove that that video is wrong to prove that men can't walk on water? Exactly, dude. You can prove that what the video purports to show is fucking impossible. Okay? And I can show that what the video purports to show is fucking impossible.
Isn't that what a miracle is?
What the fuck's that got to do with anything?
You mentioned Jesus walking on water.
Just as an example, because you guys are a bunch of fucking atheists. And I know
I'm not an atheist. I'm not an atheist.
Sure you are.
Excuse me. No, I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm not an atheist.
Wait, are you saying that NASA, they're miracle workers? NASA employees and astronauts, they're miracle
shut
workers.
The fuck up. He was talking about Jesus
okay,
walking on water.
Okay, I will. Go
NASA.
ahead. Okay, go ahead.
He mentioned Jesus walking on water,
So there
which is a miracle because we do not see humans.
Yeah, but what if it said live?
What if it was a live stream of Jesus?
What if it said live stream Jesus walking on water? Would it be true then?
What do you mean? I already
You're
believe
a fucking
it to be
retard,
true.
bro.
What are you talking about?
No, if it's a live stream, sometimes
this boils down to personal incredulity.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
That's
does.
the narrative
Yes,
you're trying to cook. Because
it's your paradigm, not mine. It's your paradigm.
No.
Yes,
You're trying. Look, all you're trying to do is project your credulity.
There is
okay?
no such thing.
You
as
already admitted shit. You already admitted that you performed no analysis.
There is no such thing as a brute fact. Every single fact, in order to become evidence, requires a paradigm.
You don't know what a fact is, dude.
There is no such thing as a brute
What is
fact.
a define fact for me?
We both already know what a fact is.
No, you don't. I do. You don't.
It's a little snippet of truth.
Nope, that's not what fact means.
Okay, cool.
Okay, fact.
You're welcome to use a proprietary definition. You're welcome to use a proprietary definition.
No, a fact is an event or occurrence of something that happens, right?
Did you Google
That's
it?
what a fact is. In facts are events that happen. So you use facts, events, evidence, empiricism to prove something.
No, you can't lump in fact with evidence because evidence requires a paradigm.
The evidence, no.
Yes, it does.
No. The conclusion about that. The evidence existence or not does not require a paradigm. The conclusion reached that no.
Yes, it does.
Whether it exists or not.
100%, yes.
Whether it exists or not. Whether an event happened or not.
Fact.
So existence is not a brute fact.
There is no such thing as a brute fact.
Yeah, I know you learned that to say that over and over again.
Interpretation of everything requires.
I'm not talking about interpretation. I'm talking about existence. Yep. Things exist prior to interpretation. Did you know that there's people?
Oh, they do?
In beds, right? That are in permanent vegetative states that cannot think and have no mind and have no rational thoughts.
Sure.
But they react. But they react to it. But listen, they react to the existence of external stimuli. How do they do that? Because there's things that exist, and they exist independent of the rational mind. Okay, there are brute facts on whether an event happened or not.
No. That's
okay. Just because you guys and your philosophical cucks in modern day, obviously, use the word fact wrong. Facts are events that occur. Okay, Artemis 2 was an event that was a rocket launch. That is a fact. Where that rocket went to space, to the moon, that is not a fact. Because there's no evidence that fact occurred. There's evidence that the rocket launch occurred. There's eyewitnesses, and all those witnesses could go to court and testify. I saw a rocket go into the air with my own 2 fucking eyes.
See, again, this is solipsism. Things are not
It's not
real.
solipsism. You're using that word wrong. You're using the word wrong.
Verify them.
You're using the word wrong. Solipsism means there's no meaning to life, you dumb fuck. Stop using that word wrong. Cool. It's embarrassing.
Cool. You use
how long have you been using the word solipsism wrong?
You use
That's
the
what I
world
want
wrong, buddy.
Bro, you've never even observed the world, okay? When's the last time you've gone out and done any tests of the natural world?
Since you like using proprietary definitions, why don't you look up the word
not proprietary.
Why don't you look up the word solipsism for me right now and tell me what you find?
I don't use proprietary definitions.
Yes, you do. Everybody does. Every single definition is proprietary.
I used to, and look, the words that have changed in the English language over time, I use the etymological definition.
Right, but solipsism only means one thing. See, this is the contradiction.
No, that would be. Are you saying I'm making a word context fallacy that you're not using it, and you're using it in a different context?
No, it's not a word context fallacy.
So what does solipsism mean in this context?
The contradiction is that you just said
what does solipsism mean in this
thing,
context?
And then you said, well,
you're just a weasel,
things can
dude.
mean multiple
what does solipsism mean?
Well, over time.
Yeah, that's great. What does solipsism mean in this context then?
That knowledge outside of your mind is unreliable or untrue. That
no one made that claim.
That you can trust.
No one made that claim at all.
That's what this cult does every day.
No one has ever made that claim.
Experiments are not reliable.
No one ever said that.
Information is not reliable unless you can personally verify.
Who
your
said
mind
that?
Is what is required.
Look, you're going to get banned out of this channel if you don't tell me exactly who said that right now.
You guys say it all the time.
Who's not you guys, specific person. You're running out of time, dude.
I argue in here every day. I hear it.
Yeah, you're a liar.
If you didn't,
you're a liar.
Pondering, you're
a liar.
Then it must not be true.
Look, no, you're a liar.
No, I'm not lying.
No, you are a liar because look, everybody. Look, I know all the people that come in here. I've known them for over 5 years, some a decade. All of us are empiricists.
Not my fault.
We don't base reality on whether it exists in our mind or not. You're a fucking liar.
I'm not lying.
Yeah, you are lying.
You may not accept what I'm saying, but I'm in here pretty often. I hear it all the time.
You're not in here anymore.
Hello. We will.
Hello. Hello.
What, man?
Hello.
How are you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
We can hear you, dude.
Hey, what's up?
How are you doing? Are you good?
I am good. How are you doing?
I'm good.
You're damn good. Awesome. All right. Well, welcome to the channel. I'm from Australia. Where are you from?
Okay, great. I'm from Egypt.
From Egypt. Okay.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, bro.
Well, we're just listening to a recording at the moment. But if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask.
To be honest, I don't have a particular question. I just joined to speak with people,
Right. Well, I'm not sure if anyone's available to talk at the moment. I'm busy doing some work. That's why we're listening to a recording. Anyone here that wants to chat with M533? I think a lot of people here are just kind of listening while they do work and things like that. It's kind of like a podcast. So.
Okay, great.
All right. Well, I'll hit play on the show and have a good day. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, bro.
Yeah, dude. I was just waiting for your response. I knew you could hear me. Yeah.
So,
that'll be if you had everyone in here, but no one's listening. That's crazy.
They're lurking.
Working, huh?
Working,
Alright. I'm working on the railroad.
So, if the Earth was flat, how would you feel?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther, dude.
You are?
Yeah, dude.
So how do you feel?
Good. Feel good.
How long you been a flat earther?
Probably since like, let me think. Probably since I was born, I'd say.
Well, yeah, everybody's a flat earther in that sense. When did you realize it? When did you reject the globe propaganda?
Oh, I can't remember. Probably like 2019, 2018.
Yeah. Was there a particular piece of evidence that did it for you?
Oh, dude. I mean, I go to college for like fucking. One of my courses was like astronomy, right? So like the whole thing was just about the globe, right? There's 3 years back to back, and
Hold on,
That's
hold
why I'm
on. You're
unmuted,
losing
bro.
me. How is astronomy about the globe?
because it uses the heliocentric model to
Nah,
like base
I
all
guess kind of.
yeah, there's this thing called the nautical almanac, and it basically gives all the angles of the stars in the day and night sky throughout the years, and it's always updated every year.
So you took astronomy, so you know about epicycles, right?
Epicycles?
Yeah. Epicycle
Sounds,
astronomy?
I don't think I've ever heard that term, but I'm sure it means something.
Yeah, epicycles, they were the model that Ptolemy used before the heliocentric model. It's called the Ptolemaic model.
Yeah, I'm
Pretty
just looking
good.
it up right now. Yeah. Upon the circle, another circle, geocentric.
Yeah, so that method also predicts where the planets are. Though I don't know why the Earth has to be a globe, because in their coordinate system, the Earth is everything is assumed to be so far away that they just assume the Earth is a point in space. Typically, astronomy courses just deal with things in the sky.
Yeah.
Astronomy means to measure the sky. So you'll deal with things like instrumentation, angular resolution, radio astronomy, quasars, black holes, cosmic distance ladder, stuff like that. Proper motion, stellar aberration, parallax. Any of this ringing a bell? You took it for
Yeah,
3
no
years.
parallax. It's like, different depending on the distance, how quickly it moves and stuff. But like, I don't know. I've heard of like, yeah, I don't know.
My only point is the Earth doesn't need to be a globe to do astronomy. I mean, they did it before they thought
Oh
space
yeah,
was a globe.
I believe that. I can like comprehend. I can comprehend both sort of models, and I could see where errors would show up in both models. Like sometimes you see like what do you call economic precession? No, equatorial precession. What do you?
Precession of the equinox.
Yeah, precession of the equinox, exactly. Which changes every 25,000 years or so. And
Yeah,
like we've already seen it
that's
on
what
over.
constellation the sun will rise on the equinox, right? So the sun will rise, like say the what is it?
First one of Aries.
Yeah, that's when the sun is in the first point of Aries is considered the equinox, the exact equinox time. But the next day, the sun rises right on the horizon due east, and the constellation that the sun rises in is called the equinox year, right? So that constellation, because there's 12 constellations which encircle us, right? So right now I think we're in the age of Aquarius. So it'll rise in Aquarius for a while, for, I don't know, 2,600 years or something, or 13,000 years. I don't know what it is. But like you said, that what you're talking about is called the Great Year. That's the precession of the equinox where it goes all the way around.
I could see how it could work in the globes model, but I could also see how it could work in the other geocentric model.
Well, it actually can't work in the globe model because the planets should precess too, but they don't.
Oh yeah, I like that's what.
So there's no precession. There's no precession of the planets, right? So if the Earth is wobbling, right, like the globe, not only should the sun's where it raises and falls, where the planets are in the sky should also change relative to the background stars, and it should precess the same way, but they don't. So there's only it isn't me who make this up. There's regular mainstream astronomers that have talked about this. That the equinox precesses with the sunrise. It's called the tropical year, but the planets don't precess, which is a problem. There's all sorts of problems.
What if time itself is actually like constructed in a weird way? You know, where it doesn't exactly line up with the stars, and maybe it's just off just like a few like milliseconds, causing it to precess. You know, like it's not just the position. The position in the sky is relative to the time of day too. Like that's why you got the nautical table where it's like on this day this star is going to be at this angle. You know, on this day the sun will be at that angle. You know, but because of the precession of the equinox, now they're saying like, oh, you know, it's going to be a few degrees off, so it's going to be over here rather than there, just because of the precession. So like, you know, maybe there's something wrong with like time.
No, that's not how it works, right? The Earth is supposed to be spinning and orbiting, but from our viewpoint, we'd see the sunrise. Now we have the celestial sphere, right? All the fixed stars. The solar system is inside that, right? So the solar system, well, the Earth is supposed to be wobbling, right? And that wobble will cause the sun to appear to be against a different background stars within the celestial sphere.
You're explaining the globe idea of it, but I'm trying to say like
I'm telling you why it's wrong. I'm telling you why they feel such a because it only applies to the sun, but it doesn't apply to the planets. They forgot to include that part.
Wrong or right. I'm not making that conclusion. I'm saying what would be the Earth, the flat Earth explanation, and that's why I said about the time thing. You know.
My explanation is there is no precession of the fucking equinox.
Then how do you explain the position of Aries relative to the sun?
You mean the first point of Aries? That? Yeah, but that's
the position of the first point of Aries relative to the sun.
But that's not precession of the equinox, though.
But how do you explain that occurrence?
That it's moved over time,
over like 1,000 years.
Yeah, it's an arbitrary time.
Is that what I said or not?
No, I'm saying it's an arbitrary time.
Well, that's what I said, though.
What I'm saying is the sun is going to be in a position, and if you could see it, right, it's going to be on the quote-unquote equinox within Aries somewhere, within the Aries constellation. Now, what they say is that position has drifted over time and that the equinox, the exact timing of the equinox has changed.
Yeah.
They don't know that. They're just saying that must be the case because they have this thing called the sidereal year. And if you sit there and count the time, right, 23 hours, 54 minutes, and 56 seconds, if you count that time and go, okay, 365 days later, where's the sun? Oh, it's not at that exact point anywhere, so the fucking equinox must be changing. The equinox isn't changing. You're just assuming that there's a certain amount of rotations or rotations of the Earth before we see the same thing again.
Globe model, dude. You gotta like explain it appealing to the fucking flat Earth model.
No. Bro, explain
But
what?
you do it.
I just explained that it's not a real thing. It is a calculative thing, meaning
you
there.
Make a negative claim, you got to make a positive claim to like if you're gonna make the entire thing like the.
You're asking me to account why the globe says the equinox says the sun.
No, dude, I already know what the globe says. I'm saying, what does the?
How do you know when the? Okay, let me
model
ask you.
be?
How do you know when the exact time of the equinox is?
I don't. No one, dude.
Okay, then.
Dude, listen. The reason why we know, right? Why the globe community knows is because
they
predict. They literally measure with a sextant, like the position of the stars, and just by looking at, they're literally using their entire model to like predict exactly where it is going to be.
No.
They use the index error. They use index error. They use parallax. They use the semi-diameter of the sun and the moon. They use all kinds of shit, dude. They use like declination.
You're not educating me, dude. I know about all this stuff.
They use latitude and longitude too to like determine.
Latitude and longitude aren't on the surface of the Earth.
Well, that's what they use. I'm telling you, that's what the globe community uses. So like,
no. They use latitude and longitude, but they're mistaken that is points on the surface of the Earth. Those are points in the sky. It's easy to prove. Okay, find your latitude and longitude. Don't use the sky. Use only geographical references in no sky. What's your latitude and longitude? Can't do it.
Celestial
No,
equator.
you can't use anything in the fucking sky.
Okay, I can't use anything for what? Like to determine latitude.
To determine your latitude and longitude, you can't use anything in the sky. If it's a measure of a terrestrial quantity, right? If it's a terrestrial-based coordinate system, right? That it's on the ground, then you don't need the sky.
Well, like how many years have gone by where you do see the same stars in the sky? You know what I'm saying? You see the same stars at the same positions, even though it's slightly off by a few degrees, you know, which you can say it's the precession of the equinox. At least you can have a close enough number to determine where it's going to be next time. So that's why they have the whole nautical almanac. And then you could
You keep saying nautical almanac like you have any idea what it is or how to use it, dude.
I literally have a sample of it. And you can look it up too. Just type down nautical
almanac. I know all about the nautical almanac. I doubt you do.
Dude, I mean, I'm in college for this stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, really?
I have
What's a rum line?
A rum line is on a Mercator chart. It is a rum line is a great circle line on a Mercator chart, and a great circle is a straight line on a polyconical chart.
Okay, the point of a rum line is so that you intersect the lines of latitude at the same angle. That was the point of a Mercator map. That's why it was invented.
The Mercator chart is like it's all the fucking latitude and longitude is all straight, so there's no pull, right? So like
it's a cylinder.
When you draw a rum line, it's actually a curved line in practicality.
The Mercator map is a cylinder. The cylinder projection of the celestial
cylinder
sphere.
on a globe, actually.
Well,
yeah,
no, none of the coordinate system's not on a globe. I don't know how many times I got to tell you.
Dude, I fucking said that a Mercator chart is a cylinder that wraps around the equator of a globe.
No, it's not.
So anything dude, that's why there's fucking so many different types of charts. Because if you go higher or lower in latitude, if you go higher in latitude, you can use a polyconical chart. So then it's almost like a hat, like a like that's why they call it polyconical.
What's the projection of?
Oh.
What's the projection of?
Polyconical. Just type down polyconical.
I know what it is, dude. I know over 100 different map projections, okay?
There's only 3. You only have to know 3, dude.
Yeah.
The third one is the azimuthal equidistant chart, which is literally a fucking like a flat paper.
There's also the universal transverse Mercator. There's also the mill grid. There's hundreds of projections. There's the Lambert conformal. There's a whole bunch of map projections, but what are they a projection of? That's the question.
Like subcategories of like the main Mercator. You just gotta know like the main 3 charts for the whole entire world.
Yeah, maybe for your class. We're not talking about your class, dude.
Dude, I'm doing this like.
I'm asking you, what is the?
Why don't you just consider for a moment that maybe you don't know as much as you think you?
You really don't.
And listen to what's being asked of you. What is it a projection of? Yeah, keep talking and don't listen. What a moron! This guy's a moron, India.
Globe Earth.
If it's a projection of the globe Earth, give me the origin of the coordinates on the globe.
Yeah, it's based off of the magnetic compass.
No, it's.
That's how they find true north, and they base true north.
And then fucking getting crazy, man.
Real quick, sir, did you say you were a student on this?
Yeah, and they. Do you know why they have?
So listen,
Marcus, what's the difference between true and magnetic north? Can you tell me?
Imagination.
2 words. Two words. Deviation, and what's the other one? Deviation.
So you're only a student. You're not like the teacher in this. So right now you're getting a class on this at the moment.
Dunning-Kruger.
Hardcore.
Martis, have you noticed that you're in a class and you're not the teacher at this moment?
You're trying to teach the teachers. You barely know anything about this, and you're butchering half of it.
So every year you have to adjust like a few minutes based off of where you are to get to true north. Okay. So if you use a chart, right? I can pull it up if I can go on.
Mars, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I'm about
How
done,
do you
dude.
convert true north?
You have no
to
idea what you're
magnetic
talking about,
north,
Martins.
nigga.
Okay,
How do you say that? TV makes dull children appear smarter. True variation.
Martins, Martins, tell me, what is magnetic declination on a navigation? What is magnetic declination on a navigation map?
What is what?
Magnetic declination. What is the bezel on a compass that you can rotate? What's the purpose of that?
I heard of magnetic declination in my life.
Of course you didn't. You're the fucking dumbest person in here right now.
I'm actually gonna look it up, see if that's an actual thing, and I doubt it is. I mean, we call it compass error. Okay.
It's not an error.
The angle between magnetic north and true north. That's magnetic error. That's a difference between magnetic and true. It's called compass error.
It's not the position. No,
it's literally the total
of
deviation of the variation, dude.
It's not the difference between magnetic north and geographical north. It's not the difference in that, because magnetic field lines undulate and go in all sorts of different directions. Magnetic field lines don't point towards the poles. Okay?
That would be deviation, dude. That would be the difference between magnetic and compass.
No, because you can point. Okay, listen. If I go into the South Pacific and I have a 90-degree magnetic declination, is my compass pointed at true north?
No, it's going to go.
Is it pointed at magnetic north?
30 degrees.
Is it pointed at magnetic north?
That's not practical. You're just making a hypothetical. It's like 90 degrees.
That it is 90 degrees in the South Pacific.
Yeah, so it's either going to be west or east, dude.
So is it pointing toward magnetic north?
Well, if you're saying it's 90 degrees, obviously not. It's 90.
Well, obviously, you just said it is. You said it's the difference between magnetic and true north. It's not. It's the deflection of the field line from true north.
Difference is not practical.
It's the deflection of the field line from true north.
Never practical.
The field lines go in all sorts of directions. They even loop.
They only do that for like magnetic anomalies that are on Earth.
They do it all over the surface of the Earth. You're just making shit up now.
Because the surface of the Earth has different terrains and different fucking iron and different shit that's underground.
Doesn't matter what the reason is, dude.
That's what it is, dude. You're gonna say it's all.
Yeah, whatever, bro. Try to recover.
They're called magnetic anomalies.
No, this is not magnetic anomalies.
It is. What else would it be? Dude, your stupid little fucking goon boys over here. Who the fuck was the two fucking European cucks that were just trying to talk and say, like, I don't know my shit? You fucking Jew lovers, dude.
He said European.
What?
He said European.
Yeah, you're pissing, dude. You're pissing all over fucking.
Hey, buddy,
Brussels.
just relax. It's okay. This is
Dude,
informative
Brussels is
for
such
many
a
people.
shithole, dude.
This guy an adult? Like the
Talking
fuck?
about fucking teachers.
Yeah, you say. Yeah, your flat earther LARP wore off quick,
Yeah.
didn't it?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther.
No, you're not.
Dude, you're not even gonna trust the fucking coordinate system.
No one said that. I said the coordinate system is based upon the sky, not the ground.
No, you didn't. You said the opposite. You said you can't find anything in the stars using longitude, latitude, and longitude.
No, I didn't. Why
Yeah,
you lying?
did. You said you can't find a location of a star with latitude and longitude. Yeah, you can.
No, I did not say that at all.
I'm pretty sure you did. That's what we were talking about.
I'm pretty sure I didn't. I didn't say anything like that.
When we were talking about precession of the equinox and finding location of a star, and you base it off of the angle of where you see it, at what time and what place you are on Earth. Like if you're fucking like 30 degrees east, right? The position of a star is going to be.
How do you know if you're 30 degrees east, though? That's the point. How do you know from the land that you're 30 degrees east?
It's based off of Greenwich.
Well, how do you know where you are relative to that?
There's a system.
There's the system.
Yeah.
You know anything about that system?
Coordinate system. You got to tell me what's wrong with
Jesus Christ, that's what we're talking about, bro. Look,
use
the
that to
longitude
find-
is based upon the sun. Okay? Latitude is based upon the celestial equator.
No,
They're
it's
not based upon the ground.
Dude, it's based off of Greenwich, dog. You said it's based off of the stars. Like, what?
The sun, I said. Take the fucking cum out of your ears.
No, it's based off of Greenwich, dude. I just disagree with you. I heard what you
it's
said.
based off of Greenwich.
Yes. Greenwich, dude. That's where
when?
they found the fucking coordinate system. So that's 0.
When?
Probably like in the fucking 1700s sometime.
What is Greenwich's longitude?
0. Oh,
why?
Yeah, longitude. Yeah, longitude is 0.
Yeah, why? Why is it 0?
You're asking for a lot because that's the fucking plate. I don't know. That's the convention that they fucking use, dude.
It's because that. Should I tell him?
Yeah, you should. Nah, wait, mate, make him sweat it.
Dude, you know how they came up with the
It's
last
0 because that's when it's midnight. They set the thing. 12 hours after that, it's noon in Greenwich. Okay, they decided that they were going to pick a place on Earth and say, "Hey, this is where our 0 time is." That's it.
0 latitude, 0 longitude, 0 longitude.
It's based upon the clock, dude.
No, it's not. It's based off of the nautical mile. The
longitude is based upon the nautical mile.
Yes. Exactly.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
So if I'm 1 mile from the North Pole, and I travel 69 or 100 nautical miles.
Yep.
What longitude am I on?
That's about like based off of north. The North Pole.
Yeah, I'm a 1 mile from the North Pole.
1 mile from the North Pole. God, that would be like 89 point something, around 88. 89 actually, 89 point something.
Yeah, you said longitude was based upon the nautical mile, dude.
Yeah, because each nautical mile is equivalent to like a fraction, like 1/60. It's either 1/60 or 1/600 of a degree. Like a 60th hundredth of a degree.
Yeah.
So
Where'd they get that from? Where'd they get that from? Where did they get that from?
The nautical mile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did they get that 60 from?
Probably, oh fuck.
Yeah. 60 nautical miles. What's that significant to? What's it significant to?
They're using arcs, which involves pi, which involves.
How are you an astronomer?
It involves sine, cos, and tangent. Involves pi. That's why they're called arcs.
Like they're also called hours, minutes, and seconds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, it's called degrees, minutes.
Does that have something to do with the sun?
It's not hours; it's degrees.
Does that have something to do with the sun?
No, it has to do with the circle. It's called radians. Have you guys looked at radians? That's why there's a conversion.
nautical miles.
You ever use your
radians.
scientific calculator and you can convert from degrees to radians? That is like the fundamentals of that is literally pi, right? And if you draw a circle, let's say you draw a circle and you keep going around in a circle and you try to chart the fucking x and y axis off of that, you'll see a wave. And that wave has a lot to do with cosine, sine, and tangent. And when you draw it on a fucking grid, right, like an XY grid, you'll see that there's 4 quadrants, right? There's 4 quadrants. And those quadrants are directly related to drawing a fucking circle, right? And like wherever that quadrant is, like you can have like a negative, positive, but that's yeah, cosine, sine, and tangent. It all ties into that, but it essentially it comes from the circle, and the circle comes from the globe, right? Mind you, right?
The circle comes from a globe. Okay.
Well, they're assuming that it's a globe, and that's why they're applying the fucking circle shit on it.
No, they're using a celestial fucking sphere.
Okay, what's your theory?
Because they're using a celestial sphere, not an Earth sphere.
Is this for the Earth, the flat Earth model, or the geocentric, or the heliocentric?
Dude,
like, are you making it?
There is no.
There's 2 models.
Okay, the model that we use, everybody uses, the celestial sphere model, is an observer-centric model. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, it's like apparent motion. It's based off of like
no, observer-centric.
It's based off of where the observer is on Earth. It's apparent motion.
No, the observer is always in the center. Yeah, that's right. The observer is always in the center.
I thought the North Pole was in the center.
No. The model, the observer is always in the center.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Because what did they say? They said everything is so far away, we can assume that the Earth is just a point in space. Right?
Because wait, what?
They say that the stars, the sun, everything is so far away that you can assume that the Earth is just a point in space.
I guess that's what the globe heads say, yeah.
Well, because you just named a bunch of trig functions, right? So when they're doing spherical geometry, all that really is a rotation, right? What are you rotating? It's rotating about you, the observer. Right? When you measure, right? So you're going to measure the elevation angle of a star. Where are you measuring from?
Like your location, the observer.
Yeah, but when you take out your sextant, where are you measuring from?
The horizon.
Right. Whose horizon?
Horizon. There's like 3 fucking horizons.
It's like 5 horizons. But
yeah, it's fucking insane. There's the rational.
There's actually only 1 horizon. But we have abstract horizons. So they measure up, right? But from you. So you're in the center of the sphere. It goes 180 degrees above you. That's it. All you need to know is where the celestial equator is on that arc. And then you can figure everything out. That's all you need to know. You don't need to assume the Earth is a globe. You don't need to assume it's flat. You don't need to do anything. It's just a model. Just a model for navigation. It's a coordinate system.
You know what I like to use, dude? You know what I like to use for the fucking flat Earth?
I told you hold on. You're missing the point is that I asked you what's being projected. All that's being projected is the coordinate system. The coordinate system in the sky. It's all it is.
Yeah.
Dude, it has nothing to do with the Earth.
You can still use a coordinate system on a flat Earth, though.
Yeah, we have. Yeah. We use the celestial sphere one. Why wouldn't we? There was other ones that existed before that.
Flat Earth fucking... What would be like the closest thing to ideal flat Earth projection?
I just gave it to you.
What is
celestial sphere?
A sphere? Celestial sphere?
Yeah, in an observer-centric model that assumes you're always in the center. Yeah. The same thing you use now. It doesn't. It has.
But then the sphere goes under the horizon.
No. Under the horizon, nothing's going under. It's just a model.
You said fucking celestial
it's a
sphere.
model for net. Look, you're trying to reify the model. You're trying to say my mathematical model actually exists in reality. That is erroneous thinking. It's just a model.
No, I'm saying like what would be the regardless of if it's for navigation or not. I'm saying what's the most explainable model to explain our like reality, our physical reality. Like if you go so far to the South Pole, what
is the South Pole?
It's for me as a flat earther.
When I go somewhere and there's certain stars over my head, I say I'm on the South Pole.
Well, there's no stars beyond the South Pole. Who's been to the South Pole, they don't see any.
Do you have a problem listening? I said certain stars over my head. That's how you know. How do you know when you're at the South Pole? I look up and certain stars are over my head. How do you know when you're on the North Pole? I look up and certain stars are over my head. How do I know when I'm on the equator? I look up and certain stars are over my other stars are over my head.
Compass. I would use the compass. But there is no South Pole. There's only one pole. There's no South Pole.
You can't use a compass. We already dispensed with that.
What the fuck are you talking about? You can't use a compass. That's true north, dude. I mean, that's magnetic north, right?
Which is in the ocean. And we already described that the compass doesn't point. Brother, look, brother, listen. There's geographical north, which is where would be underneath the Polaris. But then there's magnetic north. But your compass don't point to magnetic north. It aligns with the magnetic field according to the magnetic declination of where you are.
Yeah, but why wouldn't Polaris be right above? Why would it not be the zenith of the North Pole?
Why would it?
It would, right? If what you're saying is consistent, which is like the whole coordinate system should realistically align with the celestial system, then Polaris would align with true north.
No. You're trying to look, bro. You got it backwards. There's a celestial system, and you're trying to say that the Earth has to match with that. No, it don't, and it doesn't, and we know it doesn't because mankind has surveyed shit, and we know that the celestial sphere and the Earth as a sphere doesn't match. They don't match each other because you have stupid.
Dude, the whole idea of the celestial sphere only works for the fucking globetrotters, where they believe it's a sphere.
It doesn't.
A fucking bigger
sphere.
No,
that's not true. What you're saying isn't true. What you're saying is absolutely not true.
That's what they use, dude.
They can use. Yeah, we're both using the same thing. What don't you understand?
I'm sorry, but I don't fucking use that for the flat Earth, dude. That doesn't make any sense.
Because what does that mean?
I would assume, dude.
That doesn't make any sense. It's not an argument, dude.
Because if you have a celestial sphere that's encompassing a flat Earth, that would assume that there's stars underneath the flat Earth. That which means that the flat Earth is not an infinite
idiot.
It means
dude,
there's a fucking edge. There's a dome. Like
no. You're just making shit up, dude. You just fucking went off on. No, you just made up everything you said.
Encompassing a flat plane, dude.
Okay.
How is a sphere in a flat plane?
The celestial sphere. Celestial sphere is conceptual. It's not real. What don't you get? You think stars are an infinite distance away?
Fucking concept. I get that. It's not. I'm not saying that, dude.
The celestial sphere is a sphere of infinite radius.
Yes, dude. Oh my fuck, dude.
Infinite radius.
Say it's a sphere, anything that's below the horizon would still be stars because it's a fucking sphere, right?
It's not below. There is no below the horizon.
Why don't you just say firmament, dude?
There is no below the horizon, dude. And firmament just means fixed.
Hey, does anybody
below the horizon means the stars that we can't see beyond the horizon? But like for you to say like, oh, there's a fucking sphere.
If I asked you to say one thing I said, you wouldn't be able to tell me. You know that, right? You haven't listened to me the entire time.
Do you think the flat Earth is infinite or limited?
I don't. I think that's a false dichotomy.
Oh my fuck, dude! So you don't actually think the Earth is flat? Then you're just.
I don't think infinity's a thing, dude.
Why? Why not, dude? If they can fucking say that space is fucking infinite, why can't we say?
They don't say that. They say it's 90 billion light years across.
Dude, you can't even explore the South Pole.
They say it's 90 billion light years. There is no South Pole, dude.
Exactly. There's no South Pole, so you can keep fucking going south, right? You can
No.
just infinitely go south, and there's no limit. There's literally no limit.
Dude,
They
are
say
you...
the fucking continent.
Look, bro, I'm going to say this one more time. When you say things like South Pole, North Pole, you're not talking about the ground, no matter how much you want it to be so.
Dude.
It is not a ground reference
How do compasses
system.
work, dude?
I already explained that to you. Tell me what I told you already.
Dude, I don't give a
Tell me what I told you already.
I'm
going to mute you until you tell me what I told you,
I don't
dude.
fucking care what you told me, bro.
Exactly. You haven't been
Compasses,
listening the
use
whole time.
electromagnetic fucking fields on Earth, which is not gravity.
That's right. And they don't point to the magnetic North Pole. Because I posted a map in this.
What the fuck do they point to, dude?
I posted a map in the side chat. See these lines? The compasses align with these lines. It lines up with these lines no matter where you are. See how they're all over the place? Do you see how the magnetic South Pole is in the middle of the ocean? See how the North Pole is in the middle of the ocean?
Well, yeah,
you don't know what you're talking about, dude. You're an embarrassment.
Using this on a Mercator chart, dude. If you use a fucking azimuthal equidistant projection, these lines would look more straight. It would make more sense.
They actually, if I actually have an AE projection of this, you want to see that?
Azimuthal equidistant.
Yeah, an AE projection, yes.
Yeah,
AE is short for azimuthal equidistant. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Dude, show me the projection for that, dude.
Right.
It makes more sense.
Makes more sense is not a fucking criteria for truth, dude. All you're doing is telling me you're making a statement about your own mind.
Fucking nothing makes sense for you, dude.
No, dude, you are fucking retarded, dude.
Dude, you
just hear what you want to hear. You need to take the shit out of your ears and start listening.
He thinks in the celestial sphere model that stars actually go under his feet.
No, he does. I don't believe that shit. He's trying to fucking believe that.
You think that that's what'd have to happen? Like that's not how it works. It's just a model.
Then you fucking explain if you understand it so well.
He just did explain it when he just said it's just a model.
Yeah.
The fuck don't you understand?
I'm talking about reality, dude. I'm talking about the realistic fucking, like, our literal...
Then name some natural phenomenon that we can evaluate.
Where's the AE projection, dude?
Hold on. You didn't even look at the fucking other one.
I did.
That's how it looks on an AE projection.
That makes sense. Look at how it's toroidal.
Toroidal?
Yeah, look at the pattern, dude.
Look, I don't care about all that. Point is, that you seem to keep missing is that the coordinate system that we use and everybody uses is not the Earth, it's the sky. Celestial assumes a celestial sphere of an infinite radius. And if you ask somebody if the sphere of infinite radius is it flat, they would say yes. Okay? So there's a contradiction there.
Right here, I actually understand how the compasses work now.
You obviously don't.
I'm going to explain it to you because the lines...
I don't need you to explain it to me. I've done land navigation, okay?
It literally
you would die in the woods.
How close you are to the North Pole, the strength of it changes, dude. And just because you see the pattern where it fucking bellows out like that in 4 quadrants, like, it makes sense like that. Like, the further you are away from that, you know, you're probably more susceptible to, like, different patterns, but the closer you are, the stronger the fucking the magnetic accuracy is to north, like magnetic north.
Follow me.
That's what the bellowing.
And you'll see.
That's why people assume. And look, even this projection is not even the most accurate projection because it's based off of a globe model anyway.
Not based off of a globe. I keep telling you that.
Yes, it is. Dude, look at the fucking shape of Africa. Look at the shape of Africa and look at the shape of fucking
Indio. I've got a question.
It's distorted.
Indio, I've got a question.
You know you're interrupting him, right? Rambo.
Have you ever been on a vacation before, Indio?
Yeah, why?
Where did you go?
My last vacation?
Just any vacation. Where did you go?
Oh, Maine.
How
Maine.
did you get there? How did you get there?
Train.
By train.
Are you asking me if I flew? Is that what
No.
is that where you're going? I took 10.
No.
I've taken 10 airplane flights.
Trying to get you.
No. So you took train to get there?
Yeah, I took a train. Amtrak.
Interesting. So
You want to know where I went? I went to Old Orchard Beach.
So about how
Was it first class?
About how long were you on the train?
Oh, I think it's I think the ride's 2 hours and 15 minutes.
So how did that train know how to get where you were?
You're fucking serious? Are these guys okay? What's wrong with these guys?
How did that guy know how to get from where you were to where you were going? Couple hours is pretty far to be traveling. How many miles per hour were you driving?
I said a train. Do you know how trains work? There's train tracks.
How fast was it?
They can't drive and know where to go.
So about how fast was it going, Indio?
I don't know. And they have to slow down when they go through certain density populated areas. I'd say the fastest it probably went was 60, but it's hard to say because it has to slow down and speed up. Plus, there's a bunch of stops. So I think it's 7 stops on that.
Is
on
this
that
the best
particular.
Globers have to offer?
Yeah.
And how did the conductor of the train know how to get to your destination?
It's train tracks. He couldn't go anywhere else.
He's on train tracks, precisely.
Yeah, train tracks. The train. Right? He couldn't go anywhere else. Okay.
And what prevents you when you're a passenger on that train on those train tracks? What prevents you from crashing into another train?
Nothing.
Nothing?
What do you mean? What prevents you from crashing? I'm not driving.
Gee, hurry up and get to the point. What is going on?
So when you are a passenger on a train going 60 miles per hour down a train track, right? What prevents you from colliding with other trains?
I don't know. They have some sort of signaling switching system.
So there's coordination, right?
Are you getting? Is he doing your homework for you or something? What's going on? Are you trying to pass a test?
So there's a coordinated effort to make.
Yeah, there's an infrastructure. That's right. The federal government, when they invented Amtrak 100 something years ago, made an infrastructure so trains wouldn't crash into each other.
So there's a coordinated effort to make sure people don't crash into each other, right?
Yeah, that's right. Awesome.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Where else do you see that same coordinated effort?
Oh, when you're at the Turkish bathhouse trying to go to O?
I don't know what that is, but I was referring
I'm sure you don't.
to I was referring to a couple things. The roadways, so what cars drive on, right? But a little bit more elaborate, but the airways where planes fly, right?
Yeah.
These are all coordinated efforts, right? But what do they require in order to be possible?
Cars and airplanes?
No, they require a map.
Of what?
The world.
Oh, the world. Based upon what? Where's the coordinate system?
I don't know. Do you have a map you can give me with a working compass?
No, that doesn't exist.
That
that'd be pretty cool. A map with an inbuilt compass.
With a working compass, which means proper distance and height, didn't exist, then how do we have all this coordination?
Because it only has to be good enough for practical purposes.
That doesn't answer my question.
It does answer your question. You don't like the answer. You didn't think I'd have an answer. So you guys do the ask, I go repeat shit. I did have an answer.
I said
it's good enough for practical purposes. You
let me
asked
restate it.
how does it happen? I said, well, what they're doing is good enough for practical purposes.
So how far off is it?
I don't know. I mean, is it wrong?
Well, if you're saying it's good enough for practical purposes, what practical purpose are you talking
Look, brother,
about?
Eden. So you've made up a thing in your head of how it works in practice.
Practical purpose are you talking about?
No, you've made up an idea in your head of how this shit works, and I guarantee
you
it's
want to
wrong.
be a little bit more specific?
That you've made up an idea that they're using some worldwide map.
You said it's good enough for practical purposes. What's good enough for practical purposes? What
Flying
are you
an airplane, driving a car, navigating with a car, and driving a train. The techniques, the methodology we use.
What did I ask you that led to that statement? Do you remember?
Said, how do they do that?
I said, what makes all of that intricate coordination possible?
What intricate coordination?
What we just went over with the cars.
Yeah,
and the roadways,
you haven't said anything specific.
Trains.
You're talking in vague generalities.
I said, what makes intricate roadway and airway travel possible? Right?
It's not intricate.
So you're saying cars driving in the roads is not intricate?
No, it is not. And neither is flying in airplanes.
So how would you describe it then? Would you describe it as simple?
Fucking chaotic.
What? So you would describe it as chaotic?
Yes.
Not intricate.
When's the last time you've been to Chicago O'Hare Airport?
When's
the last time you've been to Chicago O'Hare Airport? When's the last time you've been to Chicago O'Hare Airport? The largest international airport. When's the last time you were there? Never. It's a chaotic fucking mess.
I've been there quite a few times.
Well, go there again.
Why?
Because
you would call it chaotic, but you would not also call it intricate?
I don't know. I don't understand what in what context is it intricate.
Do you know what intricate means?
Yeah, but it depends on the context. Certain parts of it can be intricate.
Intricate literally means it's something that's complex. That's complicated.
Yeah, but okay.
That's all that means.
Yeah, but something like an airline that can be complex.
You said no, it's not intricate.
So interrupt me again and get banned. That's your choice. Interrupt me again and get banned.
You said it's not intricate, it's chaotic.
Okay. Yeah, it's chaotic. Intricate, it depends on what context you're talking about. Airplane travel can be intricate in some parts and not intricate in others. You need to be more specific. You're talking in pussy-like double-speak, vague generalities. Just say what you mean, coward.
Are roadways and airways complex?
In what context? I'll just go right to it. In what context?
In the requirement of their coordination.
Coordination with what?
It is complex. It is a complex.
The coordination of other humans and their vehicles with each other.
You mean the traffic laws?
Traffic laws, there's many layers to it. Are the roadways, would you consider those complex?
No.
The rules of the road?
No.
Would you consider, like being an air traffic controller, how they have all these rules and regulations when flying? Would you consider flying a plane complex?
That's now you've just no. I don't consider it complex.
You wouldn't consider
I'm not a
flying
simpleton.
plane in the air complex.
No, I'm not a simpleton.
Know that when it comes to landing a plane,
so you would not consider flying in air through
I'm going to say it for the third time. No.
So then
I was speaking.
What do you consider complex? Like tying your Velcro shoes?
That first of all, they're treating they're using the ground as flat. when it comes to how they're flying planes and all of that. They're using the ground as flat because they're using trigonometry to figure all that out. So what are you asking?
I don't know what he's asking. He's been doing that for a while. He left anyway. He's been like beating around the bush for like 10 minutes now. I don't know if you've been listening. Pretty annoying.
Yeah, I just wanted him to hurry up and get to the fucking point, man. It was like his attempt at a gotcha using the Socratic method, but he failed bad.
I don't even know what the gotcha would have been. I'd be like, is it complex? Is flying an airplane complex? I don't know. Doesn't seem that way.
I mean, if they stuck me in the cockpit of a passenger plane, I'd be like,
Doesn't make just because you don't know how to do it. Yeah, but just because you
Yeah,
don't know how to do it right now doesn't make it complex.
Right, yeah. Exactly.
I think, quite honestly, you want to know something more complex? Being the head coach of an NFL football team is probably way more complex than flying any fucking airplane.
Yeah, or even a junior one.
You got to know every player on their roster. You got to know every player on your roster, plus your 16, which is 53 players, plus your 16-player practice squad. You need to know all the people that are in traded, all the people that are hurt and could play and maybe not play, what their status is through the whole week. You got to have your game plan. Their game plan, the game plan is typically like fucking 200 pages. You got to have the stats on other fucking teams and all the people that they could fucking play, right? And you have to look at all the film of all the games they played, and then you're also looking at the coaches and what their tendencies are and all that. Like, bro, seriously, it's fucking super complex. Like, because you have to deal with so many, and then there's just the game itself, and then you're gonna get based upon what that team does. You have to come with a game plan and try to match your team to what they do. Maybe you have the personnel, maybe you don't have the personnel. Maybe you do something really good and they're really good at stopping that one thing, or maybe they do something bad. Like it's super complex, man. Way more complex than flying a fucking plane.
Flying is almost, in this context, brain dead, because even in a car, although you have to like scribble within the lines, people do all types of shit like, drive on the side of, the what, I don't even know where the guardrail is to skip a couple cars. You can break the speed limit. You can pull over. There are so many options to choose from. When you get in a fucking plane as a pilot, you can only go from point A to point B. And if there's an emergency, you got to figure that shit out before you touch or do anything. You can't just go left a little bit. You can't just do a loop-de-loop. You can't do shit. But specifically, a few things. Like the lack of autonomy in that situation is like higher than.
I'm surprised I'm surprised at how many paint marks there are on posts, like poles in the center parking of our main street. It's crazy, right? I'm
Oh
like,
my god,
how do you hit it,
bro? I could walk through Boston. Every single car has a ding in its bumper. Front, we park by touch here.
Right.
Okay, I fit because everything's on street parking, right? We got a parallel park everywhere
Right.
in these tight ass spots, and if you don't park far enough over, you're gonna lose your freaking side view mirror. So to get in, snug in there, dude, everybody's touch parking. Bang bang. Okay, I'm in. So everybody's got dents in their bumper, some paint on it. Dude asks, like, how does that train get from point A to point B? Fuck, bro. It's on a railroad track.
Yeah, that cracked me up, man. I had to see nowhere to go.
Dude, he should have quit right at that. As soon as he said that with the train, he should have just left. What's up?
Yeah, what do you think about this, this mission, Artemis? Is this also fake?
What do you mean, is it fake? Fake in what way?
I mean,
They're not going to the moon, if that's what you're asking.
yeah. Will they go to moon?
Yeah, that's nonsense. You can't go to the moon
Why?
because there's no outer space. You can't go to a place that doesn't exist, dude. There's a moon. We see a moon, but it's not in a giant vacuum called outer space.
Oh, it's inside Earth.
Oh, Dad, I don't know about inside Earth. I don't think there's a way to define like where it's at.
Oh,
this what I'm telling you, man. Like the idea of outer space was invented. It wasn't discovered by a person. Hey, we discovered that there's an outer space. It wasn't discovered like that. It was invented in people's heads. So it goes back to the Greeks, Democritus and Epicurus. They invented the idea. Invented it. An idea. It's just a human idea.
Oh, so you don't think that vacuum exists?
No, I don't think it's possible. Because the second law of thermodynamics.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Entropy, yes.
Yes. So why doesn't the vacuum of space or the air on Earth, which is 15 pounds of pressure per square inch, why doesn't it fuck off into the vacuum? Why doesn't it reach thermodynamic equilibrium with the vacuum? Like everything else.
You're saying that why just Earth do not, sink?
The air. The air.
Oh, the atmosphere, why doesn't it go off? That Earth atmosphere, why doesn't it, just go off into the atmosphere and into vacuum,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. Entropy.
Oh, but have you heard about magnetic field? So far to my knowledge, I know that magnetic field holds the Earth atmosphere, right? Do you know what magnetic field is?
Yeah, I know what a magnetic field is. Jesus Christ.
course.
What kind of question's that?
Yeah, of course. So do you believe in it when the magnetic field of Earth? Do you think Earth has magnetic field?
Oxygen, hold on. Oxygen, first of all, the air is mostly nitrogen. That's not magnetic. Okay? And oxygen is only magnetic at super cold temperatures. And it's very weakly magnetic. So I don't know how the magnetic field would hold the gas. And how that magnetic field would overcome the kinetic energy of the gas, its temperature.
But yeah, gravity is also the main reason. The air isn't special. It is made up of molecules. Those molecules have mass. So gravity pull those molecules down. Just like when we throw a rock into the air, it comes down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It could be the reason, right?
No, it can't be the reason.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can take gas. So let's say I have a vacuum chamber, right?
Yes.
What happens when I put a little bit of gas inside the vacuum chamber? Does the gravity hold it to the bottom of the vacuum chamber?
No.
No. So how is the gravity holding the gas? right? It has to hold the gas away from the vacuum.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah, so if I try to do an experiment where I can show that this can happen, like a vacuum chamber, let's say it's a 100-meter tall cylinder that's a vacuum, and I insert gas into it. What's going to happen is the gas is going to distribute evenly throughout the entire cylinder, no matter how tall it is, and it's going to reach thermodynamic equilibrium within the vacuum. Actually, the pressure of the entire cylinder will go up. So we have something called the kinetic theory of gases. If you look in this kinetic theory of gases, which describes the motion of gas, there's no gravity in it. And there's another problem, okay? If gravity could raise the temperature or raise the pressure of gases, that means if you turned up the gravity, say you had a gravity knob, right? You could turn it up. That means the gravity could turn the gas into a liquid. And then if you turn it up further, it would turn the gas into a solid. So when I look at a phase diagram, right, of solid, gas, liquid, I should see gravity on one of the axes instead of temperature. Right? So that means gravity would be able to do work and cause phase changes of pressure, temperature, air density. There's no theory on how this would happen. There's no math on how there's nothing behind this. It's just someone said gravity holds the gas to Earth. Why? How do you know that? Because it has to. There's no physics model. There's nothing that can describe how this would happen. There's no thermodynamic theory of gravity or how gravity creates any thermodynamic frickin' properties to happen at all.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I'm trouble having a,
I know it's hard to accept because you learned, like, yeah, dude, there's this outer space thing. It's a big giant vacuum and, blah, blah, blah. But when you look at how is this even physically possible? Is there evidence for this? Why are you interrupting?
Because I can't.
Because you can get muted? Because you can. No, you can't. Fucking rude people, man. I don't know what it is in this server, man. People are just rude here. Yeah, no, learn freaking manners. Well, yeah, I know we have ultimately,
So are those schools wrong? Like they taught me this shit.
yeah, they're only teaching you what they're told to teach you.
Oh.
Your teachers don't know anything. They get a textbook, right? They go to university. They get a degree in education. They go to a school. They teach you out of whatever the textbook says. They teach you whatever textbook I don't know how they get the textbook. I mean, they do buy the textbooks, right? So there's a monetary incentive to buy one textbook over another. There's no purity here. There's no pure that these ideas are just being taught because they're true. They're not taught because they're true.
Oh, I see.
I remember I saw my son's textbook, and it was a history textbook, and in the textbook it said Vietnam War. Want to know what it said?
Vietnam War.
Yeah, the Vietnam War. It was a history book in school. Vietnam War. That was the heading.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No, part of. Listen, just.
Yo.
Are you handicapped, bro?
What did you say? No.
Okay, then learn some manners. Your parents should beat you with a stick, dude. So in the textbook, the section on the Vietnam War just said insert text here, meaning he had a textbook, and instead of having the history of the Vietnam War, it had insert text here.
Oh, I see. Okay. But why would it have insert text here? Why?
I don't know why I said that. So it was, like I said, it's a history book. So it had like World War I, World War II, Korean War, and then when it came to, described each one of those wars, what they were about, who the sides were. When it came to Vietnam War, it just said insert text here, meaning they never just wrote it out. Does that mean the Vietnam War didn't happen because they didn't put it in the textbook?
Okay, I see. No, it happened, right?
Yeah, I know it happened. The textbook is just the textbook. It isn't always right.
Okay.
And the teachers just teach within the textbook, because if they don't, they'll get fired.
Yeah.
I want to play something though. Hey Yoda, you're gonna get a kick out of this. I'm gonna play a little bit of audio. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So just stand by, X. This will be eye opening to say the least. Well, ear opening maybe. Shoot. Hold on. I gotta convert this into audio. I jumped the gun. So why do you think the Earth is a spinning water ball in space?
I mean, it makes
And
sense.
why do you think people are going to the moon?
And I don't just mean Star Trek. I mean any franchise.
Why do
Why
I
do you
think?
think
They do some research on the rocks of moon. They do.
Oh yeah? What do you know about that? What research did they do? Did you know that that Neil Armstrong gave moon rocks, to the Dutch ambassador way back when, back in the 70s? When they went to when the museum, they ended up in a museum, and when they tested the rocks, it turns out that they were petrified wood.
Petrified wood, you say? Really?
Petrified wood.
How is it possible?
Yeah, well, I mean, does that mean that the moon is made of petrified wood?
No? I guess.
Because it was Neil Armstrong.
Okay.
The astronaut, Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, I know him.
So hold on, I'm gonna play this now.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably, I think it's like 2 minutes or something. But this is very interesting. Now, I want you to pay particular attention to this, X, because this should be eye-opening. This guy is not a flat earther. This is just a normal guy, a physicist or something.
Mm-hmm.
Is depressing. It makes me sad. And I don't just mean Star Trek. I mean any franchise that's about big spaceships flying around the galaxy. And I don't find it depressing for the reason you might think. I don't look at this and say, well, I wish I could go on adventures around the galaxy. I wish this stuff existed in my lifetime instead of the future. I find it depressing because when you go to look up, well, when will we have something like this, interstellar travel, the answer is never. Allow me to explain. In any franchise like this, when they talk about how their ships work, it's always some kind of literal magic. It's a warp drive or hyperspace or wormholes. It all comes down to some kind of a magic portal that basically lets them skip the long distances. So they are effectively traveling many, many times the speed of light because they just go in here and pop out there. You need to understand that from a scientific perspective, this is no different from if in their engine room they just had a wizard with a magic wand. This is purely a plot convenience dreamed up by fiction writers. There is absolutely no scientific theoretical framework for ever being able to transport a spaceship around the cosmos this way. See, the issue is that because there are no shortcuts through space as there are in fiction, you have to find a way to cover those distances, and the distances are much greater than the average person understands. For example, right now we are trying to go to Mars, and Mars, when it is at its closest to Earth, is about 35 million miles. That's doable at a cost of up to $500 billion per trip, $500 billion by some estimates. That's because this thing doesn't just need to fly for tens of millions of miles, but it needs to be able to keep the astronauts alive for years. Everything has to work perfectly for years without any opportunity to stop for repairs or resupply or refueling. It's cutting-edge technology that has to be tested relentlessly to make sure it will not fail during this entire time and that it can hold up to the unimaginable stresses of space. So let's imagine we do that, and I think we will. And we say, okay, now let's upgrade that to do interstellar travel to get to the next nearest star. What you're saying is we need to upgrade this thing so that it can make that $500 billion Mars trip 700,000 times in a row without stopping. And some of you have already done the math and said, well, now hold on, if it takes months to get to Mars, that would take tens of thousands of years to get to the next star. And you're right, at the speed this thing goes, to make that trip in a human lifetime, you need something that can go many thousands of times faster than this, meaning you need engines that are many thousands of times more powerful and that can carry many thousands of times more fuel. With even the most fantastic futuristic technology you can imagine, you still need a craft the size of a city because you have to bring everything. The people on here have to have everything they need to live for decades. The energy required to get this thing up to the speed you need it to go would be many, many more times than all of the energy ever produced on Earth combined. And I know what you're saying. You can't predict where technology is going to go. 200 years ago, they could not have conceived of something like an iPhone. That's true, but this also proves my point if you stop and think about it. The technologies you need to casually invent in your sci-fi to make interstellar travel possible, like the ability to produce a near infinite amount of energy from a tiny amount of fuel, or the ability to manufacture infinite food and water and medical supplies out of thin air. The last thing you would ever use them for is to travel to another star, because you're talking about technologies that would render life on Earth a utopian alien paradise beyond all imagination. For example, earlier when I was talking about the incomprehensible timescales, some of you were shouting at your phone saying, what about hypersleep and suspended animation? But think about what you just said. Look, to do this, all we need to do is to solve for human immortality, to find a technology that makes the human body not age. So what you're saying is that in order to make this possible, you simply need to get life on Earth to a stage where everyone is basically living as a god. By the time we got to that point, there would be no reason to do this. If the issue is running out of room on Earth, we could build an orbiting megacity that could house 100 million people. That would be much, much easier
Are
than
you
this.
really, or in your
And if you
blue
say
sweatshirt?
that the natural instinct of
I'm
humans
looking
is
for
to
a
go out and explore and
basketball.
to colonize other places, my answer would be that we actually have a planet very nearby that is very similar to Earth, but just has some very harsh conditions, and we've not bothered to colonize it yet. It's called Earth. Most of our surface is ocean, and we've not built cities on the ocean floor because why? Nobody wants to be trapped inside a tiny pressurized facility in a hostile environment cut off from
The truth.
everything.
We
And the
always
better
use
and more
the truth.
comfortable life becomes on land,
The
the less
truth.
appealing that looks. This is
Come on.
fantasy in the same way that
That's
The
what you
Lord of the
have.
Rings is fantasy. It's just a mechanism for storytelling, for heroism and adventure. But we have no possible future that actually looks like this.
That's some good shit right there, man.
Who is he?
I don't know. He came up my Twitter feed, my X feed.
Damn.
But I detected zero lies. Everything he said was 100% accurate.
Sounds like.
To do what they to travel to another star, we're basically would be already have to be gods on Earth, and so why would we even go there? There'd be no point.
Yeah, but the question comes in, right? If there is no vacuum, how can we see those twinkles?
We
I mean, those
can't.
stars.
We can't. It's all fantasy, not just the wormholes. It's all fantasy. Did you not remember me telling you? This is historically accurate that outer space vacuum was invented in the minds of men way before there was any evidence for it. There was no evidence for outer space when men first thought of it.
Oh, I see. But what are those, those things
Now think
twinkling
about
at
it.
night?
Just think about it rationally for a second. There's some men, there's some Greeks in 300 BC. They imagine that out there's a giant vacuum of space.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2,000 years, they're right. 2,000 years later, they just happen to guess right. Come on, man. That's not how the reality works, bro. We don't just guess something and then 2,000 years, the people that guessed, they just turned out to be right. No, so that whole philosophy, the Epicurean philosophy, it is what we, not we, it is the modern idea of how the world works was invented by the Greeks 2,000 years ago. The idea that there's atoms and that there's an outer space vacuum and that there's only matter and energy. These are metaphysical concepts thought of 2,000 years ago. They weren't discovered by men in science or whatever, right? So what happened is people had metaphysical theories about reality. And then science came from them doing experiments to prove that their metaphysical theories were true. Okay? But they didn't use what we would consider the scientific method. They did what's called cherry picking and confirmation bias, where they would do tests to confirm what they already believed in the first place. For example, sticks and shadows. If you believe the sun is nearly infinite distance away, and then you measure the shadow of a stick in two places in their different lengths, you're going to go, well, the rays of light are parallel. I must be on a ball. Well, you already assumed that the sun is very far away. You already assumed that the thing that you're trying to prove is already true, right? So, and the reason they think this is they thought this idea of the Earth being a globe was metaphysical reasons. Thanks for posting that. Yeah, so if you look in the side chat, Yaga Bruno, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. You have one experiment and two different interpretations. It depends on what your starting assumption is on how you read that, which will determine your conclusion. Assume a flat Earth and a local sun. One conclusion. Assume a ball Earth and an infinitely far away sun. Another conclusion. Now, these same people that use this logic thought that there was a near giant vacuum of outer space and that there was spheres, whipping around the Earth. But not everybody thought that, just that group of people. And their ideas are what carried the day through history, and the other ideas have gone away. So, for instance, here's an idea that gone away. They used to think that there's something called the Copernican principle, which says that the Earth has no unique place in the universe. It's just like everything else. Well, that idea, that's not how people used to think. They used to think that the stars, the moon, the sun were a unique physical environment that was different than the Earth. So there was the terrestrial environment where we live, and then there was the celestial environment where the heavens are, right? Where the stars and the moon. And they thought that they followed different rules. And the reason they thought that is because when they tried to do observations that would work on Earth, those techniques couldn't work when applied to the celestial environment, right? So if I want to use triangulation to measure the distance of the sun or the moon or the planets, right? They don't work.
Mhm.
If you do the calculation, it shows they have no distance or an infinite distance.
I see.
So they couldn't that. So they had reasons to think it was different. It isn't just like there's a lot of things about. I mean, they talk about it all the time. We looked
Mhm.
through a telescope and we saw this thing. How does this even possible, right? So there's stars that disappear, right?
Yeah.
Hundreds of stars have disappeared that they have on photographic plates going back. So here's another thing. They found transients, right? So they looked at old photographic plates from before satellites existed. And if they interpret what they captured in the plates, that satellites existed before satellites existed. Meaning they saw transient, quote unquote, objects, lights that cross the sky and appeared at repeating patterns. And they can calculate that they're orbiting the Earth, but they couldn't be orbiting the Earth because satellites didn't exist. They weren't invented yet. This is in the 1940s. So you either have to take one or two choices. There's alien spacecraft, okay, which to people nowadays, they think that that's a rational choice somehow. Or the theories of how that all that behaves, the celestial environment,
Mm-hmm.
our hypothesis about it is wrong. Okay, our choice are aliens or wrong.
Oh.
Which one do you choose? Is the aliens orbiting spacecraft, or are they wrong?
I guess they are wrong. Oh no, sorry, the aliens.
Aliens?
I'm having trouble understanding.
You've
Can
been
you
listening to that freaking video. Where'd they come from?
Oh, they were wrong. Oh, yeah, I got it. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, where'd the aliens come from? They have to do the thing that, remember they said space travel? We basically have to become gods to travel to another star. Why would aliens become gods and come here?
I mean, yeah, my bad. I mean, in a sense that you can say that how pyramid was made, right? Those could be there is a conspiracy of aliens making those pyramids. So
Now this is all well and good, this space travel stuff, but it's just it's fairy tales. You're never going to space. I'm never going to space. It's just not happening. Cryptic net over here, like if the government says there's outer space, there's outer space. He is the ultimate brainwashed person.
oh, I
But
see.
I'll be right back. I gotta do something.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, it was nice talking with you. I think I'll go and do some research.
Yeah, it was good talking to you too, X. You're a good dude.
Sir.
What you mean, like somewhere they've got the camera roll, maybe a section of the film in a display case that you can look at?
Yeah, you can look at it yourself and confirm that
Is
it
this the
actually
part that
exists.
didn't go poof
Like a
with the
link.
telemetry data?
Yeah, like you can confirm this is an actual photo taken on an actual camera roll, and you can see the raw, unprocessed version yourself.
Is he talking about
I mean,
are
before
you talking about
proceeding,
the
I would like a
negative?
link to that.
Are you talking that we can pull out the negatives?
Yeah, that's what he's
Yeah,
saying.
like this is like before digital cameras. This is the actual like camera roll.
Yeah, the
No
negatives.
Yeah, it's in the University of Arizona. You can go see it.
You can go to the physical location itself and confirm that's actually real.
Yeah, so that's a real photo. Before Photoshop, before all that, but you can actually go and look, confirm it was
If
a
you
real
say
photo.
so, Daddy. If you say so, Daddy, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, well, I'm surprised none of you like gone and looked. Does
Well,
anyone?
how do you know that that film was actually in the location that they said it was? You know what I mean? Because they said that that film had to have been in Earth orbit. How do you determine that that film physically was in Earth orbit?
Without going there yourself.
Well, you can like, presumably, maybe. Well, how would they even fake it? Like, how would that have gotten onto that camera roll otherwise?
How would they fake it? Like, you're asking us how David Copperfield does a magic trick?
If you cannot tell how he did the magic, it must be real.
Right. I mean, just because you may not know how a magic trick was done doesn't mean that it's not a magic trick.
The question is how did you confirm it?
What is the fallacy? I cannot conceive how could it be done. Therefore, it has to be truth.
Right. It's like a reversal of the burden of proof. You know, it's like you and I, Gemsy, we are watching David Copperfield on TV live performing a magic trick. He is making the Statue of Liberty disappear. How do you know he's going to do this? Because when you're watching TV, you're going to see about 20 people sitting on bleachers that David Copperfield is talking to. And those 20 people are witnesses to his event of making the Statue of Liberty disappear. You know how you know he actually made the Statue of Liberty disappear, Gemsy? You saw it happen, and everybody sitting in those bleachers, all 20 people, confirmed that they saw the same thing. They saw the Statue of Liberty disappear. So, Gemsy, I'm going to ask you, how would they fake it? If this was fake, how could they possibly fake it, Gemsy?
All of the same people.
Based on that, David, he's a real magician, and he actually has superpowers, and he made it disappear.
No, don't be silly. Listen, if you can't tell us how they faked it, it means he really did make the Statue of Liberty disappear.
According to Daddy,
you're just living in denial. You're just a denialist.
Yeah,
you're denying the science.
No, it's not science. It's magic. He's a magic denier.
Bro, it's magic.
Hey, Daddy, real quick, Daddy, is it possible that this is just a painting and they took a photograph of a painting?
I'll give you evidence of it's being fake. Do you want the evidence?
Yes.
Water don't curve, brother. You can go to the ocean that is in that picture and measure the water, and it's not curving on the surface. That's how we know it's fake.
Yeah, that's the best one, obviously.
I don't know, because
they showed like one of the Pyramid of Giza in the middle of New York City. You could just go to New York City and see it's not there. You don't need to know how they faked the photograph. There's no Pyramid of Giza in New York.
If I show you, like the survey data,
dude, you have no idea about
data.
Oh yeah, let's hear this one.
There's if there's a surveyor and there's a drop over distance, you're gonna like. I can say, oh, that's curve, and then you'll say, oh, that's refraction. And if you show me a longer like distance one, I can say, oh, that's refraction, and you can say, oh, that's lack of curve.
I won't. You have no idea what I say. Look, brother, we're gonna shine a laser. We're gonna shine a laser over a stretch of water, right? And then we're gonna measure the height of the laser.
All right, you can't poison the well before he even says something. You can't tell him what he's going to say.
And they ain't gonna measure that anyway. You're
we've
misinformed.
had the conversation before. It's gonna be a
well. No one is measuring that anyway. You're misinformed.
Sure, we could talk about because I was just wondering like how is this NASA live stream fake? But if you're saying there's layers of algorithms that like show the exact weather patterns.
How do you know it's live?
Yeah, you can't prove it's true, dude. That's the point. You got it wrong. You're reversing the burden.
Show us the match, dude.
Yeah, but Indigo.
No, I want to see the correlation match, dude. Give us numbers.
Well, I don't have like.
Yeah, you just made that shit up, dude. This is the desperation you guys do. You eventually would just start making shit up. Just like you said, you're gonna measure drop over distance, which you're not gonna. You made that shit up. You've never looked at any survey data in your entire life.
No, the thing
you
is,
also said that the clouds and NASA images match what's on the ground.
No, you don't, dude.
When you look up.
We
do. You're lying about the clouds too.
Debate that you just think you do because some anti-flat earther said we measure drop over distance. You've never looked at any data set in your entire life about this, ever.
I literally have.
But I have.
Yeah, like look, it's a gridlock where
it's
you
not
say,
a gridlock. You're
that
making
drop over
shit up.
distance, that's refraction.
No, we don't say that.
We say
no. We don't say the drop over distance is refraction. That's a straw man. We've never said that.
So if I show you survey data that shows the exact predicted drop over distance,
what is
you're
that?
gonna say refraction.
What is the exact? No, but first of all, what is the exact predicted drop over distance?
The 8 inches per mile squared?
And are you claiming that's what they measure?
There's plenty of surveying data. You guys reject.
Okay, are you claiming that's what they measure? I've seen the survey data. I know more about surveying than the surveyors you're gonna cite.
Yeah.
Dude, you just heard some shit and you're parroting it, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about. Not even a little bit.
You don't even know what surveying is basically a death blow to the globe anyway.
Look, bro, check this out.
It's a death blow.
You know what? You know what the WGS 84 is? Do you know what? Have you ever heard that? The WGS 84.
No.
Okay.
Oh my
it's
God.
a reference ellipsoid that surveyors use. If they measured curvature, why would they need?
I wouldn't know.
No, so they take measurements and they map them to this reference ellipsoid, this imaginary mathematical surface.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they need to do that if they're measuring curvature?
Right.
Oh, like we went over last time, the angles are going to be over 180.
No,
you
they're not.
He knows about spherical access. He didn't know about WGS 84, but now he's totally going to give you a lesson on spherical access. That's just.
I know nothing. That's fine. Yeah, I know nothing. Yeah.
Okay.
You really
well,
don't.
You don't
actually.
because you don't know rejection. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. It's the first thing they do to the numbers. You have no idea that's where the spherical axis comes from because they're
literally
tilting the azimuth. You want me to give you the surveying fucking documents where it says it? Reduction of the horizontal direction. Do you know what that is? There is no reciprocal zenith angles, dude.
You expect it to come up to 180 degrees. If it's over, you got to correct for the curve.
Yeah, he needs to describe this now.
And it lines up. Why does it line up when you correct
the vertical with the horizontal, dude?
Yep, he did.
Okay,
so, Indio, I think he needs to describe in detail what spherical excess looks like to the surveyor.
Yeah, he don't know what it is.
I think, well, maybe we can test him because he brought it up. He's talking spherical excess. So, hey, our guest friend, let's say you are the surveyor, you got your theodolite. What's happening? For you to determine that there's spherical excess, what's happening? What are you doing and what's so confounding?
For reciprocal zenith angles, you take measurement from point A to B.
I asked for spherical excess.
Yeah, that's not the spherical excess, dude.
What do you mean by spherical excess, then?
What do you mean by spherical excess?
You're the one who
brought it up. We know what it is. You freaking don't. And that's what we're highlighting for the audience right now.
You said the phrase.
What do you mean by you people?
Access. I didn't phrase it that way.
No, you totally did. You totally brought up spherical excess. It wasn't a word in the conversation until you brought it up.
Play back the live stream. I never said that.
You did bring it up, debate. You did bring it up because actually he was talking about the ellipse.
I might have brought up a concept that he calls spherical excess. I just want to know what he means. When he assigns that
you brought it up, bro.
You brought it up as if you knew what it means when he was talking about the ellipsoid. He was asking you a question and you brought that as your answer. Remember?
And you're on the right track to bring up reciprocal zeniths. That's part of it, but I don't think you understand what the full claim entails.
Well, why don't you explain it to me then?
No, it's okay. I'd rather the audience listen to you bring up claims that you can't back up.
Fine. So,
I mean, I can. I've done it. I've done it so many times before. You could actually listen to any of our live streams going back years, and I've discussed this topic at length. So is Indio, so is Rojo, and others.
Yeah, can you guys like link in chat a reciprocal zenith angle, show the methodology, show it adding up, the raw number is adding up to 180 degrees.
Your claim. You brought it up.
Dude, you're confusing the vertical with the horizontal, dude. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, but this is his claim. He the one brought this up as an answer to your thing about the ellipsoid.
Okay, brother.
Our friend guest,
Spherical
when you do
axis is the
reciprocal
horizontal
zeniths,
direction. Okay.
I was going to ask.
Reciprocal zenith angles are the vertical. You're confused.
You have to add up
That's right.
both of
It's
them
about the dip.
and then divide by 2.
No. Okay, if you have a triangle on a sphere, if you have a triangle, it's going to measure to greater than 180 degrees. Okay, so if the Earth was a sphere and you had a line on the surface of the sphere, you'd have a triangle greater than 180 degrees. The excess from a regular planar triangle is the spherical axis. Reciprocal zenith angles is when you take a vertical and the verticals are tilted away from each other.
Yeah.
They're two.
So why do they tilt away from each other in your perspective?
They don't.
Okay. Show me your measurements.
I'll show you. Look, bro.
Yeah, pick one.
Hold on. I'll get the paper. Hold on. I don't even need theirs. I got the one that's in the regular server.
And to be clear, from my understanding is that if you do this time and time again, it's going to consistently add up to over 180. There are a couple times where
You're still confusing
the lead to a concave Earth. So
no,
if you guys have
not,
one example
idiot,
that might not be
idiot,
as
dude.
if you guys have a bunch, that actually would be.
You're being an idiot. You're still confusing two different things, dude.
Yeah, you asked him
I
to
don't
show
think he knows what he's even supposed to be adding. So which angles are
He's
you
reading
adding?
what Dr.
You're
Phil's
the
fucking telling
surveyor.
him.
You're the surveyor. You need to add the angles. What angles did you measure that you're adding? Can you describe what you did? So
You add up
let's
all the
say
angles
angle
of a
A
triangle,
to
it's gotta add
what?
up to 180
Angle B
degrees.
to what?
From you to the other person.
Yeah,
And
so I
you have
measure an angle from me to the other person that's 180 degrees. Congratulations.
And you have from you directly up 90 degrees.
All right, great. So we got from me to the person, it's 180 degree angle.
And the idea
then, then I've got a vertical, and then he's got a vertical. Excellent.
The idea is that if there's a reciprocation, so somebody looking back at you, they also have a triangle, right? If
Wait,
you
we
add
didn't
those up
form a
and divide by
triangle yet.
2,
We did not form a triangle yet, dude.
Yeah, you didn't form a triangle. You only named 2 points. Triangle need 3.
You can calculate the triangle.
Yeah, what triangle are you calculating?
Right, you only got an 80 degree angle. That's 2 points.
I'm going to say that you heard the phrase reciprocal zenith angle uttered by some anti-flat earther, and he seemed to use it to great effect. So you come in here and you're doing the same thing. That's just my impression.
Who are these anti-flat earthers?
Oh, well, Dave McKeegan, McToon, all the people that avoid talking to us because when they came in here years ago, they got their asses tossed.
Oh shit! I wish I was around for that.
Yeah,
is there recordings of this? Like, can I go listen to?
Yeah,
these?
you can listen to the recordings when McToon and others came in.
There's a recent one. There's a recent
down.
one. DJ and McToon.
McToon had a meltdown.
I heard that one actually. I actually think DJ won that debate.
That's why MC2 doesn't come here anymore.
That was a shutout, like just worse than a win.
He had a meltdown and ran out the room. How he win a debate and had a meltdown and ran out the room?
Well, because I'm only saying that I think DJ won because it seemed like MC Toon kind of had to like refine his goalpost, but like in a way that looked like it was moving the goalpost, or like I don't know, maybe
he
it wasn't clear. Like he didn't
then he
state
called
it
him
as
a
clearly.
dickhead.
He called him a dickhead.
Well, that's what I heard.
Ran out the room
and kept begging him to leave.
Like he didn't even want to talk anymore. How is that?
Yeah, but he was in QOP server and DJ was a mod there.
Oh, what happened?
He's
I
like,
went away
"Aren't
for a
you
couple
leaving?"
days. What happened to QOP server?
You need to
away,
spread his
like,
video, or he's not activating it anymore.
Yeah, he's out.
I think Mattoon was recording, and I think he took it off his channel.
But did McToon take it off? That's hilarious if he removed it.
I would.
I think
The internet remembers. Yeah.
So, debate, dude. Debate daddy. So we're gonna give you a crash course in this, okay? First of all, reciprocal zenith angles are horseshit because in the globe model, the plumb line is curved. It's not perpendicular to the ground in the first place, right? That's why they have two things, right? They have a geoid, which is the equipotential surface of gravity, which indicates the direction of plumb, okay? Lumpy gravity. And then they have the reference ellipsoid, which is supposed to be a oblate spheroid. Those are two different things that they meld together. So they don't measure curvature. All this shit comes from calculation. Doesn't come from measurements. This isn't my opinion. You can check this yourself, dude. Anybody listening to this live stream can check themselves. Everything I'm saying is 100% factual and accurate. And if you look in the thing, if you look at what I posted, so I posted them measuring a concave Earth, the flat Earth, the convex Earth, reciprocal zenith angles, and the reduction of the horizontal direction, which is the calculation which gives you the spherical excess. Because think about it, if I have a surveying instrument, we got 3 surveying instruments forming a triangle, and we have lines of sight between each point of this triangle. That's a planar triangle, and it's going to be 180 degrees. It wouldn't become a spherical triangle until you projected that onto the surface of the sphere, the actual ballpark. But from the point of the telescope, that's just a planar triangle. So they're not measuring any spherical excess.
Right. They have to calculate it because they don't have an actual curving surface to measure. So they have to make all these inferences
Bingo.
about it.
And since there's no curving surface, this fucking stupid image is fake.
Okay, you tagged me in the refraction coefficient will be minus 3.3 and minus 2.9, respectively. It certainly illustrates the assumption of plus 13 for most of terrestrial surveying instruments by default will not definitely be correct. Well, yeah, I mean, like, it's saying plus 13 for most of them.
Well, what we're trying to tell you is what
always
actually
be correct.
happens. What actually happens is you're going to get, because of the meteorological conditions, if you go through lots of measurements, you're just going to get a variation. Sometimes it'll be a plus angle. Sometimes it'll be diverging angles. Sometimes it'll be converging angles. Sometimes it'll be parallel angles. It all depends on when you make the measurement. There is no one thing that happens.
So why do you think the plumb line is curved again?
I don't think it's curved.
I thought you said the plumb line was curved.
Yeah, in geodesy, plumb lines are curved. In geodetic surveying, plumb lines curved.
What?
Right. If you defend the globe, you have to curve the plumb line, right?
Oh, I sure do.
Yeah, there's like 200 years of curving plumb lines that we could post for you in the side chat.
Why is McToon.net coming up the first search result?
Because whoever they are in parentheses, want you to see it before our shit.
This is
because
the first thing that
he's
came up.
he's like a priest. He's one of the priests, so you have to pass through the priest first.
I don't think he has like a partnership with Google. I don't know.
Well, Google has a partnership with Congress.
Actually, wait, am I using Google?
I don't know if it's even worth getting into, but the social media companies have a partnership with Congress.
I'm using Brave Search, not Google, but
Congress told social media to censor Flat Earth. We've got that on video from C-SPAN.
Yeah, and part of censoring is giving you the misinformation that they want you to see. That's what you're getting, and that's what you are trying to push at the moment. Nonsense.
So you're looking at this deflection of the vertical?
Yeah.
What
and
am I looking at
and
here?
curving
Like,
plumb lines. It's a bit different. So there's deflection and a curve. Because a plumb
I don't
line is not
understand
only
why.
curving. They claim that the plumb line is not only curving in some places, but it's also deflected. So the plumb is being shifted off of where it's expected to be. Meanwhile, the whole line is going to be arcing instead of being held taut and straight.
Isn't it just going to be like it's just going to be taken from the instrumentation itself? Like the instrument will auto level and then take a perfect plumb line. Why would that deviate?
Yeah, it will. The instrument will be true. What won't be true is the calculation that follows. So people measure the Earth flat
Why?
with these instruments, and then they curve their measurements around a mathematical reference ellipsoid.
I don't think they would do that.
That's how they describe it. I can give
They just
you a
take the angle from
university lecture. I can
perfect
give you
horizontal.
several university lectures on this. I can give you books and papers going back to the 1800s on this. The process Indio told you has an actual name. He isn't making this up. It's called the reduction of the horizontal datum, or the reduction of the mathematical datum. That's the actual phrase, and that's what they're doing when they take these measurements and bend them.
It's the first thing they do before they even enter it into the log. They do the calculation because they're changing the direction, the azimuth. They're rotating it because if you they're assuming the Earth is a ball, right? So if you have a vertical, right, the plane of the vertical is going to be different at each location. This is kind of like the reciprocal zenith angle thing. So they're tilting them away, but when you tilt this, you have to rotate the azimuth a little bit. So this is what they're doing. They're rotating the azimuth. So they're not measuring these azimuths. They're rotating it by taking, say you take the measurement at 1,000 feet. You have to send that down to the surface of the Earth. Otherwise, you're going to have a planar triangle. You're trying to map it to the surface of the reference ellipsoid that they're using, this mathematical surface. And when you do that, you take it from a point off the surface to a point on the surface. The azimuth will rotate because the surface is tilted relative to that point. So I know it's hard to probably to wrap your head around this because this is all new and shit, but it's created mathematically. It's not measured. Period. People that telling you it is don't understand either what they're doing or listening to some other fucking moron. I mean, curved plumb lines, bro. Really, they got to go that far? That plumb line's curved. I mean, how many band-aids are required?
All the refraction wasn't good enough.
Debate Daddy, are you gonna recognize what is being said, acknowledge it, maybe concede,
Yeah, I'm trying to
or
pull
are
up
you gonna?
I'm trying to pull up the papers myself to actually see.
This is why they say GPS clocks need to be tuned and why atomic clocks are off and all this other crap.
I love like motions of the stars can be explained by a rotate, or the day and night can be explained by the orbit or the rotation of the Earth. I said, yeah, and refraction and orbits and eccentricity and obliquity and wobble and precession and sidereal years. And, yeah. I think they got a couple other cycles in there too. Don't they have like a precession, a nutation cycle, right? So not only is there a wobble, the wobble is wobbling.
That's right. The wobble wobbles. That's mutation. Nutty mutation.
And then, like, the funny thing is, right? Epicycles were complicated. That's why we don't use them anymore, because we kept having to add difference, and we kept having to add pieces to do the orbits. What the hell are you doing? You're doing the same thing.
Yeah, it still doesn't work, and they still have to add them in just in the reverse.
Within our lifetime, you're going to add something else. The Earth is slightly flipping over or something stupid, right?
Yeah, and it will be like a 2 billion year cycle.
It'll be like a back and forth pole wobble or something. You know what I mean? In the direction of the orbit, it'll flip back and forth a little bit.
Oh yeah, like those screws or nuts in zero gravity that flip back and forth when you rotate them.
Oh yeah, there we go. Why isn't the Earth doing that?
Maybe it is, and we're due for one.
I can't wait.
Well, the south becomes the north, and north becomes the south.
Just wherever I am, make it beachfront property in a warm climate.
Well, within the medical industry, they can use these dual magnets to move North Pole to whatever position they want to. So maybe the creator can do that and just switch the polarities of north and south poles or whatever. Just flip them.
Well, they're thinking that the ancient North Pole used to be east of Madagascar in the celestial north, and it's going to go back to that again.
Think about this topic. Now, consider what I just said about surveying and then what other people say. Who's spreading disinformation or misinformation?
Not me.
When you think about it, that's what they're actually doing. I mean, definitionally, I guess it would be disinformation because they're trying to convince them of something that's not the case. I don't even know what the definition of misinformation is. I guess it depends on the motive of the speaker.
Daddy, is it possible that the Earth is not a globe? And would you just be misinformed or disinformed?
I think it is possible. Yeah. I mean, the thing that would convince me, again, I told DJ this, but it would be the Black Swan stuff and like a bunch of them, but with refraction measured in it, factored in to say, okay, well, we also did proper refraction measurements time and time again. And so not just saying that, oh, you should only see as far as the geometry allows, but factoring in the optics and any other covariate. If you factor in all the covariates and you still see quote unquote too far, I know that's not the right language, but then yeah,
if you studied what we know, like if you studied optics and refraction, you're going to end up further on our side on this.
Yeah, I mean, the refraction that they say is necessary is not even possible. It's not physically possible.
I get that's the argument. It's like it's either not possible or
it's not an argument.
incredibly unlikely.
It's not incredible. It's not possible. It's not possible.
Well, you gotta do the measurement.
It's like when they say maybe gravity's bending the light, right? And then the equations that relativity based upon the mass, they say the mass of the Earth, it would bend the light 1/16 millionth of 1 degree. So if a glober come up and said, "Hey, it's gravity bending the light," and everybody, this is basically the same thing. Instead of saying gravity, they're saying it's refraction. But gravity and refraction have the same level of plausibility. None. But because they're familiar with refraction as a phenomenon, because of lenses and all these things, they think, hey, yeah, it's possible. No, it's not possible. Not what we observe. You need refraction. I mean, DJ, I'm sure he presented it to you. Walter, like, you need refraction that's so severe. Like, we're talking like 70-degree temperature gradients in a span of like 10 feet. Where does that exist on Earth?
So is he saying that if you
especially over water,
Is he saying that if you guys take into account the impossible refraction and demonstrate that, then I might, I don't know. It's like he's asking for the impossible or
Well,
something.
I get that you're claiming that you need a 70-degree difference. Yeah, and maybe there could be some pressure that contributes or humidity or something as well. But just if you actually had the calculations and the instrumentation and measurements, it would bolster the argument in an incredibly strong way.
It does the opposite. If you
That's
understand what refraction's doing, like I hate to say it, the molecular freaking level, you're going to realize that what you need to provide is backup and information for your side of the argument.
Oh, I agree. I think that because DJ also said, well, if Globers had the same refraction measurements and we went out and we saw a curve and we factored in how far you see and to the other side, if we had equally enough, hundreds of measurements, factoring in all the covariates refraction, he would also equally be convincing the other way as well. But we're both
look, bro. That's like saying,
side.
You need to rule out general relativity, and you need to take gravitometer fucking measurements to make sure light isn't bending around due to fucking curving space time. Okay, that's bullshit. There's no justification for doing any refraction, anything. You understand? You need to have look, if you're going to say, hey, this could be a confounding variable, okay, you can say that, but you need to demonstrate how it would be a confounding variable.
Especially as the terrestrial refraction formula.
I actually agree with that.
The terrestrial refraction formula has distilled its variables down to kinematics and not any variable force equivalent dynamics. And that's a huge problem because terrestrial refraction is based on a model without any underlying physics.
Yeah, there's no, especially if you start getting into the wavelength differences, right? You start trying to add what happens when refraction actually happens, dispersion, chromatic aberrations, and these effects that we observe whenever we design a lens or see something through an actual refracted medium of sufficient distance or sufficient severity, we would see these other optical effects, right? We would see magnification. We would see things looking small. We would see distortion. We would see, like I said, chromatic aberration, where it's blue, like blue on top, red on the bottom. We would see these other effects that we don't observe. They say, hey, man, the Earth looks flat.
Everywhere.
The Earth looks flat. We know it's a globe, so there must be refraction. That's the justification.
Yeah,
the Earth looking flat is not a justification for saying there's refraction for a globe. Think how crazy that is. What's your evidence for refraction on a globe? The Earth looks flat. I mean, how dumb does that sound?
Yeah, it looks flat, and it wouldn't look flat if it wouldn't be flat if you take into account this refraction that you cannot actually account for.
I mean, you guys
don't have the atmospheric
you
physics
guys agree that on different
built out
days,
yet to describe it.
Depending on the conditions, you can see further or shorter depending on the day you're at there, right? Okay, so there you go.
But what is the factor that determines that? It's opacity. So
right,
opacity of the air, how many particles, how much water vapor.
Let's say the opacity were equal on both days. Like, you think you would be able to see the same?
Look,
if there were different
meteorological. When I say opacity, I'm talking about meteorological visibility. Okay.
Yeah.
Meteorological visibility determines how far you can see. It's the transparency of the air.
And what does that have to do with a globe? That's not evidence for a globe.
Well, I think that's it's one variable that can affect how far you can see, but you don't think that.
How do you know that?
How do I know that that's one because you just said it was a variable.
No, I said opacity of the air. That has nothing to do with refraction. That's absorption.
I know. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying, you don't think that there could be some other variable like refraction that could affect it as well?
Could be gravity too. Could be freaking magic machine helps. I mean, it could be anything. We could just sit here. We need some justification for saying, yeah, this variable is a confounding variable.
Yeah, but so on the gravity thing, like, I looked into that. Okay, so like on Hung's work, what's the argument that you think Hung's making in this paper?
Hung? What are you talking about?
The plumb line curve that you linked, because he does go over
lumpy gravity, dude. That's what they say it is. They say it's lumpy gravity.
Well, it's mass anomalies, right?
Yeah,
Which,
lumpy
by the way,
gravity.
is
That is
yeah,
lumpy gravity.
yeah. Well, it's only like what, like a tiny fraction of an arc curve that it's gonna
So
it's
does
gonna
that mean
actually
it's
curve.
not
Like
enough or enough to make a difference?
it's not enough to make a difference.
Okay, so you don't have an argument for your side.
Then why are they accounting for it? If it isn't enough to make a difference, then why are they using it at all?
Because the lumpiness is only gonna make it like a tiny curve, but he said that it's this is only something you can see with high precision mapping. Like it's so
Precision.
minuscule.
Statistical significance is lost on the general public, including those that do science.
Yeah,
he's saying it like he's arguing it can be treated as a straight line without introducing a significant error at all. Like it's not considered a
How
significant.
did we just go from refraction
error.
to the lumpy gravity thing? Like, dude,
Because you're
supposed to push in the clutch before you change gears.
Because the gravity thing, I don't think anyone's actually saying gravity can affect how far you can see. Because who seriously like, because the gravity variations due to lumpy gravity, it's not going to explain why you can see on another day. Number
What are
one,
you
because
talking?
the
Dude,
actual.
are you high as fuck or something?
Wait.
These are two separate arguments, dude.
What you're saying about gravity can. People saying gravity can affect how far you can see. That would, if anyone said that would be really dumb.
No. General relativity.
Sounds like one
right?
of us.
Look, brother, general relativity. We've heard this before. People come in and say, because general relativity curves space-time, the light does not travel in a straight path and would curve around a ball the same way like a black hole, right?
Oh,
right.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you can see further on day 2 versus day 1, that can't be explained
are you
by
not getting
general
it?
relativity.
If someone said that was a reason that we could see too far, they would need to justify. I'm using an analogy argument, okay?
Yeah.
If they said that, we couldn't take that at face value. We'd say, okay, why? Okay, let's do the calculation. Would we actually, with the calculation of general relativity of how much, quote unquote, space-time would be bent, is 1/16 millionth of a degree, which is 25 miles. It's like 4 nanometers. No, we don't need to take that into account.
Well, I agree.
So
I agree with that.
if we apply the same reasoning to refraction, hey, can refraction actually deflect light this much? There's no evidence it can. Are there sufficient weather conditions on Earth that would make this possible? No one's demonstrated that there is. No one's shown it in formula, in equations, in a model. No one's shown it. They just say it.
Yeah,
yes, it's a variable that needs to be accounted for. How do I account for it? I don't know. Why should I account for it? I don't know. Because refraction. You don't believe refraction exists?
Let's just hope it's true, because if it's not true, we're screwed.
And
It better be true.
but the key thing is the other phenomenon, that if there was a very strong refraction that existed the way is claimed, there would be other visual phenomenon that would indicate that it's happening. There would be dispersion, because refraction depends on the wavelength. Okay, so a red ray and a blue ray would take different paths to the camera. And the blue ray would appear higher than the red ray, right? So if you're taking a picture of something, and this is shown astronomically, take a picture of Jupiter. Jupiter's redder or bluer on top and redder on the bottom. Okay, you can see this in the picture. They actually make a device called a chromatic aberration corrector, which is 2 mirrors which will merge the blue and red image together, so it just looks like a one clear image. So we see this in astronomy. We've never seen this terrestrially. And I assume we're looking through the same air, right?
But don't you guys aren't you the guys who post the image of the green laser at night curving upwards? Like, you don't think that light can bend, affecting how far you can see, and affecting what you see?
Yeah, I believe light can bend, but is it bending sufficient to account for the observations? Is it possible to do that?
That's what you have to measure. You haven't measured it.
To know it's possible or not?
To measure the covariates and factor those
If
in.
it's 3 orders of magnitude outside the fucking prediction, dude, like, what are you talking about?
Well, if the standard refraction is just is it considered an average or the
Okay,
median?
good.
Like,
Okay, let me just give you. Let's spitball some numbers. Could refraction account for an observation of 300 miles? If I saw it, if I was on the beach and I could see a boat 300 miles away, or a bright light or whatever, could you count?
Are you just saying in theory?
Yeah, this is a hypothetical.
Well,
Can
yeah, in theory,
can a meteorological condition exist on Earth that would allow that to happen?
Have we? Well, it depends how you're asking that. Like, if you're saying, have we actually met?
Is there a meteorological condition that can exist that would bend the light so that something 300 miles away would appear in my line of sight?
Well, do I have an example of that on hand? No, but in theory, I can imagine.
No, in theory. Yeah, that's what's in question.
Theory, I can imagine it.
Is it in theory? Is it actually possible in theory?
Sure, why not? Yeah, why not?
Because the fucking meteorological conditions that would necessitate that don't exist on Earth.
That just sounds like a claim.
A claim. The meteorological conditions that would allow that to happen would be a fucking temperature gradient of, I don't know, 10,000 degrees in a meter.
I don't know if it would just be temperature. You realize, like, it's temperature, pressure, and humidity, right?
The temperature is the only factor that matters.
Well, that's just another claim.
It's not another claim. It's an Understanding Astronomical Fraction by Andrew Thomas Young. It's 4,000 times greater than the other variables. Changes in temperature.
So you're just going to.
It's not a claim. I just gave you the citation, dude.
That's fine. Well, it just seems like weird for you to ignore the
Temperature
other
is the
things
major
that have an effect.
factor that determines that, especially if you fit it in any. Because what do we have? We have models that make predictions. None of these models make accurate predictions. Okay. And if we
Sure,
insert,
I'm just saying,
like,
I don't know this guy. I don't know his methodology. I'd have to read the paper to see. But
Understanding Astronomical Refractions on Harvard's website.
Yeah, I might sign off, and I don't have to read the paper.
So let me read a simulation study of refraction effects by Kay Beckett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales. The atmosphere, an optical environment, and electromagnetic observations has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effects of electromagnetic wave propagation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of the refraction effects on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution has been found which fulfills the precision requirements of geodesy in 300 years. Okay?
I mean, I could see how, like, if you go down to the pavement on a hot day, it's obviously going to be the temperature that is, like, affecting that, right? Like, I can see in some cases how that can be very obvious. But I don't know, like, what if there's, I don't know, some, like, humidity or something that, like, I can just conceive of.
I don't know why you keep naming
paper.
humidity. Humidity is not really a factor in refraction. It's almost nothing.
I'll read the paper.
CO2 is more important than that. CO2 content.
Well, I'll read it.
Okay, but the point is that no one's demonstrated that there's terrestrial refraction that can exist that can allow these observations. They just say they can. You have to account for it. And you say, how do you account for it? They don't know how. None of the models that are available to anybody make accurate predictions, so they're useless.
Aren't the
calculation of what? A model that don't work? If you're doing a calculation with a model that don't work, what good are they?
I thought the refraction coefficient, all the calculations that go into it is like they do know and they do factor that in.
They don't match any observation. Do you understand? You come up with a model, you go out into the world, and then you test to see if the model makes accurate predictions.
Yeah,
it doesn't make accurate predictions, and your model's useless. None of these models make accurate predictions, so they're all useless.
With your long distance observations, you have the photo, you have the height and all that, you have the
Yeah.
lens, but you don't have the actual measurements of the covariates on that day.
Okay, but even if I did, what would I do with them?
You'd factor them in and you'd say, hey, look, we
Into
did what
what?
you
I would
wanted.
factor them into what? Into a model that don't work? I take the temperature, I take the humidity, I take the wind speed, I take the fucking temperature gradient, I know the fucking everything along the entire line of sight. And then I take that data and I take those measurements and stick them into what?
You would factor in the refraction.
How?
And you could plug
You're
it.
just saying you would do it. There's no model
you could factor
I
in how
can
far
put
you
them in.
should see on the model, but just to say I'd factor
No
it into a
model
model that
works.
doesn't work, that's question
Which
begging.
brother? Which model?
You understand that's question begging though, to
Which
say
model,
that
dude?
The model doesn't
No,
work.
you're just saying that somehow there's a model out there. No, dude, you're saying I can take these measurements and there's some model available where the measurements will actually make a coherent fucking result. There is not. You just think there are. That's why you guys just say account for refraction. You can't say how to account for it. Even if I had all the data you wanted to, what do I do with it?
Well, I mean, the math is pretty clear how to do it. Like,
yeah, the math is pretty clear, but it don't work.
Well, it's like you think physicists don't know any of this stuff. That's very arrogant of you. Of course
What did I
they
just
know.
read to you? And you can't just appeal to credentials, okay? They don't know. If you read the literature on terrestrial refraction, they admit they don't know. I could sit here and read fucking 10 citations from the literature. I just read one.
So you're saying
so far, no universal solution has been found. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effects. So far, no universal solution has been found. What's confusing about that? So there's no model I can take the data and stick it into, which will give me a predictive result. And we know this because people have tried this. There's plenty of papers, okay, where people have actually went out and they've done measurements. They've compared the measurements to the model and the meteorological conditions were measured, vertical ones, line of sight, all types of stuff, and they don't match. And they don't match because they're making assumptions in their model, or there's variables in their model that they're not accounting for. Okay?
Yeah, but
probably assumptions in the model that
you could still build a case, right, and make it stronger than you're doing now. Which, for example, I don't know which model. Like I'm not familiar with the hundreds of models you're talking, but just let me.
My case is open and shut, dude. You don't have evidence to present in counter of it.
Let me respond, please. So let's say that they're saying, okay, well, it's not a universal model. There's none of them that fit all cases. There's always some edge cases in each model. But I think
that's not what they're saying. Okay, that's not what they're saying at all.
Well, I'm just inferring it based on like what you said. I haven't read the paper
based on what you want. That's bullshit, bro.
You have to give me time to read the paper. I can't read it right now, right? But if you took a bunch of their models and you plugged in the math for each of them and you said this observation works on none of them
work,
there might be a model that it does work on. Try to find it. If you can't, you could say, look, we tried all of your refraction models, tried the math in every way that you guys claim that you guys have up until this point. None of them worked. I think that would be a strong case. Don't you agree?
I have a strong case. You have nothing to counter it. You have just like, maybe they meant something else. Maybe there's a model that there isn't. So in the literature itself, it says there isn't. They say that there is no deterministic model that can be made. Okay.
It's not universal, but it works. It might work in most cases.
No, this is another paper that says there is no determinant. It's not just one paper, brother. It's the entire body of the literature on terrestrial refraction that you guys never read.
And they misinterpret and say their English words mean something else.
Yeah, I know, the refraction whisperer over here. Look,
well,
there's what's in academia. No, there's what's in academia and what they say
to all the models, and then say, "Hey, look, it works on none of them."
Yeah, it works on none of them.
That's
What
a
do you mean
claim.
works on? What are you talking about?
But if you actually plug it in and show it, that would be strong evidence.
Bro, are you okay?
What I'm saying is
wondering
not
about you right now.
controversial. I don't know. Like it's saying it like if
Plug
you're
it
more
into a
thorough
model
about
to
it, it's
see
going to
that
be
it
more
doesn't
compelling.
work. Why?
What model?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. You don't have a
Well,
model.
he's saying there's hundreds, so I'm saying
You have a bunch of
try it.
formulas of meaningless fucking symbols.
Well, I'm pretty sure like some of those models have like varying degrees of explanatory power, and
people
they might not cover all
Oh my
cases.
god, explanatory
No,
power.
dude.
What?
No, so they actually explanatory power in a model. That's a non sequitur. Models don't explain things. Okay.
You don't think a model can make predictions?
Yeah, they can make predictions, but whether the model's valid or not is based upon do the predictions match reality.
And you don't
Otherwise,
think,
it's a meaningless assembly of symbols.
Don't you agree the purpose of a model is to try
Who
to
cares?
explain why
The human
things happen?
intent is not a factor in this.
If the model's trying to explain why things happen,
No, models just describe. That's all they do.
it's one of the purposes.
Look, models describe. Supposed to make measurements, stick the measurements into the variables, and you're supposed to output some result. That result,
but
when
by
tested,
describe,
should match reality. And if it doesn't, you just have a meaningless concoction of symbols.
yeah, but by describing reality, then tweaking some of the variables, we can
It's
understand
obviously
what
not
affects what, and we
reality
can
if it
understand
doesn't
why.
match. If it doesn't match the experimental result, it's obviously not reality.
That's true. That's the point of the model.
Yeah, and if the model doesn't match, first of all, I don't even want to get into the reification problem, but if the model itself doesn't match reality, it's fucking useless. Doesn't mean anything. And there is no model that I can take this data, right, these measurements, and stick them in and get a fucking meaningful result.
I don't think it
because the
follows that it's
models
totally
themselves haven't been
useless.
proven to be viable.
Well, I think it's going to be useless in the cases that it's like that it can't explain, but it might be able to explain some cases.
What do you mean explain? Why do you keep going back to that? Models don't explain things. Models don't tell you how and why. They're only telling you what's happening. That's it.
Sure, it's going to explain what's happening. Are you happy?
Doesn't explain.
You're doing some weird semantic objections.
No,
not interesting.
no, you're using lame rhetorical gimmicks. It's a globe-trotting rhetorical gimmick. Is to use the word explain. Flat Earth can't explain this.
You're literally arguing semantics and calling me rhetorical.
No, I'm not arguing semantics. I'm using definitions because words mean things. So the word explanation is how and why, whereas descriptions are what is. It's completely different. So when we say describe, it only just describes what's happening. So if the model stick in the variables and it outputs something, it's not describing what's happening. Okay? There's probably assumptions in the model which you're not accounting for.
Sir.
Well, there's probably assumptions in these models which you're not accounting for. Okay? Namely, that the Earth's a globe. That's one. And the spherically symmetric atmosphere. That's two. That light is rays. That's three. Why do you think they use things like 7/6 approximations? Because this can't be modeled. So when you say, hey, we need to know the refractive conditions between A and B, why? To do what with it? There's no reason we should even think they exist. We're observing a flat Earth. Why don't we just say we're observing a flat Earth? Why should we question whether that's the observation? Oh, because you think the Earth is a globe. And if you observe a flat Earth, something weird has to be happening. Even though there's no evidence for this weird thing happening.
Well, I mean, the only one assuming things you're saying, well, on some days the particles let us see further, but we're not going to factor in any other things like refraction because it's hard
I have
to
a
account
justification for what I'm saying, whereas you don't.
You're just saying it's hard to account for, so we shouldn't do it at all.
There's no evidence we should be accounting
That's
for it.
literally
That's
got
the
to be a
point.
fallacy, by the way.
No,
Like,
there's
I'm
no
not going to be like
evidence. No,
fallacy, but
that's a straw man. That should be a fallacy. Okay, I didn't say that. I said there's no evidence it should be accounted for. You keep jumping the shark. Okay, I want the justification for using it.
Yeah, because we can see further on some days and shorter on others. Like, we got to explain that.
Okay.
I don't think that the particle thing is, or like the atmosphere.
Now, what is the
what is it?
evidence that refraction is the reason that's happening? Nothing.
I don't think that like the day being a little bit more misty can explain it, because even if
Oh,
it's clear,
it's weird because they actually will measure the content, and that's when the National Weather Service, they tell you what the visibility is. That's because they actually measured the transparency of the air.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they measured it.
You don't think that if the transparency of the air is the same on day 1 and day 2, that you would be able to see the same distance? You think you'd always be able to see the same distance?
No, it only depends on
Even
the
if
meteorological
refraction differed?
conditions. I don't accept that there's refraction happening at all, dude.
Okay,
what aren't you understanding? You haven't demonstrated your fundamental fucking premise, dude, that refraction
This is
is
something
occurring.
we can prove right or wrong. This is a falsifiable view.
Okay.
So, atmospheric conditions on day 1 and 2 are equal. Your prediction is that you're going to be able to see this exact same distance. And no matter how many times you do it, you'll always see the same distance as long as the clarity on that day is the same. Independent of any other thing like refraction, right?
There's other factors.
Now we can go and
dude.
test that. We can actually test that.
Wind speed, direction of the wind. There's a lot of brightness, color of the water. There's other variables.
You think like the color of the water is going to change from?
Yes, because
within 24 hours.
like if you're trying to look at the horizon, the color of the water and the color of the sky, because human beings see less contrast, the least amount of colors in blue. If the colors of the sky and the water are close to each other, it will be hard to discern where the horizon exactly is.
No,
because you can't differentiate the water from the sky.
I don't see lakes changing color within 24 hours all the time.
Within 24 hours all the time? Is that a big enough fucking oh my
sure,
god.
So let's pick a different location that's less variable then. And let's go when the wind speed and the visibility is the same. Do you think that you're always going to be able to see the same and refraction will never come into play? Is that your prediction?
Yeah. I have no idea. Why would I think refraction's coming into play? Well, even if we look, brother, even if we didn't see exactly the same thing, that doesn't mean refraction was the cause of it not being seen. Do you understand? You have to demonstrate.
Do, but you would hopefully.
How do you know it's refraction doing it? How do you know it's refraction doing it? How do you know it's refraction doing it?
Well, we'd have to measure it.
Hello?
You don't want to measure it.
Why? Why not look for fucking gravity instead?
You don't want to fucking measure it. Well,
why not look for gravity instead?
In the same location.
No, we know what you're doing, Debate Daddy. We know what you're doing. You're trying to make the globe unfalsifiable.
Telling you to measure.
You know that refraction, the index of refraction can't be measured along the length of the optical path. So you want to make your claim unfalsifiable. We know the game. I knew this an hour and a half ago, what you were doing.
You don't like the reciprocal zenith angles.
You don't even know what they are.
Earth isn't flat.
I'm not a fucking surveyor. Like I don't know.
Then why would I not like them? I know what they are. You don't.
But your objection to reciprocal zenith angles was that the tiniest non-significant amount of curve.
What do you mean?
Plumb line means
no, my objection was the post I posted where they measured concave zenith angles. That was my objection. You haven't shown that there's positive, what's called a positive zenith angle. You haven't shown that this is a ubiquitous universal. You haven't shown that this is a ubiquitous universal observation.
As far as I know, when the
And
concave
obviously
one was
it's not.
measured, he said that it was due to interference.
I don't care.
Interference,
you're just
dude. You
cherry
have
picking.
no
Then
idea. You're just an
you're just cherry
embarrassment.
picking.
Right?
You're ignoring the 99% of
We
cases
know
that
what
don't have
reciprocal
that.
zeniths are. We
Yeah,
know it's
what the
critical
99,
emphasis. You
that's what I
don't.
just said. That's what I just said. There's
You're
no
cherry picking
evidence
the
that there
0.1%
no,
of measurements
no.
that
You have
have
no evidence anything's being cherry picked. You presented nothing.
that is literally cherry picking.
How do you know what it okay, tell us. Out of 100 measurements, what percentage will have positive zenith angles?
If you're actually telling me, can I cite this?
Yeah, you
Then
don't. You've
no,
never
but
seen anything. Of course
so
not.
you
You're just
think that
making shit up,
you
like I
think that
said you
this is
would.
a common thing to have concave measurements?
Yes,
Then okay, show me.
I did.
Yeah, I know. There's literally one case I've heard of.
There's more.
Have you heard of more?
Dude, it's it's posted in fucking the U.S. Geological Survey.
Yeah. Do you know what the geoid is? The equipotential.
Dude,
The equipotential model shows that there's going to be concave and flat parts on your globe.
I mean, we ended this. If they were measuring curvature of these zenith angles, any of that shit, okay, they wouldn't need to do reductions of the horizontal direction. They wouldn't need an ellipsoid at all. They would just be measuring the curve of the Earth. But they're not.
That's right. Those
Why
models
would they
create
need a
more
reference?
ambiguity and error.
Why would they need to calculate? Why would they need to project their measurements onto a imaginary surface? Why not just measure the surface directly if they're just measuring curve?
Because the plumb lines aren't parallel.
What?
But then you say they're curved, which is non-significant. So I'm still not understanding the objection.
It is significant. You're just saying they're non-significant. They wouldn't even account for them if they're insignificant. They are significant. They have a
your
whole
own paper said
gravitational
that they're
model
not.
for it.
The paper you linked said that they're not significant.
They are. It depends on the application. They are significant. Why would they even account for them if they weren't significant?
It doesn't lead to an error. It doesn't lead to any error. You don't.
Error. It doesn't lead to any error in what?
If the plumb line is curved, like, look, I see the argument. If the plumb line is like literally so curved it's a circle, how are you going to get an angle off that? I agree.
No,
It's
you
not
don't
that
understand. Okay, so this is a two-part problem. Okay, so you have the celestial sphere. That celestial sphere has latitude, longitude coordinates in it. So if you go to a location on Earth, there should be a certain latitude, longitude coordinate on it. So they set up the theodolite and they level it vertically. Instead of them say there was a star at that exact coordinate, exactly at zenith, their vertical is not aligned with that star. So they say, hey, gravity must be deflecting my plumb line, okay, a certain amount because it's supposed to be aligned with that star and it's not. So we must have lumpy fucking gravity deflecting my plumb line, okay? Now, the reason they say the plumb line's curved is because they have to project that point onto a reference ellipsoid and it has to intersect it at 90 degrees. So they curve this tilted plumb line. Now imagine you have one surface and a surface underneath it. The surface above your plumb line is at an angle. Well, if it's at an angle, it can't intersect that lower surface at 90 degrees. So the only way you can do that is to curve it. Okay, which is what the graphic I posted shows.
Yeah, but it's only detectable
Curving
with
from one.
the highest of precision.
That's nonsense.
Instrumentation.
It's nonsense,
Like, it's
dude.
so
They've known
small,
about it since the
you can't even
1400s.
detect it.
They've known about it
Yeah,
since
but
the
I'm saying you can't.
1400s, dude.
Yeah, you have to do a high precision measurement to even detect
In the
it. It's so
1400s?
small.
In the 1400s.
It's not something that's even observable with the eye.
You're
right?
just coping, bro. This is crazy cope. You're just making shit
I'm just
up.
reading
dude.
what your paper says.
It does not say that. You're not quoting anything. So now you resorted to lying.
I think you're proof texting what I think you're misrepresenting what he's arguing in the paper anyway.
I don't care what you think. You don't even comprehend what's in the paper in the first place.
It's because you showed me, and I have to debate you and like scan the paper at the same. Like
Well, you're the one
I can
making
read it more
claims
thoroughly
about
after.
zenith angles and spherical excess. You don't know anything about either one of them. Okay, you're making claims about refraction. That you have no idea about any of that either. Okay, but you came in here showing photos.
Well, you're saying that even
that you
like
think are photos that you just like. Oh,
you're saying even
this is a
physicists
photo
don't
of
know
the
what
Earth.
refraction is, right? So like when you
I
say
know what
I have
refraction
no
is
idea
as
what
a
refraction is.
phenomenon. I know what refraction
You're
is
saying
as a
no one.
phenomenon. No
You're
doubt.
saying no one knows. So it's not like
We're talking
a
about
jab
terrestrial
against me.
refraction. We're talking about terrestrial refraction. It's a different thing.
Yeah, you're saying. Well, you're saying
It's
even
subset.
physicists don't know what that is.
No, they don't.
Okay, so then why even point that out about
Physicists
me?
don't study terrestrial refraction. They don't study that.
I don't know if they don't study it. How do you know that they don't? That seems like
Because
really
I
strange.
read papers, and none of them have degrees in physics. They all have degrees in geoinformatics and shit like that. Maybe in the '60s and before that they were physicists, but nowadays they're not. Everything is so specialized, and it wouldn't matter anyway. They could have a fucking 1,000 degrees. It wouldn't make them right. Evidence makes them right. And if you look at all in the academic literature about testing of these models, in the actual testing and the test results, they don't match. There's no correlation between the meteorological conditions and the deflection of an object in the distance with surveying.
Sure, but I mean, yeah, like the credentials don't make someone right, but it does make them more equipped to actually be right, right?
I don't even know what that means.
You understand that?
Why
Like,
what
for
makes people
example,
right? Evidence. That makes
I'll
people
make
right.
an analogy, right? Like, let's say you're playing a game of chess, and let's say like you're waging, like if you lose the game of chess, you die. And let's say you're about to make a move, and you ask every chess grandmaster on planet Earth, should I make this move? And
appeal to emotion.
And all of them say no, there's no emotion. And all of them say that is a bad
when
move,
you
that
start
you'll
saying
lose the game
die,
if you
then
make that
people's
move.
not wanting to die causes an emotional
Let's say
response. This is an appeal to
Magnus
emotion.
Carlsen says,
It's so fucking lame, dude. This is
let's
childish.
say Magnus Carlsen says, do not make that chess move. Do you think it's more likely that that's a bad chess move if Magnus Carlsen and all of his colleagues say it's a terrible move?
Who cares?
It doesn't increase the probability that it's a bad move.
Look, appeal to probability is a logical
I tell you
fallacy.
what, chess tables are flat though.
And good and bad
It could be a good move. I'm just saying, like, you don't think that
good and bad are
they
subjective
have more
measures.
experience?
Who cares?
Chess doesn't work on a
Who
globe
cares?
though.
When they do a move, and then at the end of the game, when they say, "Look, that move was good. I won. I'm at that." How did the game end up? Okay, not in the middle of the game. At the end of the game. At the end of the game,
Would you
in this
reconsider your move?
context, is when we go out into nature and we make measurements that and try to correlate that with the model's prediction. That's the end of the game. Okay, doesn't matter what they thought on their way. Look, the arbiter of all of this is the experiment. Doesn't matter what the fuck they think, what their credentials are. All that matters is the experimental result. Why do you think human beings invented science? So that we didn't have to deal with these social fucking ideas. Right? We would just look at the experimental result, and that would be the arbitrator of who was right or wrong. Not
That's
whether they
fine, but
had
they're better at setting
credentials,
those up.
not whether they were in the right club, not whether they had a sir before their name. That the experiment would determine who is right and wrong.
Yeah, but
you're saying abandon that for credentials.
A physicist knows how to conduct the experiments.
How do you know that?
Because they literally do that in.
Not all
as they're
physicists are
studying. They have to
experimentalists.
do labs.
So
They actually have
that
to
shows
set
your
up experiments
ignorance. Not all physicists are experimentalists. In fact, experimentalists are a
all
very
of them
small
have to do
subset of
labs. What do you
physicists.
think they do?
Dude, most physicists are doing experimental physics, or they're doing some
Every
form of
week they're doing
engineering.
having to write another lab.
That's bullshit,
They have to write
dude.
the entire. They have to write the entire scientific method down.
That's nonsense. They don't even
Every
follow
week.
the scientific method. What's the first
I did
step
this
of the
in my
scientific
undergrad,
method?
like for chemistry.
Oh, okay. What's the
you do it
first
every
step of the
week.
scientific method?
What's the first step? Okay, like we're gonna do quizzes now.
Well, you said you did it every week, so
You're saying that physicists don't do
most
labs?
physicists don't do experiments. Experimental science is different than theoretical science. Most physicists today, especially in academia, they're just writing papers. They're not actually doing the experiments. A subset of their department is doing the experiments because experiments are so complicated. You need lots of skills. You need engineering skills, machining skills, mechanic skills. You need those skills, right? The
Then not
physicist
all
will
of them are
be
going to
the
be able to do
advisors of how
every
this experiment is set up. Their undergrads
but
and
they're
shit are doing the fucking experiments.
okay. Well, I bet if we got a physicist in here, he would not agree with you.
I've talked to lots of physicists.
And
in fact, the last
well,
one
do you
I
have any
talked to
physicists who
was
agree with
like,
yours? What?
we might be brains in a jar.
Do you have any physicists who think the Earth's flat?
Yeah.
They're published?
Why would that matter?
Because all physicists are published. That's what they do. They write papers.
All physicists are published.
That's what it means to be a physicist in the field. The field
Well, if you have a
is
PhD, you have to be published at
the
least twice.
literature.
Well, John Dee, the guy, the windmill guy, he's a flat earther. He has a PhD. He teaches at the University of Brighton in the UK.
Show me his flat Earth papers.
His flat Earth papers?
Show me it.
How would they be
All
published?
papers are flat, dude.
That was actually
like I said, you're trying to make all you've been doing the entire time is trying to construct a wall so high nobody can jump over it.
Well, no, I'm just saying that
because you got your
like
pictures.
me, some random Discord person. I don't know. Like if Magnus Carlsen told me to make a chess move, and I was dead set on the other move, I would heavily reconsider. Like anyone who's played chess, right? You could play a million games of chess with Magnus Carlsen and lose every one. That's how good he is.
But the difference
And if he
between
tells you to make a
Magnus
move,
Carlsen and you in chess ability is orders of
He's-
magnitude, and it's objectively true he's way better than you. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, a physicist, their
orders of
did you not
magnitude
hear?
better than me.
Well, if they're not magnitudes better than me,
you're on the so you're saying you're on par with a physicist.
Why are you
You've never studied it.
idolizing physicists?
You never
I don't
studied.
understand this.
You never studied the formulas. You never done the experiment. You never done anything.
Hold on a second, bro. What makes you think that?
That's like me saying
What makes you think that? What makes you think
I watched
I never studied the formulas or ever went to? Look, what makes you think that? What makes you think that I've never studied the formulas?
That's you.
What makes you think I've never studied the formulas?
You're not as good as Magnus Carlsen. You're not as good as physicists. Like
this is some pathetic fucking cult.
Isn't it? Isn't it? Is crazy appeal to emotion?
Like you took your anti-flat Earth information from fucking randoms on YouTube called McToon.
No shit, bro.
And all this.
You're not
Can you
physicists.
name for us who is the equivalent Magnus Carlsen of the globe that you've taken your information for us from?
Well, I use the chess example because anyone who's actually played chess knows that.
Yeah, name.
You're not winning by
the
chance.
Personality that's of that level in regards
Magnus
to
Carlsen
knowledge
has
and
experimental
evidence
results
for the globe.
You know that Magnus Carlsen has experimental. Magnus Carlsen has experimental. Bro, he has experimental results. Okay, the physicists you're talking about don't.
They do.
Where?
Physicists literally create the math, right?
Literally, what are you?
They literally have.
Do you know that most peer-reviewed papers are wrong? Are you aware of that? Most.
Oh, and
something like 90%. The
Which
entire,
field?
all the field, all of science.
If we're talking like sociology, I agree.
No, all of science. All of science.
Oh, okay, where did that stat come from?
National Institute of Health.
Okay, well, the health sciences.
Yeah, says the guy that's fucking triple baxed.
Daddy, you know the talking about experts in India's field when the experts do so he can fix it for them.
And we don't have to theoretically talk about whether they're right or wrong. We can look at the experimental results and know.
We have to look at the methodology as well, not just the results that you like.
Okay, there's only the results. Yes, the methodology matters because there's sources of error and there's assumptions. We only need to look at the experimental results. Doesn't matter who did it. Adolf Hitler could be doing the experiment. It fucking doesn't matter.
I thought you guys hate that like NASA hired Nazis or whatever. So I guess this is
Oh
fresh.
my lord!
God, you're like a dog that sees a fucking ball getting thrown the other direction.
Bro, do you know why NASA hired the Nazi rocket scientists? Do you know why?
I actually do.
Because they had rockets that actually worked. That's why. Duh.
They created rockets, and then NASA was like, "Hey, we can actually use those to go to the moon. We could go to space with those. That would be cool."
Right. So yeah. So
Rockets have been
results,
around
brother.
since the 1400s, dude.
Exactly.
There's fucking wood carving etchings of fucking people with rockets in the 1400s.
Hey, watch this one. How many rockets does it? How many rockets does it take to get to the moon, brother?
The fucking goddamn Genghis Khan had rockets, dude. They fired them at people. They filled them with gunpowder. Like, this isn't new.
Like a bottle rocket?
Yeah, if you have 10 feet, fucking more like a Katusha rocket.
That's not going to count, my guy.
Oh, so going like, I don't know, 3-4 kilometers, that don't count.
Define a rocket.
Can you get into space? That way?
Into space.
He has
So
to
the
reach a
Nazis
plane
never
that
invented
doesn't
rockets
exist.
then. So I guess the Nazis didn't invent rockets. The rockets didn't go to space.
They invented missiles. They can shoot from ground.
Didn't go to
attack someone
space.
without having to bomb them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Without having to
couldn't
fly
go to
planes.
Started
space.
then. They recruited a bunch of missile scientists.
How did the scientists design rockets to go to a place they haven't
pathetic.
discovered, though?
Well, you guys would think they would, if they kept going up, they would just hit a dome, right?
Look, dome. No dome, bro.
Or it's going to be some kind of physical barrier, surely, right?
Well, you think it's going to go into it? Yeah, some barrier, but don't necessarily a dome.
You don't know where. You've never seen it. You've never proven it, and you just think that. Like,
yeah, you think there's a vacuum
not
of
rigorous
space.
at all.
You never seen it. You never proven it. You just think that.
India wasn't the vacuum of space.
And actually, your idea is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, whereas ours isn't.
Okay, I think you're strawmanning or don't understand the law, but go on. I could just show you NASA footage, right? And then you guys will just say, "Oh,
Yeah, and
everything
that footage would be against the second law of thermodynamics. And I can show you footage of sticking gas in a vacuum where the gas disperses evenly throughout the vacuum. Doesn't sink to the bottom, isn't held away from the vacuum by gravity. So you're talking about an environment that they're claiming they're in, which can't exist.
I think it can exist, though.
Yeah, why is that? Because they showed you pictures on the screen.
Yeah, but you realize it's like competing forces. So
Let me ask you this. What pictures would NASA show you which you wouldn't believe? How far would they have to go? If they showed a man walking on the surface of the sun, would you believe that?
Probably not.
We made some special NASA spacesuits. They have a man walking on the surface of the sun. Why wouldn't you believe that?
Aerogel 3.0, brother. Aerogel 3.0.
Why wouldn't you believe that? Why wouldn't you believe that imagery? Because it violates the laws of physics. So does all their pictures. Violates the laws of physics. That's what we're trying to tell you.
I don't think it does.
Yeah, but that's not an argument, because it does. Objectively does.
Because you're saying that the gas particles, there's not an escape velocity. They would bypass this escape velocity.
None of that applies to gases. You can look at the kinetic theory of gases. There is no fucking G in any of that shit.
It applies to all
Gases have a,
physical You don't think gas particles are physical particles?
yeah, they are physical particles, and they're not subject to any of that
And
shit.
it applies.
Just saying it does, but you can't show
Forces
experimentally
apply.
that it applies.
You agree forces apply to them, right?
That, first of all, gravity's not a force anymore. Second of all, you can just say it, but what can you demonstrate
It's not a force anymore.
experimentally?
Like,
it hasn't been a force for 100 years.
oh, because Einstein, I forgot.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is you can
Him
say
adding to Newton.
gravity
Him adding
affects
to Newton
gas.
just disables what Newton said, right?
Look, you can. Yeah, it's a totally different paradigm. It's completely different in every way, shape, or form.
Yeah, but wait a minute, real quick. What did Newton say after all?
I don't believe that shit.
He said, "I'm right."
Yeah, Newton said anybody who thinks that mass attracts mass by virtue of mass alone at a distance doesn't have a competent set of faculties in thinking. That's what he said.
Yeah, he said anyone that believes that's retarded. But that's not the point. The point is we can talk about gravity restraining gas, but it doesn't. And it definitely doesn't restrain it from a vacuum. And we can prove this experimentally.
Well, if you're going to show that one, the GIF with the vacuum chamber and the gas
I don't
goes
need.
up.
No. If you have a vacuum chamber, okay, and you insert gas into it, the gas distributes itself until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium. It is not held away from the vacuum by gravity. So it isn't like vacuum chamber at the top, gas at the bottom. That's what that's what you guys think the Earth is. Vacuum chamber at the top, gas at the bottom. That's not what happens. No one's ever demonstrated it can happen. No one can think of an experiment to demonstrate how it could happen. No one has a theory, and there's other problems. That means gravity would do work. Gravity would cause phase changes of matter. It would turn fucking gas into liquids. It would turn liquids into solids. It would do all sorts of other shit.
Yeah, real quick, Indio, let me double down on your point there. The only postulation that has ever been put forth about demonstrating the variance that you just said is by first putting the gas in a container. So, I mean, it's kind of a moot point at that end, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah, but the container doesn't have to be physical, right? It could be a force.
Yeah, you keep saying that. Can you demonstrate that?
Force is not physical.
It's you don't think it's even theoretically
a force
possible?
isn't even a thing, right? A force is just
It's
another word
obviously
for
theoretically
acceleration.
possible. And you guys, like, if you have that 2-inch like vacuum chamber where the gas goes up, like, why don't you do it like 10 miles up with the same experiment? See if the gas can go that high up.
Why don't you do it 10 miles up with the same experiment? You're the one who thinks it's possible.
You're the one who thinks it's not. You're saying it's impossible.
Yeah. Why do
You're
I
saying
think
it violates
it's not?
laws of physics. That's a claim.
Yeah,
You're
it violates
not
the second
demonstrating
law
that.
of thermodynamics.
You're just
That if
again
you have a
begging the
closed system,
question.
the gas will reach thermodynamic equilibrium. If you have an open system, it'll try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium. The gas, wherever it's high pressure, will move to the low pressure spot until everything's even.
Yeah, but all
So
I'm hearing
Daddy, I think what you need to understand is we know enough to doubt. I don't think you know enough to doubt yet.
all I'm hearing is that he can't prove his claim, though.
We need you to prove your claim.
What do you mean prove my claim? The
saying
second
it
law of
violates the law.
thermodynamics proves my claim.
Violates the laws of physics.
Yes, the second law of thermodynamics, that law.
You can't
the
prove
law
that, right?
Second. Yes, I did. The experiment I just said.
Oh, yeah. You have no experiment proving it, though, right?
Any experiment with a vacuum chamber proves it.
No.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. He said no.
The forces have to be analogous, right? Like, if I do a 2-inch one,
you can do any size you want. There's no evidence it's
That's
possible.
what she said.
Ooh, snap.
Oh no, what she said.
She never
is
said it to you.
if he will
like
do a 2-inch one, she will
She
leave.
got standards.
Yeah, if you're gonna do the experiment, like maybe do the
Why
experiment
do I
either higher
need to
up
do
and
any
make it metal
experiment?
tube.
Where's your experiment? Like, bro, like
How would
seriously.
You
you
just claimed it
demonstrate
violates
something
the laws of
analogous
physics.
to a
Hold
10 to
on.
the negative 17 torr vacuum? How would you
So you're
demonstrate
saying,
something analogous to that, Debate Daddy?
well, what he's asking is really strange, right? He's saying he's claiming it violates the laws of physics, and he's asking me for an experiment that it doesn't.
It does violate the laws of physics. The second law
And
of
where's the experiment?
thermodynamics.
You're supposed to show that it's
Every
violating
experiment
the
ever done with a vacuum chamber. You're asking where's the experiment? Everywhere. Fill up a tire. Breathe. All you have to do is breathe. Why
Those
does the
aren't gonna be
pressure in your
analogous,
lungs?
though, right?
Why does the pressure in your lungs dissipate?
You understand how those are disanalogous, right?
They are analogous. There's pressure, high pressure next to low pressure without a barrier.
Yeah, but the forces aren't analogous.
What force?
Because with our atmosphere, right? What the model is that you're saying is impossible is that there's an escape velocity because the particles can't reach that high
What
without having
I
high enough
didn't say
escape velocity.
anything even remotely like that idiotic fucking shit
If
you
you
just
do
said.
if you do the experiment up there, maybe you'd have a different result. If you had a higher tube and went all the way
Maybe
up there,
if I watch
probably
TV,
escape.
I'll just believe the shit you believe.
I'm just saying, like, doing the little, like, 2-inch vacuum chamber experiment's not good enough.
Why?
Well, for one, we know that, like, the gases that you use can go that high.
How do we know that?
We observe them that high.
Really? Which
Like,
gas?
if the pressure and if the vacuum, if the gravity, if you're not equalizing the forces, you're not doing an analogous experiment. It's not proving anything.
I can
Right? So
I
just
can
do
look in the
a better
textbook at the
experiment.
kinetic theory of gases, and I look and I don't see gravity in it anywhere in the entire textbook that describes
That's good
gas
for you,
behavior.
Magnus.
What?
Magnus Carlsen, that's good for you.
Yeah, is that the best you can do? Magnus Carlsen? A guy that actually has an experimental result?
You're a poser. You're not
Jesus, how
you're not a
badly do you not want to
physicist.
be wrong,
Dude,
Redux? You know,
look.
this is sad, man.
So, a genetic fallacy. That's what you're doing? The information is wrong because it comes from you?
I'm not claiming that.
Okay, then drop it. Everything I'm saying is right and correct. Factually correct. Ask ChatGPT.
Ask ChatGPT if it's round.
Well, ChatGPT doesn't give a naturalistic answer on that. They gate kept that question. So here's a good question. Seeing you won't believe someone can walk in the sun, but you'll believe you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a barrier, and that the gas won't go into the vacuum for some reason. I don't know why you believe that. It's like having a fucking, hey, go pump up your tire without the fucking tire. You think that's possible?
Because there's competing forces, right?
Yeah, gravity's not a force. You just keep saying that. What is a define force? What is a force?
It's a pressure applied in a particular direction.
It's a pressure applied in a particular direction. So, what is the force in this case?
I mean, I'm not a physicist. That's not a perfect definition, but I know there's a directional angle.
Okay, force is just the change in acceleration or deceleration. They just made a new word for it. It's just a rate of change of speed. That's what a force is. They just made another word and tried to act like it's a thing.
I'm just trying
It's not,
look.
Forces aren't things, dude. Okay?
It's
They
not a
took a
physical
verb
thing.
and they
Yeah.
turned it into a noun for convenience. Okay. If something decelerates, instead of describing that deceleration, we'll say there's a force. If something
I would
accelerates,
like,
instead of describing that acceleration, we'll say it's a force. Okay. There's no such thing as forces.
I would like to know why you, assuming you think this, because I know that there's flat earthers that do or don't believe in gravity. If you don't believe in it, do you have any experiments disproving gravity?
What does that even mean? What do you mean by gravity?
We could just use Newtonian gravity.
Which part?
Use as formulas.
Little g or big G?
Ours.
Little g or big G? Which
Why not? Let's go with both.
Let's go with both. No, they're not the same thing.
Do you believe little g? Wait, do you accept little g?
Yeah, things fall. Why wouldn't I accept that?
Okay.
Yeah, things fall. 9.8 meters per second squared.
Hey, real quick, bro. I just want to point out a psychological fact about the nature of these questions. Imagine asking somebody if they believe if things fall down when you drop them, and thinking that is a genuine question.
No, it's not. It's not that.
Go
That's
ahead.
not what I was asking. I was asking because like Newton can derive little g with his formulas, and
oh, really? How? How do you find M1?
How do you derive little
Newton
g?
didn't even find big G didn't even exist when Newton was alive. I don't even know how he found that.
I'm just wondering, can you derive little g in a non-Newtonian way?
What is it? What do you mean in a non-Newtonian way?
Yeah, you can literally just measure it, dude.
Without using
Holy
his
crap.
formulas.
We can just
Yeah,
measure
you just
it. We know
measure
it empirically.
No. No.
No, we can't. Holy crap.
Oh, so you're. I think that's just a reification fallacy, by the way.
These
We can just
people are
observe
so
it, but like he can
anti-measurement,
actually
man.
predict
If it's
it
not
with his math.
calculation, if it's not reified,
Okay.
they want nothing to do with
Little
it.
G was not predicted, dude. That's just made up bullshit. You don't know the history of any of this, and you don't even know where Big G comes from. Big G had nothing to do with the Earth itself. Big G is a geometric. Big G is a geometric relationship that of elliptical orbits. It's not a physical law. It didn't come from fucking any experiments.
Yeah.
Do you think that if we?
Hey, Indio. Hold on, Debatey. I want to ask Indio if I can ask Debatey a question.
Oh, sure.
All right, so Debatey.
How do you
convert little g into big G?
I don't know.
The shift key.
Who's in your DMs telling you horseshit?
I was wondering.
The shift key, you motherfucker.
I was wondering.
That answer. But listen, my response is equivalent to your level of intellect in these matters. So I just thought I'd put in some humor.
That's fine. I'm not a
physicist. That's how I feel about your. I know you're not. That's the problem.
That's fine.
Do you need to be a physicist to know that if you drop something, you could just measure how fast it falls? I mean, come on now, bro.
No, like I was saying, like predicting how fast
You
it
got
falls.
some
So,
good jokes, but my schedule is a little bit better.
Anyway,
much better
It was
than
known before fucking Newton's universal law of gravitation was never predicted.
Do you think if we dropped a pebble and a boulder in a vacuum chamber, they would fall at the same acceleration?
Yes. Depends on what they're made out of.
What do you like? The charge of them, or like what would differ?
Well, there's some experiments that were done in the Bremen drop chamber in Germany, which is a 4-story tall vacuum chamber done with different elements, and they fall at different rates.
Weren't there problems?
And there's
with
a bunch of experiments done by a physicist named Sky Darnos.
Sky and Sky, or whatever.
No, Sky Darnos. He's a physicist. With
Okay,
different
wait.
elements.
With
They're
the Bremen
showing that,
drop,
with the
if you look at the frame by frame on the Bremen drop, some of the objects get a head start. What, like?
How would they get a head start?
Because the release
floating when they dropped it.
The release mechanism that was holding them down caused like an elastic effect, and you can look at it in frame by frame, showing some of them actually leave early.
What do you mean holding them down? What are you talking about? Okay, listen, brother. Okay, it's a capsule. The capsule is inside of a tower. Those elements are in the capsule, on the bottom of the capsule, sitting there. Then they let the whole entire capsule go. One floats higher than the others because they're not falling at the same rate. There's a difference in the rate of fall. But this isn't the only experiment. This isn't the only experiment. Hold on, DJ. That's shown
That
this.
one was like
There's a
famously bad, by the
physicist.
way.
There's hold on. There's a physicist named Sky
there's published
Darnos
rebuttals
that's
of
been
that.
doing. Stop it. Okay. There's another physicist named Sky Darnos that has been doing these experiments on camera for, I don't know, like a year now. Okay, showing that he has a theory that it's the neutron count in the element which determines what the rate of fall is.
Is that the one where he uses PVC pipe and then the feather sticks to the side, or static electricity plays a role, or it's
He's
not a
putting 1
perfect vacuum?
kilogram. He's using 1 kilogram elements and sticking them inside of a ball so that the air resistance is identical, and dropping them and timing the drop speed.
Okay, so it wasn't like in a vacuum?
No.
Okay, then that's not going to argue against
He's
gravity.
using this. They're inside of a plastic ball that have the same air resistance. Get it? So if I take an element of fucking lead, 1 kilogram, and 1 kilogram of cobalt, and I stick them in the same little fucking balls, they're the exact same size, they're going to have the same air resistance. They should both drop at the same speed.
Lead and cobalt balls are going to be different sizes if they're the same weight, right?
The element is inside of it. These are hollow plastic spheres.
Okay, so you're saying, like, if you don't do it in a vacuum chamber, you have different results than if you do. Well, I mean, like, do you have anything in a vacuum chamber that's...
Yeah, the Bremen drop tower.
The one that's famously been debunked and there's papers debunking it?
Yeah, now has not been debunked at all.
It literally has.
Why? Because you said so?
DJ.
Because you Googled Bremen debunk, and some anti-flat earther says, I debunked this? It hasn't been debunked.
They did a frame-by-frame analysis showing that some of them got a head start.
If that was their analysis, they didn't understand the experiment.
The thing
they
is,
didn't understand what was done.
If some of them got a head start,
debate. Just hold on.
How would they get a head start? They're on the floor of the capsule.
It's invalid if they get a head start.
How would they get a head start? They're on the floor of the capsule.
All right, debate. I had to mute you just so I could get this in. The capsule is dropped. The floor moves, and the objects move. They should all be moving at the exact same accelerative rate if gravity is affecting them in all the same way. The fact that you understood that they moved at a different rate proves the point. The only way to disprove this test is to do the test again and have them all drop at the same rate, not to just write about it. All right, I'm going to unmute you, brother. Go ahead.
What he's saying is that when they're released by the release mechanism, there's like a elastic effect, and some of them also were released early. So you can't use that
An
as
elastic
evidence.
effect? What's elastic?
Precision.
An elastic effect of what?
How could objects that aren't being released be released separately? How could that happen?
Well, if you give one of them a head start and you say, hey, look, they're
how?
And you look at a later frame and you say, hey, look, it looks
how
like
would
that
you
one's
give it
going
a head start?
faster. You just had a head start, so it's not valid.
How? It's at the bottom of the floor, something sitting there. Okay, me and you are in the elevator. We're both standing in the elevator. They cut the cable. How is one of us going to get a head start?
You could just, well, I could pull up the paper, but you'd have to read it.
Yeah, exactly. Don't make sense. It's bullshit.
Sound like
I can pull up the paper. It does make sense. It's been famously debunked.
Yeah, famously not debunked, and you can't say how anything could get a head start sitting on the floor of a fucking elevator.
Demonstrably debunked.
Yeah, but you didn't demonstrate it. Yeah, frame-by-frame analysis of something they don't understand, obviously.
This is a published response.
So what? That doesn't make it valid.
Yes, the arguments in it are valid. You just
I asked you what the argument was. You said one got a head start. You can't tell me how it got a head start.
Oh, I guess it's wrong then.
You're damn right it's wrong. If you can't tell me the mechanism how it got a head start, then it's wrong. You're claiming that there's a reason that it fell at different rates. You got to pinpoint what that mechanism was that allowed that to happen.
All right, I had to walk out of my office.
That's what the
Can you
paper
hear
goes
me?
into.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so this Joker thinks that everything is being held down in place by like some kind of imaginary clamp holding everything down, and then they release it. And that's not what's happening. This thing is just raised with these items, these elements laying on the bottom of the capsule, and then they just cut the capsule and let it go. There's no contraption holding them down.
You obviously have no idea how science is performed and no idea how you debunk a claim, Production. Why the hell are you in any debate forum regarding any topic?
So whoever that was, I hope when I link this paper, you actually read it.
I read it. It doesn't debunk it at all. And in fact, what you're saying about them being dropped at different rates and that kind of thing, it's completely false, right? Just like Indio's telling you. It's like an elevator. Like the example Indio gave you, they're all sitting on the bottom of a container and then it drops. The whole thing drops at the same time. You might be mistaking the video of it when it actually makes an impact at the bottom of the chamber and you see them jump up. I don't know if you're mistaking it as that, but the paper that you shared, it's not someone testing it, it's just someone's opinion on it. But yeah, share the paper so we can look at it and show you in the paper. It doesn't actually say it. It doesn't debunk it. It doesn't test it. It doesn't correct it and retest it or anything like that and say, look, this is why it was wrong. It's just some guy's opinion on it.
Well, no, like he's doing a frame by frame analysis, and he observed that some of them got a head start, and the thing is that in more high precision tests, you don't see this effect, and you guys don't have a response to that, right?
No,
This
you're not.
lower
Okay,
precision
you
approach
need to show
had
us. You need to show
invariable
us
results.
show us where it's validated that some of them had a head start because they're all dropped, right? In a similar way that Indio said with the like they're all just sitting at the bottom of a container, and then it's the whole container's dropped at the same time. So how would any of them possibly have a head start?
Yeah, all you have to do is answer that one question.
Well, you can look at the frame by frame proving they have a head start, but
Okay, show it.
given the frame by frame speculated, like it could be due to
Are you actually
the release
mistaken in the fact they're
mechanism.
dropping at different fucking rates for some of them having a head start?
Yeah, back up your claim.
Do you have that link? I tagged you in it a couple days ago. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to search for it. If you
I
have it
didn't
on
save it
Teams.
because I read it and it was crap.
I didn't either. Yeah, I'm just trying to find it.
Like how he said, eyeballing frame by frame and then high precision in the next sentence. Wasn't that tower demolished shortly after that test was performed?
So that thing, those elements are sitting on the bottom of a capsule. It's raised to the top, and then the capsule's let go. Those things are not being held down by anything that's letting them go. So wherever this kid got the idea that those are being held down by something and then they're released by something else, There's nothing in there moving, dude.
Dude, this has got to rank in my top 3 dumbest rebuttals ever on this channel.
It is pretty up there, AI.
The funniest bit I found was, right, so when we go out and observe the Earth, we just find flatness. Okay, when we're doing observations, we're not trying to prove the Earth's flat because that's just what everyone experiences. We're going out to try to find the curvature that should be there, right? But it's still flat. Now he's saying that there's some magical level of refraction that can make the curved surface flat, and it's the flat Earther's job to prove that that's there. Like, what the freaking hell is that kind of an argument? Right? We got to prove your globe magic. Like, that's you, dude. That's your claim. We're just observing flatness and we're unable to find the curvature that would have to be there if it's a globe. You're claiming there's some crazy shit happening that has no evidence, that you don't have any empirical evidence for, and you're saying that flat earthers are the ones that have to prove that that's possible. Prove something that's impossible and doesn't have any empirical evidence is possible, and it's your claim.
Is this the specific drop tower experiment? I'm just trying to find it again. Is it the
Wait, you don't know what you're looking for?
Cezaz's? The Cezaz's Atoms SZ experiment? June 21st, 2020 or 2004.
I don't think so. Let me check. – 2004.
Can you just cite the mechanism that allowed for some elements to have a head start?
So I just want to confirm, is this the one we're talking about? Is the Dr. Istvan Cezaz's? I don't know how to pronounce his name. June 21st, 2004. Is that the experiment we're talking about? He dropped lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, aluminum, lead. He dropped those inside an aluminum drop capsule, which fell inside of a vacuum. Let me just pull up. I can't find the peer-reviewed response I linked to the other day, but I think another response to this is that inside the chamber he that was normal air pressure. Like the drop was actually in a vacuum, but inside each capsule was not a vacuum as well, which obviously is problematic as well. Like, surely you would agree if that's true, then they would obviously experience different buoyant forces and air resistance interactions.
Hey, where are you getting this information? Because that's not what the mainstream explanation was. And
Well,
I
I
posted
mean, I
in the
went over this
text
a couple
chat
days ago.
what the excuse was, and you can read it for yourself.
Let me see.
Nowhere did anyone say they were dropped at different times or there was air in the capsule. That's just, I don't even know where that's coming from. It just sounds like you're reading it off some anti-FE site or something.
That's not some anti-FE say. I'm just trying to Google it, but
Why would they make a vacuum chamber? Why would they make a vacuum-proof capsule that you just put the shit in the capsule and pull the vacuum on the whole thing? You're gonna pull the vacuum on the capsule
you're
too.
arguing.
Do you get it?
That's not the thing you want to. That's not the point you. Bro, the whole point of doing it in a vacuum chamber is to eliminate air drag. If you introduce air drag, don't you think that's a
Are you
problem?
just reading AI now because, you know, and ignoring what
No,
I
I'm trying to search for, because I linked DJ a paper 3 days ago and I can't find it, but that was one response to it.
Okay, well, you can see what emails were actually being sent right after this happened to cover for it, and none of them make the claims that you're stating.
Induced by transient disturbances which came in through relaxing the internal stress of the capsule. Okay, this is something like what I was seeing earlier, like the release mechanism or the head start thing or whatever. Like it's not as
Like that at
precise of
all.
a.
It's
The
not
thing is,
like
like,
that at all.
this would be replicatable if
If it was
true.
allowed to be. No, you're making the assumption that
No, it's at higher precision.
scientists,
They
you
have
know, that
replicated it.
no. Why do you make the
They just
assumption
found.
that people want their beliefs to be disproven?
No, like, wait, you misunderstood what I said. The findings would be replicatable. Now they've done different drop tests just with higher precision and like proper methodology, not like flawed methodology like this one you guys like to cherry pick.
Wait,
And they don't find the same result.
can you post
Why
the
don't they
evidence
find
that
it?
this one used flawed
Why?
methodology?
Yeah,
Is
like
it
I
because
said,
you didn't get the result you liked? And that's why it must be flawed? Because you're
capsules
just making a claim without actually providing evidence of that claim.
Capsules weren't in a vacuum. Release mechanism wasn't
Where
as
is the
accurate as
evidence of
possible.
your
If you do a
claim?
frame by frame analysis, you can see that.
Where
But
is the evidence that
I
that
just
is
said
true?
I.
Saying
You
it
can
doesn't
even
make
look
it
at the frame
true.
by frame.
No,
You can literally look.
looking at the frame by frame
Literally
doesn't
look at
show
the
us
frame by
that it's
frame.
not a vacuum.
Did he just say it's not in a vacuum?
That's what he said.
No, the drop
It's
was
in the
in a
Bremen
vacuum,
drop
but
tower. It's the
the
world's
capsules,
tallest vacuum chamber.
they dropped it in a vacuum, but the capsules weren't in a vacuum. The capsules themselves.
What? Everything was inside the
compartments of each
vacuum
element.
chamber.
Dude, you're gonna make me get in an accident. Listen, for the last time. You put the capsule in the drop tower, then you pull the vacuum. All the air comes out, including the air in the capsule. Then you raise it and then you drop it. The end.
Well, I'm trying to find. It's at atomsd.com. Unfortunately, I can't go to his website because I think his website's down. So I think Bud's site got shut down.
It doesn't seem relevant
Do you have the original
anyway, if
paper
you
though?
find it or
Like not the
not,
video, but
because
the.
it's just an assertion, right, without evidence.
I'm looking at his website and it's shut down. Like it's saying there's an error. If you can access the original paper to find the methodology, we can go over it together if you want. But I can't find the original paper. But I'm looking at responses that like shit on it because it was horrible at the time. But I mean, this is presumably something that you would not just be able to do one time; you'd be able to do it time and time again. And why do the precision replications not find the same results? Because obviously the things outlined, the
Okay, but
covariates actually did have an impact.
okay, hold on, dude. Which precision replications? Do you just make that up?
There are far more modern ones I can pull up that are better. I don't have them on hand right now, but I was about to go for breakfast, but
Oh yeah, so you just
to
made some
avoid getting
claims,
into another prolonged
more
debate,
claims.
I'll retract. To
You
get
just
because
made
I want to
claims
go have
that I
breakfast, but
guarantee you can't back up, and you haven't researched.
I'll retract. Yeah, I'll just retract it because I don't want to. Like, I want to go have breakfast right now, but I'll keep listening if you guys want to talk to someone else.
What it comes down to is it can't be true because I don't want to believe it's true. And that's the whole argument.
I don't think I said that.
I demonstrated
well, I mean,
that
if
was
you
a
can show it
refraction
replicated,
from
that
our
would be
world
that would
Indio.
be good.
Well,
That'll be
you're the
awesome.
one claiming that it's flawed, and so it's up to you to show that it was
Yeah, but I
replicated with
can't.
different
The thing is,
results.
like, I can't pull up
We're
the
not
guy's
allowed to
website.
replicate it. We're not allowed to
I'm trying to
replicate it anymore.
I'm trying to show you guys, and I published or I sent this to DJ a couple days ago, but that was one response. There are more. Like I went through with the
We
vacuum
don't want
problem, but
responses or excuses. We want to see
I
the
want the original
actual
paper. But
replication you're claiming.
unfortunately,
The
I can't find
paper
the original
is
paper.
okay. The paper isn't what we're looking for. We're looking for the replication that you said disproves it.
Oh, well, like I said,
I
I'm
mean,
going
you
for
know, a
breakfast.
paper without a counter
I've been debating for an hour,
experiment,
so I'm just
right?
going for breakfast. So
Demonstrating.
I'll retract it for now. I'll retract that claim. Just want to go have breakfast.
Will you retract all your claims that you've made without evidence, or just that one?
I backed everything else up. Just this one because I don't want to go. I don't want to move
Okay,
on to
you
this
must
other
have been
thing.
in a different conversation then.
I was, yeah. I think you're in a different one.
No.
Yeah, I didn't actually understand that myself.
You don't know that phrase?
Well, I
The
just
mi-
don't. I just don't
yeah.
think it's very classy to use that sort of terminology. We're just going to have I would hope, a respectful discussion. But if it's not going to be
We're
that
not
way,
in a
then I will
even
leave.
though it's the only way to put it, man.
Yeah, I just, when you're trying to get to know people and have this conversation,
Well, let me warn you, Baron. Have you ever been in this Discord before?
never. This is my first time.
This Discord is very degenerate. So,
Then I'm out.
not on our side. I'm not saying it's this chat. This Discord in general. It's the politics Discord. So you get a lot of immature. They'll come in. They'll say the N word. They'll say some stuff against Jews. They do these drive-by trolls. So I'm just warning you. Don't be shocked.
Yeah. So I have a responsibility to own my behavior, which is 100% my choice. And if I can't do that as an adult, then I shouldn't be engaging in these conversations.
Well, it's going to have nothing to do with us. This is an open chat. People can just join, and they see flat Earth, and they get triggered, and they come and they just yell some crazy stuff. That has nothing to do with the conversation. They're not flat Earthers. They're just speds.
Oh, okay. It was pretty hard for me to get in here. Like I had to do a lot of I had to get interviewed.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, damn.
Yeah, I had to do this VC verify. Some guy had to come talk to me and ask me about, my flat Earth experience and what have I done to verify the shape of the Earth. And
Oh, you mean the home server?
This with
I think
the 24/7
so.
home server.
Yeah, that's because because we live stream on YouTube, so we get people that would just come in and scream expletives to try and get the YouTube channel nuked. So we had to introduce a screening process.
Gotcha.
Though I deprecated that, so I don't know why someone's still doing that.
Well, yeah, and there's also people trying to evade bans and stuff like that, right?
Oh yes. 200 plus, 300 plus alt accounts. There's a guy we finally named PD because he comes and advocates drinking pee and not using soap or water or anything like that, and that he's using the internet from the Garden of Eden. Yeah.
Well, roger that.
Just warning you, Discord is not TikTok. I mean, there's some weirdos on TikTok, but man, there's no accountability on Discord for some reason.
Interesting.
I mean, I remember back in the day, all the mods in our server, we got autopsy photos for something like 2 months. Every day we'd get spammed autopsy photos in our DMs. Yeah, he didn't like us. Whoever that was. I'm not squeamish, so it didn't really bother me that much. Though, I'm not going to describe one that did bother me, but I mean, if you hang around, Yoder will be back. I'm just very I need more caffeine to engage in this crap. But I will post a couple a citation about curvature of the plumb line.
Yeah, it's, I think there's
and a
I think
diagram.
there's some yeah. So these things are sub-millimeter, and it's considered deflection of the vertical.
Yeah.
Right. It's the difference. It's the angle between the true plumb line, which is influenced by local topography, and the normal to the theoretical reference ellipsoid. And generally, it can get up to about 1 arc minute, which you'll see in your Laplace corrections via like phase differential GPS leveling and stuff like that. Yeah, that would be a pretty exaggerated example. there's an angle there, right, that takes place.
Yeah.
And so what you can do, I did this out at Fort Funston. I went out there to meet a group of guys that wanted to learn how to measure the Earth. And so what I did was I took a 60D nail. It's a common nail in surveying for construction staking, because that's primarily what I do. And you hammer the nail in the ground, and then what you do is you set your tripod over the top of it, and you use usually about an 8-minute pry brack. And you can get more sensitive to that depending on what you're trying to do. There's an optical plummet on it to where when you look through the peep sight, it shows you a 90-degree sight to the nail with a circle and a crosshair on it. And so the idea is to center the instrument directly over that point. Now, when you do that just out in the open with nothing around and you hang a plumb bob, the plumb bob will just drop right to the center of that nail. But if you do this at like the base of a mountain, you'll notice that the plumb bob will pull towards the mountain. So it's like, okay, that's what they're talking about, that angular deflection between what would be considered vertical and plumb. And this is why we got away from the North American vertical datum of 29 and got into NAVD 88 and derived orthometric heights. It comes down to leveling, right? And how surveyors have to account for the curvature of the Earth via the leveling process, right? Like trigonometric heighting and things like that for obtaining the heights of like distant peaks that are virtually intraversable.
Okay. That's not what deflection of the vertical actually is, though.
Well, can I hear your definition of it?
Okay. So you have your celestial sphere.
Mhm.
So imagine there's a star that's supposed to be directly overhead at zenith.
Yep.
And you have I can't remember the name of it. I can't remember the name. It's for astrogeodetic surveying. It'll look straight up. So now say your coordinate is supposed to be exactly underneath the star. That star is supposed to be at zenith. But when you sight in zenith, that star is off by a little bit, arc minute, whatever it is. Right? That's the deflection. It means even though your instrument is level, right, where you're at, the gravity vector is not aligned with the celestial sphere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
one is vertical and one is plumb. So if you were to draw a straight line down from that star through the center of the Earth, and then you were to occupy a point, geodetically speaking, which, I mean, these are referencing to geographical points. And the reason why they come up in geodetic surveying is so that we can transform those coordinates to what are called state plane coordinate systems.
Hi, David.
So that we
how
can map
important
out
David, do
is
you
it
have a
for the
question?
clock to be synchronized and accurate with sidereal motion?
I don't
That
know.
first, of course, I hope everyone's all right, and I actually wish that didn't happen. My goodness.
David, you
All right.
mute yourself for the moment. I think you have mic in.
It does mention transport needs to be keyed, typed, and
Just
saved,
mute
and
him.
completed. That is very true.
Well, that's actually necessary for determining deflection of the vertical.
No, I'm talking about the angle from down and vertical.
Yeah, I'm talking about the astronomical plumb line.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about here.
That's dependent on clocks.
Okay. So go ahead and explain yourself and we'll work out the math.
Well, I'm just adding some further clarification and detail so you understand that you're talking to people who kind of know what they're talking about too.
Sure. I'm actually a professional land surveyor and can go out and measure this stuff.
Okay, so you're not a geodetic surveyor then?
Everybody's a geodetic surveyor. Anytime you measure a distance along the ellipsoid, you're a geodetic surveyor.
You don't measure along an ellipsoid.
Why don't you?
Because the ellipsoid is a mathematical concept. It's a datum. It's not something in reality, unless you want to reify it yourself, which would be fallacious.
Sure. You can set up, you can use 2 orientation marks, one that you can set up on. You can use a back azimuth to get your orientation, and then you can measure in the shape of an L, either using EDM or chain the distance. And you'll find that the published grid-to-grid mark distances are different than what you measured on the Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you could do this out at the Bonneville Salt Flats. That's what I did back in December, actually.
Yep, everybody knows electronic distance measurements don't match coordinate distances.
And why is that?
Because Earth is flat.
I know, but which distance is longer? The distance along the ellipsoid or the distance along the chord?
The distances in real life taken electronically don't match spherical distances unless you pin them to an ellipsoid to match them, but in which case you're no longer using real world measurements anymore.
No, I'm
You're
talking about
altering the distances.
I'm talking about chaining the distance. You know what a Gunter's chain is?
Well, chaining tangent planes?
No. You know what a tangent plane is?
Yeah, that's also
What is it?
with respect to a mathematical datum that doesn't exist in reality.
No, a tangent plane is
Yeah, a datum like
point.
WGS84, a tangent plane to WGS84.
No,
You can
that's
chain
not.
tangent planes together.
So
That's how
unfortunately,
GPS works.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to disagree with you, but that's okay.
Okay, well, I can point you to an online Geodesy Academy that you can take some lessons, go learn about this shit if you're interested.
Sure, go ahead and link me up. We'll check it out
Okay,
sometime.
I'll give you some links. All right, I got to step out for a minute. I'll post them up.
Okay.
So I know what a Gunter chain is.
Yeah, so a tangent plane is the projected plane where the tangent plane itself is brought to the height of the instrument. It's the point where the horizontal line touches the surface of the circle. That's the tangent plane. If he's talking about tangent plane projections, that would be something completely different.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how to explain it when he comes back. I'm not 100% sure exactly what he's referring to. I have an idea, but I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Yeah, so that's how we know that there's drop, is because we can establish the tangent plane, and then we can turn angles to distant targets, and then we use that tangent plane as the reference. It's considered eye level. And so you can either use this in the process of direct differential leveling, which like in any surveyor's field book, like I've got a bunch of them sitting here. If you look in the back, it will give you like what are called useful notes. And it will tell you that the curvature of Earth's surface is about 0.7 feet in 1 mile, and the curvature in feet is 0.667 times the distance in miles squared. And it's got a bunch of stuff in here, right? So basically what that means is if I set up my instrument, say, generally speaking, you want to do it equidistant. But let's say I don't. Let's say I want to test the shape of the Earth. I want to see if this is real. This drop can be measured. I take my rod and my rod man, and I set him up on a known elevation. And that's called the back sight. That's a positive number. It gets added to whatever I read on the rod gets added to the elevation of that point. Then I take that rod guy and I send him out 1,500 feet in front of me. Let's say the back sight's 75 feet. I send him out 1,500 feet in front of me, and I read the rod. That gets subtracted from the sum of the back sight and the elevation. So if I were to minus what I read on the rod, that should be the elevation of that point, but it's not going to be. It's going to be out. It's going to be out about 3/100ths of a foot. The question is why? Well, if you were to account for the curvature or the drop from the tangent plane over that distance, you would close, and you would therefore, both geometrically and mathematically close that loop. This is a testable thing that you guys can go do. Like you can buy an auto level on eBay, and you can get a plastic fiberglass rod, and then you could go out and you can test this just to see if it's true.
Yeah, it's not true.
I'd love to see your notes on it, man. I've got a whole book here.
I'd love to see your notes on it, quite honestly.
Sure.
I'd like to see all your
where would you-
measurements, not the ones you kept, but the ones you threw away too. So this is that goes to the crux of the argument. You're cherry picking data and confirming your bias.
That's your claim. So
it's not my claim. I've looked at all the literature that's tested using surveying methods, right? You said things like we don't measure concave Earth, right? Remember you said that? The two things I just posted, one of these things, no, not that one. I'll post it, right? So using reciprocal zenith angles, there's a one that's they say right in it, they measure or they calculate a negative K value. That's concave, dude.
Well, all values are negative Ks.
All
So,
values
so
are negative.
yeah, so the
It gives a
coefficient of
range,
refraction
negative
is
4K to
always
plus 6, right?
Yeah, but it's always subtractive. Wait a minute. You know this, right? Like you've studied a little bit of refraction. You understand how it works in the process of leveling or taking measurements, correct? So if I were to take, let me ask you something. If I were to turn an angle to a distant peak, okay, and I had no idea about my elevation, right? Let's just say that we're clueless about the elevation that the Occupy station is. And let's say I look over 30 miles at a known peak with a brass cap up there. We know its elevation. We know its coordinates. We know it's there because surveyors said it's there, right? How
Yeah,
would
and they
I
assumed the
find?
globe when they did that, right?
How about we just assume a flat Earth? Let's try that. Will that work
Okay,
for
then
you?
you're going to get a different elevation.
Well, I mean, you're gonna. The measurement is the measurement, right? We have to figure out what the shape of the Earth is by using the geometry on both sides. You're saying the Earth is a level topographical plane.
Yeah.
I'm saying that the Earth drops at 8 inches times a mile squared, and you can go check that out. But you'd need to know a little bit about the geometry and a little bit about the instruments and go out and actually try this stuff first. Because me explaining it to you, I think we're just kind of beating a dead horse, right? You've got your ideas about what you're reading.
They're not my ideas. They plainly say it.
They are, though, because you're saying that refraction.
So when they explicitly say that the ray would be concave, that's me misinterpreting the word concave.
I don't know. I don't get plumb lines leaning towards one another, dude. When I do my plumb lines to see if they're parallel or not. That's not what I'm getting, is what I'm telling you. I don't know. I mean, if you've got somebody that's measuring that, I'm willing to take a look at it. I'm just letting you know from my experience and the data that I have. That's all I can provide for you is the data I have. If you want to say that I've cherry picked or been dishonest in some way, then I guess
No, cherry picking isn't dishonesty. It's a cognitive bias.
Well, it is dishonest, right? If I'm taking a measurement and then not sharing it,
if you're intentionally cherry picking, that would no. Some people think it's all right.
I just go and I measure the data. That's it. I let the data tell the story. I mean, that's it. Like I'm getting ready to meet up with Jaron over in California. Anybody is open to come to these and show me their means and methodology. Show me how to arrive at a flat Earth. I've been all over the United States doing this. I think my behavior
why is
aligns
it
with
even
value truth
important
seeking.
at this point of time? Right?
If you guys want to say it's something
Why is it
else,
even?
I can't help you. That's just what the data is. So,
By the way,
Ask a question.
To a surveying conference
yeah,
or
I do
met
have
any
a
other
question.
flat Earth land surveyors out in reality. I meet them on TikTok all the time. But after
But
we talk for a
operator,
little
can
bit,
you
it
pause
comes
it
to
for a
find
minute,
out that
maybe?
they're not actually land surveyors.
Yeah.
It's
So,
fantastic.
what at this point of time,
Who
why is
cares?
it even important to find out whether the Earth is flat or round? Why is it even important to find out at this point of time?
Because when you're gonna do things practical in the realist level, you have to take the Earth into account to do anything. Get it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you take the Earth and you check the Earth, and you wanna build upon it, travel across it, navigate, right? Communicate. You have to take the Earth into account. So the Earth, when you measure it, it measures horizontally, flat and level, everywhere you go. So it's described as such. The surface of the Earth is described as such. It's not curving. So the lack of curvature, the non-existent curve across the surface, makes it not a ball like you were told in school, in the books, in the stories.
Okay.
Because balls curve. And if the Earth was curving, there will be a curvature, but there's not. Nowhere to be found.
Okay, then
So
then yeah.
go
Okay,
ahead.
go on. Okay, so if what we have been taught and indoctrinated from school, you know, so what may be their intention be while indoctrinating us wrongly about the earth? What may be their behind motivation?
What is the motivation of someone to tell you that the Earth is a ball? Your teacher, she believes it's a ball, just like you believe it. Her motivation is just go to school, teach the children whatever she was given, right? The whatever they told her, whatever she read in the book, and she teaches. She believes it. It's a belief. She believes it's a
Okay.
ball. She tells you it's a ball. It's a sphere.
Okay, so the people who made it the mainstream, this belief of the earth being round. So what is their actual motivation? Not
Most
to
people
think the
just
other
believe it.
way.
Most people just believe it. Some people might be just spreading the propaganda. But why is the reason they
Yeah.
do it? We're gonna have to speculate about that because I don't know why liars lie. I don't know what scammers scam. Right? Even if you ask a liar why is he lying, he might lie in the answer.
Yeah, that's true. But even if we try to speculate, is this some sort of mind controlling from the matrix or some sort of, you know, some sort of evil thing behind the scene going on to miseducate, wrongly educate people at large about how the art is shaped or what the geometry should be? Do you feel there is something like that going on?
I think it's just well, we can speculate about the reasons. I can tell you money, resources, mind control, a prison for your mind, and to keep you in line, listening to the high priest, whatever the high priest of the globe's outer space religion, whatever they say, you believe it because they are smarter than you. So you giving your autonomy of thinking and your mind to someone else. They're doing the thinking for you.
Okay.
And now whatever they say goes, and then you repeat it.
Let me ask you this question. Is there any good enough reason for why you would think somebody would lie to you for that?
Are you asking to me or James?
Yeah, you asked why would they lie. If we gave you any reason, would any reason be good enough, or would you just say, I don't believe it?
Yeah. Why should people tell lies to me? One of the reasons can be to the people who is actually telling lies if they are quite powerful and have the ambition to spread their authority. It's quite important to make other people perceive the reality as they want to, so that the normal people or the mass people easily follows what they say, what they order, or work for them. You know. So that can be one of the reasons why they may lie. And when it comes to art being flat or round, you know, all around the world in the schools, through the state system, through the state education system, they are actually, there's a huge structure like government, scientific institutions behind, spreading this knowledge that art is round, So there is a lot of effort behind establishing this knowledge in the minds of these young students.
But see,
So from that point of view,
that's a whole lot of thinking, right? Like all of that right there. Like we could go for hours on each of those things that you said, and or even days or weeks or months. We could talk forever about those things, right? And it would accomplish nothing because you would still never know. But one thing you can know is that whether the earth is flat or round, it's, you know, it's measurable.
Okay, that is measurable. That is measurable. Even if that is measurable, it's measurable based on the what other people say, right? Lots of the scientific constants and geometric assumptions or hypotheses that we have, that we sometimes may try to use to find out how the earth is really shaped. Those hypotheses are something that not always we our own selves can verify. That at the end of the day, we have to actually believe in what other scientific authorities have said. Yeah, many things we can verify our own self, but there are also many assumptions, geometric or geographical assumptions that we just actually have to standard ourselves to, you know. So
Is geometry science?
yeah, as it is part of mathematics, and mathematics is a tool for scientific exploration.
It's a
I
tool,
think
right?
so.
It's not
Yeah.
really science by itself, right? It's like
Okay.
if you're building a house, a screwdriver is not the house, but a screwdriver is a tool to help you build the house, right?
True.
So I wouldn't say that geometry is a science. It's just a tool for that has many purposes. You can use geometry as a language. It doesn't even have to be science. It could be literally a language.
True. Yeah. Geometry is more like a language.
Right. Well, I mean, geometry is just the measurement of the earth. That's what geometry means, measuring the earth, right?
True.
And what is measuring the earth? Well, you're measuring angles, and you know, you're measuring circumferences and diameters, and you're measuring all these different things that involve shapes, because on earth you look at a thing and you say, oh, it looks like this shape. Well, let's check the angles, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when you're measuring the earth, right, if you want to measure the circumference of the earth, or better yet, just like maybe you want to measure an arc segment, right, because you can't measure the whole earth, but you want to see a portion of it if it's curving the way that they say it's curving. And so you would shoot a tangent, right, over the surface of water, right, perpendicular to vertical, right? And then when you shoot that tangent out over the water, what you would expect to see is you'd expect the earth to start to curve away from the tangent, because the earth, or the that's what curvature would do. And if the earth is not curving away from the tangent, if it's parallel to the tangent, then the earth is flat. There's no way that it's curving. That's all we're asking. Not much.
Yeah. Now, so while trying to figure out where the earth curves away from the tangent, so are we completely relying on the capability of our eyesight? Like our eye has a, you know, limitation while seeing for long distance, right?
Well, you can certainly use your eyesight as a starter.
But is it that much dependable? Because at long distances, eyesight is not that much accurate, and geometry is something we should be accurate.
Well, let me ask you this: what's the farthest that you've seen something, like anything, even if it's really big? What's the farthest that you've seen something distant?
Something glittering in the sky at night. We call stars. People tell me those glittering things are stars.
No, not a star on Earth. Something on Earth.
Okay, something on Earth, right?
Like maybe you've seen a boat really far away.
Yeah, maybe standing on a seashore, maybe a ship. Yeah.
Well, like I said, you can use it as a starting point. Whenever meteorologists do the weather report, they'll do a visibility index. And oftentimes, if the area is very clear, you can see things that are 10, 15, even 20 miles away.
Okay, cool.
All right. It's pretty far, but it's not as far as you think, right?
Yeah.
And I just want you to understand something. You said you think you can see stars like millions of miles away. There's no way for you to verify those distances. So
exactly.
You're going to have to
People
understand.
yeah.
Do what?
It's just people telling me that. It's just people telling me that those things are stars, but
Yeah,
they've
that. Nobody's ever measured that distance before. Like you can't even fathom a billion, right? It would take you your entire life to count to a billion.
Also, you would just be seeing the light as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, not
now,
the actual object.
Yeah, not the actual object. Now, based on that, how do I actually just using my eyes? I just can figure out whether the earth is flat or round. Right? So how do we actually further explore?
So over 10 miles, right? There's about 67 feet of curvature, right? That's enough to hide a 6-story building. So from 10 miles away, you shouldn't be able to see a 6-story building.
Okay.
From 20 miles away, 266 feet of curvature. So roughly 266 feet. So that's like 27 stories.
Okay.
Right. And that's just 20 miles. But I mean, people say they can see Mount Everest from 120 miles away in the valley.
I can relate to that because I live in Bangladesh, and the most northeastern from the northeastern corner of Bangladesh, you can actually directly see Mount Everest.
How far away are you from Mount Everest?
When I actually stand in the most northeastern corner of Bangladesh, I'm from Mount Everest. It's approximately around 120, 170 to 200 kilometers.
Okay. So depending on your vantage point and how much is in the way, like if there's other mountains that are in front of you, or tall buildings and everything, you'll have to get outside of that. But you can look up online. There's certain places you can go to see Mount Everest. It just has to be on a day where there's very little pollution.
True. The visibility index has to be really high from that.
Yeah. But yeah, man. So that's what we did. Like they tell us, like when you go to the beach, that the horizon's only 5 kilometers away, and the problem is we see things 15, 20, 30 kilometers away, and we see the horizon behind that. And so you're right. We don't have to rely just on our eyes. Some people have done laser tests, right?
Okay.
I've not done any laser tests, but we have people who have well documented documentaries with their laser tests, where they go out and they record everything, and then they also take temperature and weather into consideration. They'll take pictures and video of the laser from the side so you can see that it's not bending. Things like that. And the laser, like if the laser is 5 feet tall, or the platform that the laser is on is 5 feet tall, it's hitting the target 5 feet on the other side, 10 miles away, 15 miles away.
Okay.
There's no curvature.
Okay. Yeah, so one test that you have mentioned is laser test, and the another thing was that the second way was using geometric formulas, right? Like using tangents. So can you name me some geometric formulas that can be used to figure out whether the Earth is flat or round? Yeah, like Mr. Sheepdog, are you still there?
Sorry. Yeah, so the first equation that you'll need to know is C equals 2 pi r. Circumference equals 2 times pi times the radius. So if no one has ever measured the radius and no one has ever measured the circumference, then you cannot solve this equation.
Yeah, yeah, that's an interesting way
Yeah,
to
so
look
that's
at
the
this
first
one.
one you need to know.
Yeah, okay.
The second one you need to know is I'll put it in the side chat, but there's an equation for it in metric, but I have imperial, so I'm gonna use feet. Give me a second. But there's a metric one also. I just don't know what it is. So they say, based off of the geometry of the Earth, they say that the circumference is 24,900 miles. They say the radius is 3,959 miles. But I don't know where they measured those, so I don't know how they got those numbers. But if those numbers are correct, then what we have is roughly 8 inches per mile squared is the rate of curvature. And this parabola is good for roughly 1,000 plus
Okay,
miles.
wait. Can you please, from few moments back, can you please actually repeat? I couldn't catch that.
Yeah, it's a parabolic function that has symmetry with the circle or a sphere the size that they claim the Earth is.
Okay.
So it's not our math. It's just we're taking their numbers and we're asking questions, right? So here's another one that I'm going to post here in just a second. As soon as I find it, it's finding the distance to the horizon. Now, there's a symmetrical equation called it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That equation will get you the distance to the horizon as well. So, like, however tall you are, right? Let's say you're 6 feet tall. You take the square root of 6, and then you multiply it times 1.225, and that'll give you the distance to the horizon in miles.
Okay.
There's also a metric one as well, but I don't know that formula. So, here you go. This is the horizon formula that I'm posting right now.
Yeah, I'm seeing the horizon formula.
Yeah, there's that one.
Okay.
So just to kind of give you a little bit more understanding of the geometry. So there's an actual chart involved. And these are all you can Google these, right? They'll tell you the same thing. I'm not telling you something that Google's not going to tell you. The only problem is once I tell you everything, then I'm going to teach you how to go and question Google, how to verify whether Google is correct or not.
Okay. Hmm.
Right? They
on a planet.
yeah. Here's an so you can see the Earth. It has all this blue stuff on the outside. All that blue stuff is water. And if gravity's pulling water down equidistantly from the center, right? You understand that word, equidistant?
Can you repeat that word?
Gravity is pulling water down. Gravity's pulling water down equidistantly to the center.
No.
Does that?
What does
Do you,
equidistant mean?
Equidistant means that water is level all around the Earth. That's why they have sea level, because that's the line that is equally distant from the center.
Okay.
Right.
So sea level is actually the same across the Earth.
Yeah. Let me see if that word even exists in this dictionary. Equidistant. There you go. Did you see the definition I posted in the chat?
Yeah.
So the same distance apart at every point. So basically, it's the radius of the Earth.
Okay.
It's equidistant all the way around. The outer the top of the water would be the circumference, the general circumference of the Earth.
Okay.
So, yeah, when we go out and we test long distance observations, we don't get the curvature that a globe or a sphere would demand when shooting a straight edge over the surface. If it's not curving, it's what?
And flat.
That's it, man. If I told you your floor is not curving, your floor is good, what is it?
Okay. Okay.
Right? I'm not saying the Earth is the same size as the floor, but we need to have a reference in agreement about what flat is, right? So we agree that the floor in your home is flat, right?
Yeah.
And now if you extend that out infinitely, if it's curving, it's not flat. So if you want a flat floor, it's got to be flat. Right?
Okay, great.
So that's what we're doing. That's what we did. Most of us have gone out and made our own observations. Not a lot of us have done laser tests, but we're intending to do more laser tests in the near future. There's actually a guy that's supposed to be live streaming today. He's going to do a 16-mile laser test. I don't know when he's going to do it, but probably in about 6 hours or so when it starts to get darker over here. He'll probably do it.
Okay, that sounds
Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I have primarily understand how your exploration has led to the understanding that flat is Earth. The Earth is flat, right? Now, yeah, it's a quite interesting way to see the phenomena. Now, I am around 24 years old, and probably only for the last few days, the question has raised inside me whether I should really believe what they say as the earth is round. But it took me a long time to reach this point, even to question back. Like for you, how long did it actually take to refuse to think the way your school teachers would tell you to, and to navigate the phenomena whether the earth is flat or round? I mean, at what point of your life you started exploring this phenomena, and how? Like, is it after high school, or
No, I was 39 the first time I heard someone tell it to me. My whole life, I remember when I was in elementary school. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
When I was in elementary school, I remember learning about how the earth was a globe, and then they showed us silly pictures of flat earth, and we all laughed at it when I was a little kid. And we would see the boat falling off the side of the flat earth, and so we all thought that was funny.
Okay.
But so my whole life I thought it was silly. Like, of course the earth is a globe. But I had a friend who was very smart tell me the earth was flat one day. And I was like, I don't know what to say. That sounds really silly. And it took me a while. It took me like 6 months to finally look into it. And when I looked into it, I had to get rid of all my biases and I had to look at the evidence. What does the evidence show? Right? Because when I was a kid, I was looking back as a kid, they never showed me any evidence. They just said that this is what it is. They told me a bunch of smart people figured it out and that the earth is really big, so it looks flat, but it's actually a ball. And then when they told me how big the earth is, when I heard the earth was flat, and so I looked up how big the earth is, and I'm like, well, that's not that big. And then they told me, I said, how far away is the horizon when I'm standing at the beach? And when I found out that it was only 3 miles away or 4.5 kilometers, I knew something was wrong there because when I was a kid, I went to the beach a lot and I would never see boats really go over the curve. They just went really, really far away. And I would see boats regularly 20 miles away. Regularly. I knew they were 20 miles away because I knew the island that they were next to. The island they were next to was 20 miles away. So there was a lot of things that didn't make a lot of sense once I started actually looking into what the globe claims it is. Because like when you make a claim, like a sphere is a definite shape, right? It doesn't get bigger or smaller. It only always stays the same size.
Yeah. So, so it's even after you finished your education when you first got motivated to figure out whether that's flat or round, right?
Well, I mean, I never finished my education, right? We're always learning every day. You're 24. You'll figure that out when you're my age. You're like, oh, wow, I'm still learning.
And maybe you
Obviously,
figure
well,
out
I mean,
how to get a better microphone too.
I think I should have used proper wording, like when you actually finish your education, institutional education, right? So, yeah.
Hey, I'm in traffic. Can someone take over?
I can't hear him though.
Me or him?
Nah, the other guy.
Okay.
It's cutting out a little bit. I've been able to make out what he's been saying though, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just a bit muffled. No, you're doing a good job. You keep going, man.
But yeah, no, like
I don't have the patience that you have. So you keep going.
yeah, no, I mean, at the end of the day, I think flat Earth actually made me realize that like I really am never going to stop learning anything, because once I realized the Earth was flat, everything I knew about cosmology was wrong, and now I have to learn everything all over again in a different direction.
Yeah,
Once you stop learning, you're
that's
dead.
what the consequences is. Yeah, that's what actually shocks me. That whether the Earth is flat or round, that doesn't will actually shock me. That if it goes the other way, that the Earth is flat, then the consequences of it on my thought process will be
Deepak,
humongous.
if you need to go, I can answer him. What was your question?
At this point, I don't have any.
I didn't hear what he said either.
Okay, I think there is a problem in my mic. That's why.
Yeah. Are you just speaking into your phone, or are you using headphones?
Just speaking with my headphones.
Oh, okay. Are they plug-in ones or Bluetooth?
Bluetooth.
Bluetooth. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I
He's
have to
saying if the
disconnect
Earth
my
is flat.
headphones and talk into my speaker.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
know
the
that.
consequences are insane. Okay,
All right.
that
Wait, one sec.
that's a good plan.
One sec. I've got to turn you up. What's your name? Naz?
Yeah.
I'm just going to turn you up a bit.
Okay.
All right. Go for it.
Now the consequences is insane. I mean, then all the calculations regarding what the sun is or the Mars is, everything has to change if the Earth is flat. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what is more
Calculations.
shocking.
Yeah. Yeah, they're
Yeah, it's almost like
they're just calculations based on the size of the Earth. So they don't have the size of the
Exactly.
Earth, then yeah, the calculations don't work, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's just the scale anyway, right? You can just scale it anyway. If it's this far away, it has to be this big. If it's this far away, it has to be this big. If you just change the distance to it, it changes the size of the sun or the moon or well, you can't do it with stars because you got no idea how big or far away they are. That's ridiculous. You got no
Man,
idea
it sounds like everything is a speculation what we know about the
how
world.
everything is a speculation, right? The sun, right? They said they got the size of the sun, size and the distance of the sun by watching a transit of Venus. So they said, oh, Venus is the same size as the Earth, but they didn't know. They don't even know how big the Earth is, but they're assuming that Venus is the same size as the Earth. And they watched a transit of Venus across the face of the sun. And they said, oh, okay, well, now the sun's this big. Like, how do you do that?
People at NASA and other places are just scammers.
Yeah. When you actually look back at the history of like where this where the heliocentric cosmology and where Earth being a ball, where the history comes from, it's kind of a bit disappointing, right? You think that they did a lot of things to prove that the Earth was a globe, but actually haven't done anything. Very underwhelming.
Okay, so what is actually the history? How the things spread that Earth is round? Right?
That the Earth is round? Well, it would have
Yeah.
been.
So how does that? What is the history of it?
Oh, it's people looking up at the stars, but also in conjunction with, they say that, well, the Greeks saw that ships were sailing away and they'd see the bottom disappear before the top. So, therefore, Earth was a globe. And then they started looking at the stars and and Earth is a ball rotating. These things are very far away. Look at the patterns we have in the sky. If it's the only story you've ever heard, then it's very convincing because you don't have another option. Earth is a ball. We live in space, vacuum of space, and the stars are billions and billions of years away, billions and billions of miles away. You go, oh, yeah, okay, because you got no other option, right? They didn't give you another option at school.
Yeah.
I think that was
Earth is,
probably the most heartbreaking thing was like, why was I only given one option in school?
yeah, I wanted to make a choice.
Exactly. You know what learning is all about?
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't saw it that way. Like, why is
Yeah,
there
it's not
only
a
one option, one story?
yeah, that's right. I didn't come to that conclusion. You gave me a conclusion.
And that's me to believe on.
And then told me
And
to
then if I
memorize it. If I don't memorize it, I'm going to fail.
if I disagree with the conclusion, I'm dumb. You know, you're dumb. You're just stupid. You don't understand. The problem is, I do understand. That's why I don't believe it. It's the globe. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
And by the way, Timbo, I appreciate you. I don't know if you saw my messages in the chat. I appreciate you catching on to what I was saying the other day about, well, if lasers don't measure flat, then what measures flat? We need something flat
Yeah.
to measure curvature.
Then no one's got a reference, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So what is flat? How do you get flat on a ball? How do you know what flat is if you can't
That's
use
a
a
good
laser?
observation, actually. There's nothing is straight in the globe model. They're not straight. Plumb lines
Yeah,
are
it
not
can't be.
straight. Light is not straight. Nothing is.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Peter? If lasers bend and everything is curved from what we observed, then what can we use as flat as a reference datum to measure against the curvature so it can measure the curvature?
I like your question. I would just make one change to it, not flat, but straight, right? Because we're talking about straight lines, which are...
Yeah, good
how do you
point.
measure
Yeah.
flatness without straight lines? That's your question. I don't know. I
No.
guess...
We need one thing flat so that
Doug,
way
I'm
we
ahead
can.
of you. I'm ahead of you. Flat
Right.
terms, straight lines. Okay. So the answer is, I guess we can't. We can only approximate. I think
I
that's the
wouldn't
answer.
even
I mean, it's not just a globe problem. Like, we do know that light bends, right? Doesn't travel in straight lines through media of
only
different
when it
density.
changes mediums. Correct.
Density of medium. So it's not like light knows what the chemical composition of a medium is. It's just the density affects the propagation of light. So yeah, I guess we're approximating too.
I've been racking my brain about this structure, Peter. I just can't come up with anything. Nothing will work. You know, force the line.
Yeah,
Nothing will.
I mean, that's the ultimate realization
Yeah.
that everything
Nothing
you
will.
observe
Yeah.
is
Nothing
not
will
in
work
straight
that
lines.
both sides will agree on. You know what I mean? Like, you just can't. You can't come up with a conclusive, like, you know, physical thing to show them, or to show both sides, right? Well,
That's right.
yeah. Of course, both sides say, yeah, this is conclusive, right?
Right. In the end, you kind of pick what you like and you go like, that does it for me.
Yeah. Because if light bends, what are we building the structure with? We can't build it with a string, because we all know that strings sag in the middle. Even if it's you get a wire or a cable that's really light and 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 tensile as well. It'll snap before you tense it enough to make it straight. And you can't have a heavy cable because you get the Cadenac effect in the middle. So
yeah, so Timbo, this is a common realization when you study physics a little bit, is you realize that Platonic ideals don't exist in nature, right? In mathematics, they do exist, straight line, easy peasy. It is infinitely thin, by the way, right? Because a point has no size and a line is a collection of points. Such things don't exist in nature. Perfect sphere, perfect circle, perfect
straight
triangle.
line.
Yeah, straight line. None of these things exist in nature. If you want to be pedantic, you look at the atomic, structure of anything you make, physical, and it's not straight. It's not even to some tolerance. So everything in nature is just an approximation of the mathematical ideal at best. And you deal with that by understanding those tolerances, right? And saying, okay, if I'm looking at my TV screen and I know that the light doesn't travel in straight lines, but does it really matter at this distance? Is the media density different enough to alter my perception sufficiently? Because I know it's altering it, but I don't see that refraction because it's too close and the medium is too uniform. But it's there, like at a minuscule level, like it's all bending and bouncing off these particles in the air. But it doesn't matter for this particular case. The question is to what extent it matters to study the surface of the Earth. That's
Yeah,
where
and how
people
do you
disagree.
yeah, and how do you measure it as well? You know, like, because if yeah, uh, I agree with you. You know, because okay, with lasers, right? For me, those laser tests are for me they're pretty much conclusive, right? Until someone shows me that that laser is bending down to conform to the shape of the Earth, then I'm convinced that laser is showing me that it's a flat surface. Now, in the future, I could be wrong, right? But at the moment, pretty damn conclusive.
I think about it like this. If I have a laser rangefinder, that $5 Walmart thing you can buy,
Yeah, that worked
I
pretty
know that,
well.
yeah, I know that when I shoot it at a wall, it's refracted to some extent. But the reading that it gives me is pretty decent, right? I
Yeah,
can verify it independently. with a ruler, which is also not straight, right, and not even at all
Well,
at a
yeah. If
microscopic
you
level.
want to, if you want to go
But
that
they
far,
agree.
nothing is right. Yeah.
Right, but they agree for the purposes of what I'm doing to a decent level, right? So they're useful. And that's physics. Like you just look at things and say, are they useful to do something with it? If the measurements are useful, they're decent enough, but they're not perfect. They cannot be. Too much
Yeah.
going
Well,
on.
it's a closest approximation, right? In everything, measuring is an approximation because it's never going to be perfect, right? Down to that.
Right, but the only way to agree if a given approximation is good enough or not is to determine if it's useful. Because someone might always nitpick, some, nerd. Oh, but it could be more precise. Yeah, it could, but like, do I need it to be? And
Yeah,
that's
right.
where us and Glovers disagree, right? It's the level of, are those imperfections decisive or not? Right? Do they uniquely point to one of the models or not? That's where the disagreement is if you think about it.
Yeah, that's right. Because even, in construction, that's why you have tolerances, right? You're never going to be able to build it to the exact size. Even in
Right.
small construction in houses, like the walls are never actually the walls are never actually the exact distance that they are on the plans, right? You have to
Right.
make
If a
it
building
at,
needed to be perfectly square to stand, no building would ever stand.
No, yeah, you're right. Because the wall, even when they construct the walls, they're not perfectly level, right? They're always out by a little bit. That's why you have the tolerances.
Yeah, that's the point
Skyscrapers
where there's a
wobble, right, and they flex all the time.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but that's a point in contention, right? The Glovers will say, "Oh, that's not exactly accurate." But
Yeah.
that's why there is a tolerance, and the required curvature on these long distance observations is well beyond any reasonable tolerance.
Of course, yeah.
So that's why it doesn't comport.
Yeah, and if the laser is bending, how much is it bending? Because, all right, we have an observation of the flat surface and we use it as a flat surface and then we shoot a laser across it and it confirms that we're on a flat surface, right? Now, the other option is, okay, the light's bending with the surface of the Earth that's curving. So now it's up to them to show that the laser is curving to the shape of the Earth. Now, in order to do that, you have to be able to measure the curvature of the Earth and then measure the laser bending. Because it doesn't agree with the observations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, their excuse of refraction, it requires refraction to be magical.
And it's not observed.
Yeah.
And the laser light's not observed to be bending down either. So
yeah, and the conditions aren't, consistently the same as they would need to be if they were going to use this as an excuse why the laser is completely level from where it started on multiple different days, So, but then they'll just, obfuscate to satellites, ISS, the globe model predicting where they're going to be in the future and making precise predictions. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, and then you could just say, well, you're making a bunch of assumptions, and they'll say, well, the model predicts
model
it.
shows it.
Name a better model, because you could go to falsification is independent of replacement, and then they're like, well, name a better model that would predict those things. And it's like, okay, maybe I can't come up with that, but
yeah, but the model was built on those things, right? Looking up in the sky seeing these things in the sky and then coming up with a model. So if you say, oh well, the model predicts these things, yeah, because that's how the model was built. So it's just a reification in the end.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
Circular and reification.
Yeah.
So, but then they'll be like, well, you know, we have how do satellites work? How does the ISS work? All this. We have mountains of evidence that they use a spherical, you know, data system. And it's like, well, what's more powerful, measuring the surface of the Earth or these fallacious claims that they make about things in the sky? And obviously, one's more powerful. So,
Exactly.
direct.
Some of us make that mistake sometimes, though, right? In our own community as well. Ether cosmology dudes, right? Alan the Space Fair.
Yeah, your favorite.
Yeah, I know, but like they transgress as much as Glovers. It's funny because they would say the same thing we say here. Things in the sky have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. And the moment they stumbled upon some kind of grandpa, PhD guy, who showed them a star, they're like, "Oh, totally, bro, totally, bro.
Yeah,
Things in the sky
then they go
totally
to the
confirms
sky.
that."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's only because he explained to them why that supports flat Earth. Like before they understood that, they were against it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a double-edged sword because you embrace this one star thing from Grandpa. Now you have to address 1,000 questions from Glovers about other things in the sky.
Yeah. Now you're in an argument about things in the sky which you can't confirm.
Yeah, so you scored one W and now you have 1,000 L's to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
24-hour suns.
Yeah. Now you got to come up with yeah, exactly. Because then you have to also agree that the things in the sky are physical things out in space, right? You have to that effect.
Well, yeah, and that their relation to the Earth can be used to determine the Earth's shape. Physical or not, but like they have positions in the sky. They're absolute, I would say, somewhere.
I agree with you, Peter. I agree.
the Battle of the Beams, you know, mission that they point out, that was respectable, though.
Battle of the Beams?
Beams.
Yeah, beams. That World War II bombing run ordeal.
Yeah.
Are you talking about beans, like beans you eat?
Beams. B.
Yeah. But it's definitely an interesting subject that keeps everyone interested, right? It obviously keeps the Globers interested because they keep coming back. And it's the same all the time. The sky. Jaron went down to Antarctica with a group of people, and because they saw a 24-hour sun, that only explained on the model that was created around the sky. Therefore, the Earth cannot be flat. Yeah, okay. What about these measurements? They just disproved the map, right? They were stuck on a solid map, an AE map, right? And because they pushed that map so much, years and years and years and did shows about the map. That this is the Earth. This is the flat Earth. Where all the planets are, and there's, you know, he had no choice but to say, but you know, that's the funny thing, right? All he needed to do was say, okay, well, the map's wrong. What about that I've always been talking about too?
Yeah, I mean the probability is that he took a payday and
Yeah,
complete,
yeah.
yeah.
Or he worked out because he is a YouTuber, right? So maybe he worked out that he can make more money pushing the globe, knows the flat Earth arguments, to make more money pushing the globe on YouTube than he can pushing flat Earth. Because what else is he going to do? Is he good at anything else? He's a YouTuber. Whole channel debunking NASA. Like, he started the NASA bloopers. That's where
They're
he's
still
made all his.
using. Yeah, I know, but they're still using Dave Weiss's app to prove, like, they're saying it proves things like the other day I saw this one where they show the split screen with the first person view or from the camera outside the window of the cockpit of the plane, right? And shows where the sun is, right? And it looks like it's going down in front of them, right? And then on the bottom section of the screen, you see the map, right? And you see, you know, the AE map, and you see a little red line forming on the map across coming across it. That's the path of the aircraft, right? And by the time it gets to its destination, the sun's rising back up again, and you see the sun on the perimeter, towards the perimeter, going around while the plane's going straight. It's going around the edge, and it comes back around and meets the plane back where. And in the top one, when it gets to its destination, you see the sun pop back up in the view, and it predicts it perfectly. That AE map.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's got to be true. So Jaren and Witsit were lying, and they went and saw that 24 hours long.
Yeah. But the AE map's just a globe, right? So if what they're looking at in the sky is based on a globe, then that's what it's going to do, right?
Right. They didn't show a globe comparison. Yeah, they did not do that.
The flat globe.
But some of those flight paths are compelling. I mean, with that map.
Yeah.
And then you do compare it to the globe, and it's not that. It doesn't make sense. But then the globers do the same. They say, "What about this flight path? It makes sense on the globe and doesn't make sense on the flat Earth map." And it's like, oh shit, I don't know.
That's right. I was listening to a recording the other day of you and DJ going through those north to south circumnavigation flights. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
Yeah, that was good. I actually listened to it twice. They went where they actually went was very different to what they drew on the map, right?
Yeah. Except for the suborbital ones.
Yeah.
Or one. There's like one.
Fly down to the south, and then they come up on a different longitude line. Not the opposite one. They just kind of take a deviation and fly back up to Australia or New Zealand. and it's not the opposite. Like
Right.
say they
Yeah.
went, yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, they don't stick to the same meridian.
Yeah.
They skip over a few. They'll go
Like
stuck on east or
they've
west.
done a triangle kind of at the bottom, you know. Flying back up. I mean, because you can agree that you can fly over north, right? And that's been done. Did they do that? Have they flown over north and come down on the opposite meridian? You can do
No,
that,
it's
right?
like that. It's like that
Oh, they
pilot a few
didn't do
years
that
ago.
either.
No, there's like that. This pilot a few years ago petitioned flat earthers to like charter his aircraft, his commercial pilot, and he said like, just charter my I will personally fly you guys, right? Like over
Was that
over.
Wolfie?
No, it wasn't Wolfie. It was some other guy, some Scottish guy, or something. And
Yeah.
he said, I'll personally fly you guys over Antarctica. We'll fly over Antarctica. We'll like leave from Africa or some shit, and we'll pop up over and we'll go to Australia or something like that. It was like something like that, right?
That's on a different meridian.
Well, it was something like that. Like he's saying, like basically that I'll show you that you pop back over the other side of the globe. Like is like what's predicted, and then you look at it, when he was pressed further about the actual flight path, it was going to skirt around the circumference of Antarctica. It wasn't going to fly over it. I put into his comments. I said, no dice, bro. I said straight over the middle or bust.
Yeah. Yeah.
Straight over.
Otherwise it doesn't say anything. It just says you're going down and coming back. Got to be a straight path. Did they actually go?
No, it never happened.
Commercial pilot. I'm sure it's not his plane, right? So how's he going to get approval?
I think so.
Approval to do that? He's just saying, "Oh, well, you guys give me money," and then he's expecting no one to do it.
I think he was under the impression that it wouldn't be a worry to get the authorization to actually do the flight. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, take me straight over it.
Yeah, because that would be a killer, right?
Yeah, well, I'd be carrying a compass, even though it probably wouldn't do me much justice, but I'd want to at least see, right, ice as far as the eye could see, forwards, backwards, left and right. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
And
follow the compass on a straight line. Make sure the plane's going straight.
Yeah, as straight as can be. I guess.
You'd want to be in the cockpit too, right? Because if there's a
Probably
slight turn,
want to see that. Yeah.
You wouldn't know. Because if you get to that point where they say, the compass doesn't work properly, right? Like, how do you know you're going in a straight line?
Nobody's got any footage of that, ground or air. Nobody's ever proven that they've done anything like that. Nobody. Just stories. That's all you got.
So you know how they claim that the compasses go all haywire down in the south, right? What's the plane using if it goes straight over the South Pole?
I'm not sure, but I don't think they do, unless they're orbital.
Because
I think
what's
there's
that
actually
orbital flight? What's that called? Suborbital.
one. Yeah, it's like what they call it. One something.
One
DJ
more
knows.
orbit.
One more
One
orbit.
last
That's it.
orbit or one more orbit.
Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. Thanks, Sheila. Yeah, that one.
One more orbit.
Yeah, I think they're at like what altitudes, like ISS altitude or something similar.
Oh, what did they do it in? What?
Didn't they claim to use was it the Dragon or something? One of Elon Musk's craft?
I don't know about that. I thought it was like a glider or something like that.
Not at that.
Some form of a glider, propeller glider.
That might have been Branson, one of Branson's. I don't know. I can't remember. DJ's here. I don't know if he's able to talk. You know a bit more about it, I think.
Got a couple of minutes, Steve.
What is the question? I still, remember the glow model a little bit. What's the question? Orbital flights?
Yeah, there was a claimed flight called One More Orbit. It claimed to go over the south and back up. Yeah.
Maybe some of them, I guess. I don't know.
It started they got the Guinness record for the fastest pole-to-pole circumnavigation, but if you have a look at the path that they took, they kind of went down to Antarctica and then they did a U-turn and came back up again, right? Like, and also they only went over a little bit of Antarctica as well. But apparently Antonio Subarates was watching the live stream because they did live stream it, and like the tracking was live streamed or something like that. And he was tracking it, and apparently it didn't even go over Antarctica at all. It did the U-turn before it even reached the shoreline of Antarctica. And what's weird is that the like the YouTube channel, their website, it doesn't have any good footage. Most of the footage that they have of the trip is just showing footage from inside the plane, not looking out the windows. There's a couple where they landed in bits of footage where they landed in different airports, but there's no footage of them flying over Antarctica or going anywhere near the South Pole or anything like that. It's weird. And then the lady that was in charge of the live streaming is an expert in faking footage and things like that. She works in the movie industry. And it's the exact same one that they put up with the Fram 2, which is the orbital circumnavigation.
Okay, well, hold on a second there, DJ. I'm just asking Google here. We're just analyzing the claim, right? Obviously, let's not get excited about what it says. So it says that there are thousands of satellites in polar orbits right now. NOAA satellites, other nations' weather satellites, Earth observation and mapping satellites, commercial communications like Iridium. So it's not a once-off. Talking about the claim. The claim is that there are actively thousands of satellites doing
Talking about
polar orbit.
manned
flights.
Filmed.
Yeah.
Oh,
filmed and manned, yeah.
It has to be manned. Okay.
Or womaned.
Or neutral.
How does that change the claim, though?
Well, evidence, right?
Yeah, I guess it being filmed, I guess, they
But there has
They
to
showed
be a
the
human.
footage.
Like, I mean, they have claims with humans from,
Well, I don't think they have video cameras
Apollo.
or anything, on any of these
Right.
satellites that they're claiming are doing that. So, I mean, this is the first
I mean, they
one that
are
had people.
observing the Earth. They're mapping the Earth. That is the claim,
Right,
and the
but
weather
The
patterns. So,
Fram,
like, all of these
that
are
Fram one,
senses.
they don't
that
have any
Fram one's the
video
one I was
cameras.
actually thinking of. DJ, I was
Right.
mixing it up with one more of it. Yeah.
So this
Can you put that in the chat so I can? Oh,
Janique Mickelson is
screenshot
the
it.
same one in charge of the One More Orbit and or the One More Orbit media, right? All the media, the live streaming, all of that sort of thing. So she's an expert in making space movies and things like that, right? Like faking stuff and making it look real. Anyway, not that that's proof of anything. It's just kind of interesting. And yeah, same person that was in charge of the the one in the capsule where they apparently did, I think they did like I don't know, 10, 15 circumnavigations, right? Round and around and around. A lot of her movie special effects footage looks very similar, which is kind of weird as well. People in capsules looking out at a globe Earth from space. But yeah, it's one of those things, trust it or don't trust it. I got channels, all the information saved in the Fram2 channels in my server. The history of all of the people that were aboard it.
Oh, it's in pickled minds, is it?
Yeah, it's under Fram2. If you just go to the search results and type Fram2, you'll see the channels. There's 2 channels. So, here's just a screenshot from my server. So this is the kind of movies that she makes, sitting in a capsule and looking out at the globe from space and that kind of thing. Kind of similar to what we saw in the footage of the Fram2. Which is just a coincidence, right? So
ليس
Oh,
السيرفر واه كنتسركل في واحد السيرفر
شور بومباتيتا.
Wow.
hello
is there a native English speaker here?
hi
I am not.
I am.
I'm only
hi
speaking
how are
English
you
accent. I don't know.
No, there
I only
are
speak
2
Australian.
Australians, but they're like level 2
I don't even
English
think I
speakers.
am a native speaker.
Which rooms do you think native English speakers would prefer? I mean, in their server.
Huh?
What?
Huh?
In what server? Flat Earth channels, that's what they would prefer.
Huh?
Yeah, channel. I mean,
Yeah,
what
Flat Earth.
rooms do they usually prefer on the server?
Yeah, this one.
And
Just this one.
really?
It's the hottest channel on every server.
I mean, there are always people in this room. I think to myself, like, how much longer can you discuss either Earth is flat or not?
24/7, baby. 24/7.
Forever.
Yeah, why do you think it's a sphere?
It's what? Sorry?
Or why do you believe it's a sphere?
It's
What language do you speak, brother? I'll help
Oh,
translate.
yeah. If you're asking my native
Yes.
is Turkish.
Turkish. Okay.
Yeah.
Shit.
Holly, why do you think the Earth is a ball, a globe?
I mean,
Kure. Kure.
me- because of seasons.
What is the season?
Kure.
I mean,
Here
winter,
in Turkish.
summer. If constantly seasons continue to change, why do you, how can you explain that? How can you explain that?
Well, the sun moves. When we look at the sun, we see it move across the sky. And during the northern summer, it's more over my head than it is over the heads of the people south of the equator. But the sun moves. We are also not a disk floating in outer space.
Yeah, we're a disk not floating in outer space, right? We're on a disk though, right? No, we're not on it. We wouldn't know if we were on a disk or not. Nobody would.
Yeah, in order for the only shape where there is curvature everywhere is a ball, a globe, or a sphere. If there is no curvature, then the Earth can definitely not be a ball, globe, or sphere. If it's flat, then it can be any shape. We don't know what the shape is, but it can be any shape, except for a sphere.
Yeah, we're not actually addressing an overall form. Like we're dismissing one because of the fundamental requirement, geometric requirement. But that's missing. But yeah, we're just talking about one. Really, we're just one aspect of the surface that we live on, it being oriented horizontally, and scale wise, smoother than glass. Though there's hills and topography, and you got your waves, and you scaled it. What they give us, what they tell us about, what they say is known topography. The known surface features. It's topography, like your elevation profiling, right? What they tell us about that, if you scaled it, it would be smoother than glass, apparently. And very flat, very flat, very, very flat.
I prefer horizontal. I'm going to change it from flat Earth to horizontal Earth.
Yeah, horizontal Earth.
That's not a good idea. That's not a good. It's horizontal is kind of a meaningless term. Flat is a much more meaningful geometrically speaking term.
Yeah, but you can have flat on a 45-degree angle too.
Yeah, but then these horizontal is a relative concept, right? It's in geometry. If I show you a sphere, where's horizontal? A sphere
Well,
can
there
be
isn't one.
rotated anyway. Well, a sphere is uniform, so it doesn't have a top and a bottom and left and right.
Okay, if
It's
you've
meaningless.
if you've got crosshairs in the sight of a gun, right, and then you angle yourself to the side and then point upwards,
Right.
Mhm.
Exactly. Like
your
if you put
crosshairs
your
become
rifle
useless,
on the
right?
ground
No, they
and
don't.
you look sideways through the scope, it's now vertical has become horizontal. Like what the?
Yeah,
It's
but the thing
meaningless.
underneath is horizontal.
It's a
Now,
meaningless term for this discussion.
You'd
It's
still
like a
need some
it's a
reference.
Bev
You'd
target.
still need some reference to know that you're angled, and that
It's the vertical.
the horizontal and vertical in your crosshairs in your sight is now with respect to this other thing that you're referencing, right? So what is that thing? It's your experience of reality.
Right, but the only thing you use in practice on Earth to determine these things is the vertical. This is the only thing you can discover anywhere on Earth, right? The vertical.
not
Horizontal, you cannot.
necessarily, because if you've got a water level and you've got two sides
Yes,
of
but
the
that
water
responds to the vertical.
I know it responds to it, but you're creating a vertical, right? You're creating a horizontal, not from a vertical, because the vertical reference is
Yes, you are.
the horizontal. Yeah.
Yes, you
So
are, because the moment.
It goes both ways. Yeah.
No, it doesn't go both ways. If I place you in a falling chamber, right? The water becomes a blob. You can't use water to determine vertical or horizontal, but you could still find out the vertical.
If it's contained,
if you know which way you're falling. But if the chamber is enclosed, you see shit and you don't even know which way you're falling. The only way the water knows what horizontal is because it has the vertical, the downward acceleration vector acting on it. That's the way that's how it seeks level. It responds to that. You remove that. Imagine being in a enclosed box
Spread
with a
out.
free fall, right? You
How long
will
because it
not
wouldn't
know which
spread
way you're
out?
falling.
Keep working.
Vertical is your friend.
So there's an intrinsic relationship, like Timo was saying. You can't really have one without the other.
What do you mean? You drop a plumb line, you have a vertical, you don't have a horizontal unless you try to measure a right angle to it. Now do the opposite. How can you do the opposite? How can you establish a horizontal to find the vertical? You can't in a generic case.
It's the zenith.
In a generic case, when you don't have access to other things in a dark room.
We're fucking Peter up, man. He spent 2 years trying to figure out whether or not the Earth is flat. Now he's like, "What the fuck?
But
It's
this is
horizontal, man."
basics. This is basics. Like if I put you in a closed room and ask you to find the horizontal, you will only do it by finding the vertical first, using a tool or otherwise. It's not related to the shape of the Earth. It's just a fact. Like, what are you going to look at? You're going to look at the stars, or you're going to look at the horizon? You don't see those things. So how are you going to find the horizontal? By finding the vertical.
I don't know, Timbo. I like horizontal Earth too. Like, let's just ruin their entire cosmology.
We'll call it vertical Earth then. Makes same sense, right? Because vertical is just horizontal and 90 degrees subtracted from it. So,
Then you'd have to call it square Earth.
Vertical Earth.
No, you'd have to call it square Earth.
Okay.
There is none with
Makes no
one.
sense.
There isn't one without the other. Like if you've established vertical, you also have your horizontal. If you've established horizontal, you also have vertical.
Yeah, but you also have diagonal, and you also have 22 degrees off, and you also have 21, and
Yeah, off the horizontal,
nothing
right?
special about. There's nothing special about that.
Or the vertical. You can't have one without the other.
Yeah, well, that's like saying nothing. You cannot have a diagonal without the vertical. And there's infinite lines crossing the vertical. So it's saying nothing. Flat is saying something specific. It has no curvature. The Pythagorean theorem holds true on the surface. That's meaningful mathematically.
Is flat a 2D
Hence,
plane, Peter?
no, this is a shape of a surface. It's a characteristic of a surface, right? Geodesics are Euclidean straight lines. It is Pythagorean theorem holds true on the surface. That's meaningful. That's what a flat surface is.
Does the
And
Pythagorean theorem have meaning on a horizontal surface?
horizontal is just a label for orientation. If that surface is that surface flat, then yes. If the surface is not flat, then no.
I don't know. I think I have to agree with Timbo. Timbo, I like your horizontal Earth, dude. Score one for the Canadians.
Anyway, it wouldn't really matter because we experience being upright mostly, like, until we rest. But so we do have this this natural experience of vertical and horizontal, and so we stand vertically. There's an up and down, and then we experience the surface we're standing upon stretching out in all directions around us, as in a planar fashion, horizontally, right?
Depends on where we're standing, right? If I stand on the slope of a hill, then no.
Yeah. Then our gauge, our senses detect there's a change. Yeah.
Yeah, no, because the vertical is the same for me when I stand on the slope of a hill and you stand on flat surface, let's say on the edge of a lake. The vertical for you and I is the same, they're parallel. What's under my feet is completely different.
No. If you were actually slanted, beginning to slant, and your
Why would
senses
I?
told you your body was forced to have to maintain its,
See
use
how you're
extra
speaking
effort
to
to
my point?
maintain that verticality, right?
Exactly,
Then
because you only detect vertical. That's the only universal orientation that we can agree on,
because of the
regardless of
change in what?
circumstances.
Because of the change in what?
Because of the downward acceleration vector acting on
Right.
my
No,
feet. I
yeah,
know where the vertical
because of
is.
the change in the surface. Right.
No, not the change in the surface.
Yes. Yes. If you were on a flat surface,
Did
you
you
wouldn't be
ever stand?
exerting more effort to maintain that verticality. It's
No,
because of the
that's the
slope that you
problem.
encountered, right? And that you're trying
Okay,
to
just
negotiate.
extend your arm.
Right.
Don't worry about efforts. Sit on your ass, extend your arm, deploy a plumb bob, and whether you sit on a flat surface or on a slope of a hill, the plumb bob will point in the same direction. That's what you know. The horizontal is just bullshit. How do you find horizontal standing on a slope of a hill? How do
I'm
you
talking about your natural, right? Your senses,
in
right?
natural
Your
environment,
experience.
how can you find the
You,
horizontal? Find me a
when
horizontal with your
when
senses.
negotiating the surface, we experience there being more or less effort involved, right, in trying to
Because of the
maintain
vertical.
vertical.
Because of the
Oh my
vertical. Your
God.
brain is telling you where the vertical is,
It's
not
intrinsic.
horizontal.
You've experienced that change because of the change in the surface that you're trying to negotiate.
My God.
Yeah, aka change in level, right? Change from level. You realize when the surface is not underneath you is not level anymore.
I get that, but that's because of the vertical. Because there is an acceleration in a
That's not.
specific
Yeah. Okay.
direction.
Cool.
That's
All right. Cool.
otherwise you wouldn't be feeling that you're tilted. Don't you
Okay. It
understand?
doesn't really
That's the
matter
only
why.
physical phenomenon.
It doesn't really matter why. I'm just stating what is.
It matters when you want to get precise and stop the absurdity of just naming things in a Bevite way, like horizontal. The only objective thing is the direction of the acceleration vector. If you remove that, such as in free fall, you don't know what is where at all. That's the only thing. You could be seeing a flat floor underneath you, and your head could be pointing there. like it means nothing if you remove that vector from your sensation
Yeah,
or from your
when
tooling.
when I see it coming to meet me pretty fast.
No, because it's falling with you. I could put you in a spherical chamber and drop you into free fall. And what is where? Where's your horizontal now? Where's your vertical? This is the only thing. The vertical. Once that sphere hits the floor, you'll know immediately where the vertical was. But you're seeing no horizontal. It's a spherical chamber. Hitting that floor will resolve all the questions you had about where the vertical was, because your face will follow. That's it. Now imagine standing in that sphere, and those things exist, those little bubbly things. You're not standing on a horizontal surface because you're standing on a curve. Concave Earth, dream come true. You know where the vertical is. So if I asked you to find the horizontal, you would. You'd just draw a perpendicular to it, and you'd say that's the horizontal.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. But we're talking. Well, Timbo was talking about the surface underneath us that we experience. Yeah, you gotta have context. I mean, like we're talking about trying to describe and understand the nature of a surface, right? And you
I
can consider those
understand
other
that.
things.
We're just discussing about what the best appropriate label for that endeavor would be, and that's flat, not horizontal. Horizontal is just a relative orientation. It's just not a good label for what we're doing. What we're doing
In
is
certain
looking for
context, it is.
curvature in the
In
surface.
certain context,
Okay, I
right?
don't want to
Because
talk about this anyway. Yeah, fine. You win. How about that? You win. Can we talk about something else?
sure, but I'm going to continue on that point because in context, because like with the water, right? With your water, yes, the surface of your water, right? You get the bottle, and you tilt the bottle, and the surface of the water wants to maintain that orientation. It won't change with the bottle unless it's frozen, right?
Unless it's in free fall.
Yeah.
What did you
So
remove in free fall? Do
there's
this experiment. Do
in
this
certain
experiment.
conditions,
Okay,
brew.
do this
Yes.
experiment. Do this experiment.
My goodness gracious, mate.
Take a little box, little chamber that is a cube. to its floor, your horizontal. You're going to glue a water bottle. You're going to look at it. Oh my goodness, water is horizontal. It's beautiful. And it's glued to the floor, which is also horizontal. Now take that cube and put it in free fall. The
Yeah, that's
water
a
will not be
condition.
horizontal. The water will
That's a
not be horizontal. It will
but
become a
that's
blob.
conditional.
Exactly.
That's
So the only thing that
conditional.
water was responding to was the downward acceleration vector
Yeah,
acting on it.
fine. Blame it on whatever you want. It doesn't
Blame
matter.
it.
It's the context involved.
I can refute that instantly.
I'm sure you can.
I'm going to refute it. Do you want that?
Only if you do it instantly.
Okay. Imagine you're in a bus, right? And it's got a container on the background, and it accelerates, right? And you're in a chair that has wheels. You will, like, as it accelerates, you are going to just stay there, and you're gonna stay pretty much in the same spot as it moves forward, and then suddenly you will hit the back of the container, and then you're gonna feel the pressure. You're gonna feel pressed against the the end of that container. When the bottle is falling, that's like not hitting the back end of the container yet. When you're in the ground, it's like you're against the seat, or the back, or what is against a flat surface. You understand that?
Yes, but I'm disappointed. You said you were going to refute something, and you just repeated what I said using a different analogy.
Yeah, because like the water is not going to behave the same while it's falling than when it's resting on the ground. When it's
Right,
resting on the
because it
ground,
has
it's like when a
it
car
has no force
accelerates and
action
you
on it.
are pressed. It's like when a car accelerates and you're pressed against the seat.
Yeah, so you're just
But
repeating what
we're
I
not
said. Were you going to
talking
refute what
about
I
when
said or
something's
what he said?
No, you're
accelerating,
not
are
repeating because
we?
You're repeating the
you
same thing.
said that the acceleration forces should be acting on it while it is falling.
No, I didn't. I said in free fall, an object does not feel any acceleration, and therefore it cannot orient itself in response to this vector.
Wait, what the fuck is happening here? Something's calling me or something. Wait.
Confused.
But we're not talking about living on a raindrop. Fuck's sake.
Let's see. What the fuck is this? Fuck's sake.
Yo!
I actually had a question. If you guys could answer it for me.
You can try.
Well, I mean, yeah, you have to be the guys that's about experimenting. So I've been looking into, and DJ, looking into like electromagnetic forces being the cause of the, the downward vector, kind of like you can tell about it some conversation. Is the biggest problem with experimenting with that or trying to figure that out, access to the causational mechanism of the field? Is that one of the biggest blocks in the whole thing?
No, not at all. The biggest problem is that we can clearly show that the acceleration vector does not respond to magnetic field. Because you can locally alter magnetic field, right? As an experiment, as a test. And when that happens, nothing happens. If I drop an object that doesn't interact with magnetic fields in the first place, it keeps falling down. So nothing changed. I can crank up the Teslas there, up the yin yang, and nothing happens. Things still fall down the same way. You cannot make things levitate that don't respond to the magnetic field. Take a potato and try and make it go upwards by applying magnetic field. Nothing happens. So it's not that. We know it's not that. That's the first thing we eliminated when looking at the origins of the downward acceleration vector, since those are the only two things we were looking into as humans, right? Why things fall, Newton, and electromagnetism, Maxwell. So obviously people were trying to see if there were commonalities there, and they found nothing so far.
Not I say they found nothing, but I was just wondering if the operational mechanism was the fundamental necessity. If it's not a fundamental necessity, then I'll keep working.
Yeah, you and millions of other people.
Was your question directly related to why things fall or not?
My question? Yeah.
It was? Okay. There are reports of things that may indicate there is a relationship, like the one guy that forced the two opposing ends of magnets together, locked them in together, and then dropped these two magnets as a whole, right, from a certain height in comparison to other things, and found that these magnets forced together fell slower. Now I don't have the data set. That's just something I heard in an interview someone speaking about. They claim to have done this. I haven't done it myself. I haven't tested that myself either. So I don't know. It could be that there is some sort of relationship, or that it can be affected. And other people say that everything is electrically charged to some degree, and that if with enough manipulation of surrounding magnetic fields, electromagnetic fields, whatever, you can get just about anything to levitate. I don't know if that's true or not. Apparently, you can.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen things like the whole, using a Van de Graaff generator to pop something like a aluminum foil like triangle with, negative ions, and you making it levitate off the ground and stuff like that. So I'm definitely trying to see that. The only I haven't been able to get quite that the thing grounded correctly yet, but I did, drop some paper near it and watch it suction all the paper out of the air over to it, and then as soon as it hit it and polarity reverse, it shoots all the paper off it like crazy, like popcorn, and it goes flying everywhere. So pretty cool toy that I have to get grounded correctly in order to use it and experiment with it correctly. But Yeah,
Next thing
it's
you
really
should do
interesting
is
stuff.
make a potato levitate.
Sounds like a plan.
Anyone has seen an electromagnet pick up a car in a scrapyard. So what you're describing is that, oh my goodness, certain things respond to magnetic fields. Wow. That's what you're describing. We all know that happens. Now tell me why a potato falls and does not levitate when I apply an electromagnet to a potato. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's a different interaction altogether.
I do appreciate everybody's responses to my question. I thank y'all for clarifying and things. Even Peter with all his cynicism and micronizing my abilities, gives me fuel. Appreciate it.
Wait, are we doing that quiet thing again? I don't hear the flat Earth bot thing.
You don't hear it? Do you have it muted?
I don't believe so.
You got the bot muted or what?
No, I don't have it muted.
I'm just kidding. Why are you so giggly? What happened?
Because I
You got
love.
some new, you got some new globe proof for us?
No, I just love the planet.
How do you know it's a planet again?
Because it's brown. It's in outer space.
Who's seen it
And
from outer
like,
space?
bro, space is real. You're just slow, and it's okay to be slow, but not too slow. Outer space is real. Like I said again, where do you think meteorites come from, bro? Like, we don't
What
see
meteorites? You've
rocks
seen a
in
meteorite?
space. What?
When have you seen a meteorite?
I'm
Tell us about it.
saying, like, with the dinosaurs and shit.
What?
This story keeps
You've
getting
never
better.
The dinosaurs.
You've never seen a dinosaur.
I've seen. There's proof that there's dinosaurs, isn't there?
No, there is not. Dinosaurs do not exist.
I'm pretty sure there's proof that dinosaurs exist. Stop. Shut up, bro. There's proof. You got the bones of the dinosaurs. Right, my
All right,
guys?
so the bones of them. Is the rest of them there?
I don't know, bro. We got
See, so you got some bones. You got some bones that you're gonna say belong to a creature identified as being a dinosaur. Okay, that doesn't mean they exist.
No, that does mean
Actually,
they're
it means they don't exist anymore. So
like. What if you
whether or not
like?
you think they did exist or not, it doesn't matter because they currently do not exist.
I know that, but they exist though because we have the bones and proof evidence of them in that time period, bro. Okay.
You have a story that you believe about that.
Story is no story here, buddy. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh
All right,
shit.
people. I'm gonna post up a picture of a skeleton in the side chat. I want you to tell me what this is, okay?
Wait. I shouldn't be feeling like this. Ooh. Wait. Okay.
Are you ready?
Wait. Oh my god.
Wait for what? Damn.
Stop. Yo. Okay.
All right.
My body's taking
I
so
posted
much.
up. I posted up a picture of the bone. If any forensic anthropologists know what this is, let me know.
Ooh. Uh-huh.
What is that?
Give me a second. Ooh.
Tell me what dinosaur that is.
Oh, they don't even look like a dinosaur. They look like one of them beetle things. Oh, oh
Beetle
my
thing.
god! Oh my 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 god!
Oh my.
Which beetle is that?
Yo! I'm shaking so much.
It's Ringo Starr.
Chill, please. I don't want to die. Please, chill, buddy. Chill.
Did I get it right, Lats?
Oh, what was that? Sorry.
I said
Oh
it's
my
Ringo
god!
Starr. You
Calm
said
down.
which Beatle is that? And I said Ringo Starr.
Breathe
Oh
in.
no.
Breathe out.
Oh
Come on.
no, that's not a beetle.
Calm
That's
down, buddy.
that is an animal of it's a
I
mammal.
again. Oh god! Oh, stop shaking. God. Yo.
But is Ringo Starr not a mammal?
Am I tripping? Do I
Oh
not know what the
god.
hell is that? Oh,
Oh,
we'll look that up real quick.
please.
What is
Yo.
a Ringo Starr?
Like,
You talking about the dude?
Yeah, you asked her
Oh,
which Beatle, which Beatle is
oh,
that? So,
oh, dude, I'm so slow. Holy shit! I don't even know that was the guy in the Beatles. Oh my goodness gracious! Ignore me.
yo.
Sorry, I'm slow. That was a great joke. I'm just slow as shit. Sorry, T-Dub.
it's all good. All right,
Okay, now
you know,
sorry.
it. I guess you might. You're a little. Wait, yeah, you are. You are a little bit past that
Oh my god.
generation. So yeah,
Yo.
Just a little bit. Oh, did you figure out which
more of a
dinosaur that was yet,
more of a
Ethan?
boomer
Yo.
joke.
I told you it looked like a beetle.
All right, which
Jesus.
beetle is it?
Like a red beetle. Like,
A
like,
red one?
yeah,
How do you
like a
get
red one.
color off of the skeleton?
Yo. Jesus.
Yo, what?
Wait, calm down.
Oh shit! Flatloid got it.
I'm literally shaking and I'm so scared.
What is it, like an armadillo or something?
Platypus.
What's an armadillo? Yeah, what is an armadillo?
Oh yeah.
That's
Okay, let me
that's
see.
crazy right there. The armadillo is one of the coolest creatures ever.
No, but it has the two like little bones. So like the teeth. That's the teeth, right? Bro, what the fuck? Like, Oh my gosh. I never do it in a car again, bro.
All right, Ipo, which dinosaur is this? I posted up another one in the side chat.
That's a Shaniquasaurus.
Most corniest joke ever, bro. Shut the fuck up. Oh god. Okay. Chill. Yes. So. Oh god. Okay, relax your shoulders.
Hey, I don't know why it's so funny to me. Okay, come on, Ipo, which dinosaur is it?
Okay. Oh. Huh? Okay. What dinosaur we're talking about here?
Well, I posted it up in the side chat.
That's not a
So,
dinosaur. That's not even a dinosaur, bro. Dinosaurs are like a land creature.
well, did you not know
Huzzah!
that the
Huzzah!
prehistoric animals that were in the
Huzzah!
sky, the land, and the sea? You said you have evidence of dinosaurs
Just
because of
give me a
bones. So
second,
which dinosaur is
man.
it,
Give me a second.
brother?
Just give me a second. Okay. Just give me a
Brother, are
second.
you getting robbed right now? What's going on?
Robbed.
I think she's
Who's getting
shopping. She's
robbed?
busy.
The mine. The mine? I'm gonna tell you everything.
Okay, if you can't talk right now, then just go on mute for a second till you can
You
start
might
talking
have to
again.
put me on mute, dude.
Hey, lads, I got a dinosaur fossil for you. This is in a
Mine,
museum in
bro.
Germany.
Mine.
Hey, Ippo, this
No,
is for you
I'm
too. Ippo,
scared.
check out this dinosaur fossil. This is in Germany.
Oh no, I'm
I love
scared.
this one.
What the hell is that? Wait, this is real?
That, yeah, in a sense, yeah.
Yo, buddy,
Brother, I
buddy.
don't even think those bones go together.
It's called the Magdeburg unicorn from Magdeburg, Germany.
Get it.
Brother, what the hell
You're a
is that?
dinosaur. You're a dinosaur denier, lads.
This thing looks fucking
What?
disgusting.
Well, you see, what happened was a bunch of paleontologists found a bunch of bones inside of dried lake bed, and they started gluing them together in fantastic ways, and they called that paleontology. And that's how they invented dinosaurs. And this year was in like the 1600s, I think. This is when they were kind of new at it, and they weren't really sure exactly how things should functionally fit together. But, I mean, they improved their game. I mean, obviously, they improved their game over time, but this is one of the earlier examples. This is like one of the first globes.
They like glue like a scapula to like a. What even is that?
Yeah, they actually thought this could have been a real creature.
Oh
It's
my
it's like those
goodness.
like the nerd cereal, which are like these creatures with only legs that run around.
Yeah. It's like your first iteration of a minion right here. Yeah. That's freaking hilarious. I've never seen that before. That's freaking funny.
Fuck, man, imagine pissing one of those off in a hallway. You're fucked.
It's like you and four of your friends that are running straight down the hall are all going to get impaled at the same time.
The question is do you run backwards or forwards? They got their pros and cons, I'm telling you.
All right, for people that don't know what the second bones that I posted up were, that was a blue whale, by the way.
Yeah, I was thinking it was a whale.
Yeah, I saw that thing. I was like, damn, the freaking skull's crazy looking.
That's a big fat clamp, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it was insane. Not the platypus one looked crazy too.
Looks like a giant goldfish to me.
I mean, that tail doesn't even look like it is a tail. It looks more like a section of like maybe
Like ribs, yeah.
ribs or something. Yeah, possibly a wing or something. I don't know. Like it's just incomplete. It's
Okay,
All right, this
I
will be
got
the
it.
last one.
I got it, y'all.
Okay,
Okay.
April. Guess what this
Oh,
is?
so
I got
wait,
one more.
I don't got it no more.
Oh, holy shit! What happened to him?
who dug up Elephant Man?
Oh shit!
Okay. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? What the
Yeah,
hell?
Zygo got
Okay,
it.
so
She's right. It's an elephant skull without the tusks sticking out. Looks freaking
elephants
crazy.
look ugly. Damn, I hate to be that ugly. Oh Jesus! Feel like I just ran a marathon. My heart beat so fast. Jesus, y'all. Oh my God.
Did you get your vape cart sorted out?
No, but I think this shit is laced. Oh my God. Jesus, please help me. I'll never do none of these again. I ain't trying to die. I'm trying to die for real. Man, I'm mocking me. Oh, stop. Stop it. Oh, calm me down.
What
Calm
is
down.
going
Calm down.
on?
Full
Oh,
disclosure,
God.
I really don't want to be a part of any illegal activity that you might be doing.
Wait, let me not say that. Let me not put that in.
Yes, we do not condone anything that's going on over there. Anyway, let me go on mute for a little bit.
Also, April, it's worth noting that all those bones you see in all the museums and stuff, like over here, yeah, none of those are real at all. Like they're not real bones.
Hippo, please check my message in the side chat and acknowledge it. Thank you. All right, I finally reached the spot where I can stop. I'm gonna unmute you, Hippo. Or who muted Hippo first of all? Was it because of what I said? I don't want to unmute for any reason. It looks like he's not here anymore.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's serious, I think unless it's going to be serious and on topic, there's some people that aren't really tolerating the nonsense. Don't want to have to listen to it.
No. Yeah, she was just talking about nicotine products, and she's not old enough to be using nicotine products. So I wanted to make sure that we were staying within terms of service and kind of a serious thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, people also lie all the time on the internet about everything. So
This is true.
How do I know that's not a lie?
yeah, it is. And lying is a form of attention seeking too. So
Hey Yoder, did you get a chance to look at that video I finally got to actually send to you with the extra pictures on it and stuff?
AG Town, yeah, I got you. Yeah, you sent me videos, some clips from one of several STS shuttle missions involving the use of a tether, electrodynamic or electrostatic tether, which looks about the same as you would expect if you had a microscope and you're zoomed into like a droplet of dumpster juice and watched all the different organisms run around inside. Zoomed in with a microscope. That's what it looks like to me. But hey, there you go. Is it an electrodynamic propulsion tech demonstration, or is it some protozoa in a petri dish full of other organisms and bacteria? Nobody knows. But that's NASA.
Right. I meant the. I was talking about the message about
You're talking about. Sorry.
the wind tracker site before that. Did you get that one?
I'm sorry. I'm curious. What were you likening to like looking through a microscope into a petri dish full of bacteria?
I've got it. I'll post it again in the side chat. Never mind, it will not. I don't have image perms for some reason. Again, oops. I don't know what's up with that.
Yeah, D-Town, that's crazy. Yeah, before that, you sent me what looks like I couldn't quite hear exactly, but something looked like weather patterns that were taken. And you can see the seams of where the different regions were stitched together. And this betrays the idea that this is one continuous swath of land that's being collected, whose information is being gathered by a satellite that's above, because it's got seams, right? It's got borders and edges. And so whatever they were doing, it was like, okay, we've got this satellite over here looking at this image, and then went over here and looked at that image, and we decided to create a boundary between the two images and then stitch them together. Like, why would he do that?
I thought it was interesting after I got the system to break and got those screenshots. Now, if you go back to that site, the graphical progression, instead of being those blocks that are all stitched together, which is why they wouldn't load for me, why they kept breaking, it's now a sinusoid running across the entire Mercator projection they use. So it doesn't load the same way. So it loads more smoothly and doesn't break in those blocks like it was for me before.
Where are you posting this stuff? I can't see it.
I'd love to post it for you right now. I posted in the chat before and I sent it to people, but I can't. I don't have image perms in the side chat. I don't know what happened. I had them yesterday, or even this morning. So I don't know what happened.
Just curious because remember the 90s mission where they had the tether and it broke loose, and a STS something or other mission, and the tether broke loose and they were filming it in like IR, and you see all these like huge ass like looking organisms like passing in front of the camera. Like they're like huge cells. Like it looks like they're like jellyfish, or it looks like you're looking through a microscope at cells wandering around,
Yeah, exactly.
Video, yeah. To me, my point was, to me, they look a lot like stars do when you zoom in on them. They look a similar shape with the little similar designs, holes in the middle, little notches and little designs and stuff on them. And they move in similar. They even have the ray tracing at the end. Looks sort of like the way stars do when they move when they're tracing them, tracing the rays. It's pretty similar looking, pretty interesting.
Yeah, Mythbusters actually
Hello?
did a episode on. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, I can hear you. You're a bit quiet. I've turned you up. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Edward. You've gained our attention. What's up?
I'm just saying hello.
Oh, g'day.
Yeah. Interesting subject. Discuss.
Yeah, because in that footage you actually see something go in front of the tether and behind it. Like you see these things. It appears as though there's like depth there, right? So some of those things are closer, some of those things are further away. But then Mythbusters did this whole test, like viewing particles or something through a lens, through a window, through like multiple like lenses, basically, and then adjusted the focus and stuff until it appeared like things in the foreground were actually going behind things in the background. Like, yeah, they just messed around until they thought they debunked that.
My biggest problem is the focus on that. Everybody's like, "Oh, they're UFOs and what is that and where are they?" and that kind of stuff. And I'm like, I don't think they're UFOs at fucking all. I don't know what they are, but I don't think they're UFOs.
Well, back when I believed that they were actually up there doing stuff, right? I looked at it like they've inadvertently, accidentally, whatever, unwittingly revealed life forms in the upper atmosphere that we are unaware of. That they obviously are, but aware of. Well, that's what I thought at the time, but that we weren't aware of until then, right? Which still isn't out of the realm of possibility. I mean, there could be things in the lights existing within the light spectrum that we don't perceive in the invisible light spectrum that we don't perceive with our eyes. They're only detectable through equipment that can see outside the visible light spectrum.
Yeah, there's so much going up on there. It's fun to look into because there's so much speculation because we just don't know stuff. But like, I mean, even one of the biggest things they say that's an inconsistency about like astronauts and stuff, they'll tell you, "Oh, you go up there and you see all these stars," and then the other ones will be like, "Dude, go up there and there's no stars." Everybody's like, "Which one is it?" And I remember Dave Weissman was talking about the balloon they sent up for themselves, like their weather balloon. You know, they put cameras like at every angle, and he said at about 60, 70,000 feet. all the stars just disappeared, and it just blackness. And I was like, well, that's really interesting. So what's going on there? So, so many questions, but it's fun to look into. But yeah, there's just a lot of I don't know. There's a lot of unanswered questions and some weird stuff going on. So
Pretty quiet, yeah.
and since I can't post in the chat, when I get stopped here in just a second where I can, I'll send you the video and stuff I showed you earlier.
Says
D10.
you have it.
I'm around too if you need someone to send stuff to, if other people are busy.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it says
Well,
you
thanks,
have
Princess.
the stream. It says you have the stream/media thing in your roles. You have that role, so I don't understand why you're unable to.
Like I said, this morning I was even sending memes before I left for work, and now I got that one just doesn't even let me add anything. The plus is grayed out. It's like I can't add anything.
You might need an update or log out, log back in or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna try it here in a second. Once I get a stop here, we're gonna stop for like 8 minutes. So
Yeah, clear your cache and all that. Yeah.
yeah, as a driver, there's some places that are cool to stop, and other places which I gotta get out of here as soon as I possibly can because I'm in the way of traffic and shit.
Oh, Castle's saying he can't either. That's a bit weird. Let me see if I can. Um, no, don't read into this. Anything. There you go. I can post. That's weird. Other people can't. We got detail and cutoff. Unable to post media. Anybody else experiencing that problem?
Yeah, me.
Dang. What's going on? It's weird.
The same as him too. I was posting earlier yesterday, and all of a sudden.
I did send you that stuff on a DM there. DW.
Hello, everybody. Wow.
Welcome in.
Yeah, hi. You are a lot, guys.
Sorry, with what? That is good.
Oh my goodness, guys. Today's my first day of wearing a back brace while at work. Like one of those workers' back braces. Oh my gosh, it's like heaven.
Nothing from support. Yeah.
Yeah, lately my lower back's been a little bit stiff just from working all the time and everything. It's not horrible, nothing I can't, like I'm still doing proper lifting, but like having the day off, it feels like I'm having the day off of working is what it feels like. It's great.
Yeah, she does. That could be big, man. I mean, I walk about 10 miles a day at work, plus lift about 500 to 600 packages between deliveries and pickups. So it'll beat on you. I use one of those big wheel like back roller things that decompresses my spine to roll it back out. I have to do that pretty often to keep my back straight, keep all the compression off. Well, you were right. The Discord did have an update, but I still have no image frames. So wasn't that.
China, they're actually making full body suits. They also just have like basically autonomous production lines. They're teaching robotic hands to like fold boxes and shit, like pretty efficiently. So, but as far as like human structural support. They've made advances in like body suit technology that like just can aid you to accomplish things effortless, seemingly effortlessly. It's pretty cool what they're making. It's like the future.
It's like my job with the unloaders. They can't, they don't have a robot yet that can do any loading, but they definitely have robots that can do the loading, and they've proven, or excuse me, they've done the unloading of the trailers, and they can do it almost twice as fast as the average human as far as unloading the trailers. So that's going to happen soon.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, they've got these. I think for $1,000 roughly, you can go to this place in China and you buy these leg braces. Basically, they're and they're AI assisted, and so you can put it into different modes, but essentially it just like does your walking for you. Yeah, sense of slight changes in your body movement and gestures and whatever, and just adapts itself to what you want to do, but assists you basically, taking a lot of the strain off off your muscles and your bone and whatever. Yeah, it's got medical, and military applications, as well as recreational application. I mean, you could just buy some to just like help you get up a hill easier, climb a mountain, whatever.
I'm sure I can help you do stuff that's, easier or that's impossible, but I prefer to use my own muscles to do my lifting and everything else. Keep myself strong.
Yeah. Yeah, but so it has like medical application, like for physiotherapy. So like where you could adjust it like week by week to like make you do more. You know what I mean? Like make to put in more effort till you've recovered and you don't even need the thing anymore. But like yes, has that sort of application.
Like I said, it'll definitely have some cool applications. I mean, if somebody told me I could get on one of these, like what are they called? What do they call them? Not mechs, but basically the same thing. One of those, you know, mechanical assisted suits like they have in the movies. I would do it. I would try it out. Hell yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, they're making them. They're doing it. China's up there doing it. Like and probably Japan too. Maybe I don't know. Like yeah. Probably, like they've probably had this sort of thing. Like the U.S. military's probably had that sort of thing for decades.
As is tradition.
Like the whole Robotech or Transformers thing, is not far away from being a reality too.
I'm just working on myself being a better human robot. I've gotten myself up to where I can grab on a 10-foot rim again. And at 42, that's not a bad deal to get back up to that.
I know what the whole the back pain thing is like. I mean, I've for years now I've had this like periodic freaking bouts of like I don't know. It's either it's muscle or nerve or combination of muscle, nerve, and bone or whatever. But I just get these lockups occasionally, and it won't even take much. Like I'll just like the other night, I just walked from the stove over to the bench and then just leaned towards the bench, and that was enough. That was I was not even twisted or anything. I was just forward facing. Just went to lean towards the bench to then reach over and pick up a utensil or something, and that was it. Back locked up. I couldn't even move. I had to lay down. Just lay down I had to get family to come and finish what I was doing. I was serving up dinner, and I couldn't do anything. I had to lay there for like half an hour, and then eventually got my son to help me get up, but it freaking was so painful to force myself to get up against all the because my body was just saying you can't do this, you cannot move without severe pain, and I was like, wow. But I had to go to the bathroom and stuff, like whatever. So yeah, my son helped me, and I had to get him to like support most of my weight off my legs to like minimize the pain in my back. It was crazy. So, yeah, but and the next day, like this was a really bad bout because usually, like I'm back to like I can function, with properly within a few hours. But even the next day, I was like, I just turn slightly, and I'd be like, and it was like it was going up from my back into my ribs, and it was crazy. It was a really bad spell.
The way your body posits that nerve problems is crazy. Like my wife was having major hip problems, like in her hip, and so we went and checked that out. Turned out it was actually a bulging disc in her back. That was, the problem was pinching the nerve, but the actual pain signal was coming from the hip. It was traveling down there, and that's where the pain was emitting. Even though nothing was wrong with her hip, it was a foot away up her back.
Right.
So, yeah. And my back after my accident a long time ago had that problem where the nerve would pinch, and I would actually feel it in my sternum. I would feel it coming around my ribs to my sternum. And I have nothing wrong with my sternum, but the pain was actually emitting from the middle of my back and coming around.
Yeah, it's crazy. Sometimes like I'll get an itch like on my leg, right, and I'll dig my nail right into it, fingernail right into it, and scratch it, and it'll generate an itch somewhere else on my body, like on my back or on my shoulder, right? Like, and I'm like, what the heck's going? And then I'll stop, and the itch that was somewhere else goes away as well, and then I'll like do it. I'll test it again, and it comes back. It's like, what's the connection there? Like, it's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we all experience that. That is a weird sensation.
Not having happen very often, but I have had that happen before. Yeah, it's disorienting. You're like, what?
Yeah, man, I wrecked a motorcycle and have had some lower back problems. Uh, Finally found this good uh, muscle therapist, whatever you want to call it. And my relief came from her working on my legs. Like it was really wild.
Yeah, it makes me think that there's something, there might be something to acupuncture. You know what I mean? Like, it's not totally bogus. maybe.
Yeah, I can see that, and it's just the intricacy of our systems, right? They're pretty complex, you know, and I don't think they're as understood as they're made out to be.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. A lot more to the human body than what is scientifically accepted. Is there anyone here that's that just joined into Flat Earth?
Yeah, loads, man, loads.
Welcome.
I'm curious to hear your perspectives. I got into it and would not consider myself very well educated, just like the basic stuff. I'm just curious what maybe things I'm missing.
Yeah. Anybody? Go. Go Boogie. But go for it.
I was just gonna say, you know, we keep it really simple here. There's most questions we don't have good answers for. And that's just the way life is. But we focus on what can be empirically known and validated. And the only thing you need to falsify the heliocentric model is to demonstrate that there's absolutely no curvature on the surface. So, you know, that's kind of the bread and butter, right?
Yeah, basically, if the Earth is not the size that they say it is, then all the satellite orbits are wrong. All of the moon orbit is wrong. The orbit around the sun is wrong. All the planetary orbits require the Earth to be a specific size based off of all the math calculations that they've done.
Is what's if there even is a consensus, what is the belief?
It's not a belief. It's about empirical measurements. Everybody has different beliefs, right? Even within Christianity, the people have different beliefs about Christianity, right?
Yeah, so what are some of the
Flat Earth isn't a belief. Flat Earth is a measurement.
And experience.
Yeah, experience.
then what do you believe is the nature of the cosmos?
It's exactly as we see it, where the Earth is flat and stationary, and everything in the sky moves above our heads.
So what do you believe the stars are?
It's not a matter of belief. They just look like lights in the sky, man. They have a periodicity that we use to measure all the time on Earth. The sun measures the day, the moon measures the month, and the stars measure the annual cycle.
Yeah. Another way to put it is no one here is making a positive claim to what the nature of reality is per se. All we are doing is falsifying the globe Earth. That's it. You know, that's what flat Earth is. Anybody that tells you they know the overall composition and structure and all that shit, you know, they're lying to you.
Okay, I was curious specifically about the stars. That's why I asked that one. Do you?
Oh no, dude. we're curious too. There's a lot of things that can never be verified, right? Or at least that we can't verify now.
Yeah.
We're not a disk floating in space either. For all intensive purposes, you can perceive the Earth to be the floor of the universe.
Yeah. I want to say, like, what is the universe to you?
Earth.
What you experience, what you see is what you get. So there's no outside view of it.
So
We're
what do
limited
you?
in our ability to comprehend reality as a whole.
Mhm. But I guess then, what are some of your beliefs personally, whatever? Doesn't need to be. I'm not asking if there's like like you said, it's not a TM or a religion or anything, but what are some of your beliefs as to what makes the stars the stars? Like you said, they're means of measuring the cycles of the earth. What are they? Anybody have any thoughts?
Well, you can find plenty of flat earthers that might have thoughts on that. And like you said, this is things that we're all curious about, but that's not what this place is about or for. This place sticks strictly to what can be empirically validated. So we don't have to worry about going from one belief system to another. This is about, now we can show you how the globe has been falsified over and over and over. And, you can learn a lot by hanging out here about the things that we are taught about through heliocentrism. And when you look at the nuts and bolts of how these things were fabricated and came to be, it's not what you might think. Now, as far as, like I said, this place is full of empiricists that focus on what can be validated. That's what this place is for.
I'm gonna ask you a question, Marco-san, and then I'm gonna ask you again later. But I kind of want to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Shoot.
So my first question, this is the question I'm going to ask you again later, right? So that way maybe you can understand our point of view a little bit better. If you found out that the Earth was flat, what do you think the stars would be?
What do I think the stars are?
Yeah.
Ooh. Well, I don't make any claims as to what I think the stars are now. Yeah, and I don't make a claim as to. I'm not saying that I think the Earth is round either, but I certainly don't believe the science TMs. You know, burning balls of gas. Billions of miles away that are actually dead. Like whatever. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, okay, you kind of like cornered off my little caveat, but yeah. So, what evidence have they given you that to say that they're giant gas balls? What's their evidence?
Oh, I don't know. That's just what I remember from as a kid going to like the planetary museum and stuff. And that's all I remember and what I think is the common consensus, but I don't really follow that stuff too much. I was curious asking you guys if there was any type of, new information that I haven't heard of, or anything like that. But I mean, I can't even, well, I don't even know. I guess I'd first try to think of like what is, what is up there, right? I've heard about like a firmament and a dome and like waters above, waters below. And like I've seen
Yeah,
images.
that's a biblical point of view, but like we can't prove any of that. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of Christians in here, and they would say, they believe that because that's what the scripture will tell them, and believe in the scriptures and the scriptures of Jesus and those things. I would say from somebody who's read the Bible, and a lot of people might shoot me in the leg for this, but I don't consider myself a Christian. Jesus told me to be a servant to the Creator. So that's what I do. But for all intensive honesty purposes, it looks like everything points to what the Bible describes as the earth. But like I can only prove what I can prove, right? Like I measure the surface to be flat, stationary. The stars move across the sky in their fixed appointed times. The sun has its fixed appointed time. The moon has its fixed appointed time, and all of these things. So based off of what Genesis chapter 1 says about the sky, it points to that.
I'm sorry,
But
Sheepdog. Can I just gotta run real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're
Sorry
good,
to
man.
interrupt you.
I just wanted to let you know. Yep. What about you, Boogie Woods? What do you think? Or anyone for that matter, do you think there's any validity to the biblical cosmology versus what we observe naturally?
Sorry,
Biblically,
sheepdog. I'm at work too, bud.
sorry,
Oh, I was just gonna say, I agree with what's said in here for the most part. The only thing we know for certain is that there's containment, right? I think a lot of it, uh, you know, I mean, it's as far as an alternative view to what we've been taught. I mean, I guess there's plenty throughout ancient cultures that you could look to for inspiration, guidance of if you want to play the guessing game of what is. But I like the empiricist vibe here. And I like sticking with what I can prove.
Yeah, and, I have this funny, unique um, observation, right? And they say, "Oh, if the Earth is like the Bible says, then where's the dome touch the ground at?" Let's say it were like that, right? I don't think it would come down like the way they show it in the cartoon drawings that they show. I would think it would appear more like, if I'm speculating at this point, like if y'all have ever seen the Texas Houston Astros Astrodome. I mean, this is like a beautiful, like, uh, not example, but like, like if we're speculating, if this is biblical, all the angels and spirits are all sitting on the outside watching us play on the inside, right? It would look something like this, where the stars are above, everybody's sitting on the outside looking in and watching us run around and play. I mean, pure speculation, but I mean, you got your stars on the ceiling, right? You got your wall on the outside. You got your dome up there, right? It's a dome. So people say, "Oh, what's the dome look like?" I'm not saying this is what it looks like, but I imagine this before I imagine some hemisphere.
Well, I'll put it like this: I don't have the ability to say that model is incorrect. You know what I'm saying? So I'll just leave it at that.
It's like with me, like those scans I found that I was talking about earlier, like that just lends a lot of credence to me to old history and stuff like that. So that's where my head's pushing is towards more of that ancient cosmology just because of what I've seen. Um, so, but as far as understanding, dude, understanding like the mechanisms, like we're so far away from that. It's crazy, but I think that's not a bad thing. I think it's really cool. It's full of wonder, but it's like right here versus like, well, where do the zeta reticulans come from on the second star of Orion or some dumb shit we'll never get to. So it's right here.
And regardless of what this realm is as a whole, I undoubtedly agree that the empiricist route is the only honest and proper way to break the illusion.
Hey, I just want to sorry to interrupt. Just want to say thank you to Sheepdog for taking the time to answer me there. I got family that came over, so I got to get going. But interested in the topic, and thanks for your time, guys. Take care.
Yeah, come back some other time.
Buggy.
Fuck with.
Good. How's it going here? Wuzzle Twad Wuzzle. Australian Shepherd.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey. It's been a while. Yeah, good. Going good.
Yeah, I took a spell for a while. You probably would have had some insight into the last question, or some sort of view on it about the cosmology and biblical, like from a biblical stance, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose it tends to kind of describe the Earth in that way. The surface.
But
they take
guy,
it
he had to
metaphorically,
leave.
though. I think that's the only problem.
Right.
Kind of way like
Yeah,
they
no, the
think the
last guy.
sky itself is the.
Yeah, that's what the
yeah,
last guy
that's what they
was.
say.
He was questioning.
Yeah.
Like, what are the stars?
Yeah.
It's really difficult because even biblically, because I was going to say, it doesn't really go into too much detail about exactly what the stars are, but it does give them the same title as that of angels or light beings, heavenly beings, celestial beings. I do find that interesting.
I don't think you will find that in the canonized books. Maybe outside the canonized books, maybe. I'm not sure.
No, I just mean that, from the words that the words used to describe stars is essentially in the same vein of etymology as the words that they use for celestial beings, angels, whatnot.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
It's sort of similar to how the same word for wind or air, whatever, like is the same for spirit.
All right.
And from what I understand, ancient cultures kind of had like this intuitive view that if something's inanimate, it's not really alive unless it's choosing to be still by will, like by choice. But anything that shows some sort of um, movement, right? That it's under control of that of an entity, of a being, right? Of a consciousness that's like willing that motion, right? It's like it's operating itself or whatever. Like I guess or the wind itself is causing inanimate things to move. So they had this view that motion was caused by consciousness, basically. That there was nothing that just moved of its own volition, just happenstance, whatever. Like that motion was, in, caused by intent. And that is our experience. Like if we want something to move, an inanimate object to move, we have to exert energy. We have to use. It takes effort, right?
You have to will it.
So that right, yeah. So for a lot of people, like this idea that things just move without that was preposterous, right? Really, like so they viewed the sky, as though it was being purposefully controlled and made to move, whether those things like are beings that move under their own volition or whether something else is causing them to move with intent. But this idea that they just that was foreign to many cultures, really, like that something could just move just because it's like without any intelligence behind it, right?
Like those rocks that roll around in that field by themselves.
Now, well, yeah, the Bible talks about the rocks crying out, right? Well, God could make them do so, right? Yeah, would rise up, whatever.
No, man, but I mean, there's a there's kind of a beauty and a wonder and not understanding things and knowing that you won't understand things. The stars in the heavens. It's just, I mean, are you sure you want to lose the ability to look up and wonder?
It's the magical wonder. Yeah, I mean, people don't want to feel vulnerable, but it's ironic too that like in that um that nature of not wanting to be vulnerable, right? Because like not knowing something that makes you vulnerable, right? Like, but then in saying that, like, they've come up with these stories about what everything is that places it in one of the most vulnerable environments you could ever possibly imagine.
Oh yeah,
Dangerous.
I
It's
agree.
like
Knowing
so what
something
so
incorrectly
what
is
comfort is
inadequate.
there in their paradigm? Like, really?
It's such a good point. Like, not knowing is uncomfortable, but not as uncomfortable as knowing incorrectly.
Right. We are at the mercy of nature's forces and this wild, crazy, dead, cold, ever expanding void, right? Like, with things flying around inside of it that can destroy a tiny little planet like ours in a blink of an eye and things like that. Like,
Well, of course, I would say even though we're big fans of empiricists, we all like to wonder and speculate, right? And I don't.
That's what I've been trying to share everybody with those wind tracker site images that I sent you too, Boogie. Like that's my space. That's what I'm going for. What I'm aiming for. Fucking Antarctica.
Oh, I'll check them out. What was it? What is it again?
Remember I sent you those the screenshots that I got from the wind tracker site where the images were all broken.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, that's where I'm aiming. I'm not looking to try to get out of the cage. That's for sure.
Oh, I remember my train I lost a second ago. Thinking about all the things that kids are taught and how. I mean, I'm talking about from nursery rhymes to the heliocentric model of dinosaurs, like all these relatively frightening things. Nursery rhymes are really fucking morbid. And, I even think that kind of teaching kids about Santa Claus, this is just my opinion, that teaching kids about Santa Claus is a way to get them not to believe in a creator, because they teach these kids about this guy in the sky who's always watching you, knowing if you're naughty and nice. You get a little bit older and, you're like, oh, that's not real. There's really no guy up there watching you, knowing if you're good or bad. And then, your grandma takes you to church and you're like, trying to tell you about some guy in the sky watching you. And you're like, yeah, I've heard this one before. Right.
yeah, it's the idea that there's an ultimate purpose, right, for everything and everyone versus none whatsoever.
Yeah. No direction, no meaning.
Ultimately, only that which you create conceptually for yourself.
Yeah, I like having that discussion when it comes to like fear, because people wonder like fear, like the numbers, like 13. I got it tattooed on me because a long time ago I was like, well, that meaning bad luck sounds fucking stupid, so I'm not going to sign up for that. So then doing more digging into it, we create the fear. When somebody says something is scary, we say, oh, it's scary. They didn't make it scary. It's not scary. We created the fear of that thing ourselves. So we do that. We get scared of something for a reason. We put that in our head that we make it scary. That's why some people are scared of certain things, other people love them when it comes to like horror movies and stuff like that. For instance. So it's a thing we create ourselves. And if we say like 13 is not unlucky, like for me, I think 13 is not unlucky. It's not my lucky number because then I'm still going to the concept of luck. But if I say it's just my number and I think it's a good number, and you look what it meant in history, it did mean harmony and the divine feminine and everything else. So like it meant something good and it got turned into something bad. So instead of saying it's something bad and saying it's unlucky, I just say, hey, I like that number. It's a good, powerful number. I love seeing it. I know it means harmony and things like that. So I choose for it to be good. And so for me, 13 is never unlucky. It's a good number.
Wasn't so lucky for Judas. Okay.
But yes, that was his fault.
You talking about the apostles?
Yeah. Wait, what was he one of the 12 or was he the 13th? And then they were left with 12. No, there was 12. Well, he was one of the 12, wasn't
12,
he?
12. But he,
Yeah.
hanged himself and then.
That's right. They had to replace him.
Yeah. Paul would be the replacement in that sense.
Even in the Bible, 13 is a good number. You got the 12 apostles, and then Jesus being the 13th member of the whole group. So there's that.
Yeah, 12 apostles and him being 13.
Yeah, I'd really love to talk to some of you guys about some stuff that probably is not. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, because we do get encouraged to take those sort of discussions to other channels. Yeah, and some of you guys, I'd really love to sit down and talk about some things along that topic.
If I could do it without completely doxing myself, because it involves my literal address and a lot of other things. If I could do it without completely doxing myself, I'd love to go over you my whole progression in numerology over the past 5 years, for instance. Dude, it is beyond beyond possibility of just being random. It's crazy. It is awesome to think that. Here's the thing. Yeah, but I think I'll do it at the same time.
My mother was right into it. She had her own sort of spin on everything, on the whole numerology thing. She was obsessed with the number 665. She adored the number 33, of course. Like not because of any Illuminati association or anything like that. Just, because of Christ and all that. But yeah, this is like, and she was like, she'd do these she'd do these readings for people based on their date of birth and stuff, and she was remarkably accurate with some of the stuff, But she didn't ever want to make money out of it or anything. It was just like this thing, like a hobby thing that she did, And she didn't like to really broadcast it or anything, It's just come up once you get to know someone well enough that they understood she was into it, and then they'd request like a reading. She'd do a reading for them. Yeah, but she was different. She had her own take on it all, and I don't know. I can't fully understand how she worked it all out, but she had all these different meanings with it, different numbers and things. Yeah, she was always had a pen and a piece of paper in front of her for writing down her thoughts and ideas and stuff. I think my sister still has a whole room full of boxes that's just paperwork that she'd scribbled in, that she just wrote in. Crazy. But I get this right. So my mother said that like she used to be able to, well, she'd talk to God, right? She'd say she just hears. Initially, she said she heard like a voice in her ears because she was at this point in her life, destitute, at the bottom. And she was atheist, and she reached out to the only thing left there was to reach out to, and that was possibility of the existence of a God being, right? So she did. She prayed, and she said she heard it, with her ears, like this voice, right? And then after that, it was more of a spiritual thing. She'd say she'd hear, right, in a voice. But she claimed, this is her claim one day, that she heard, she felt or felt, seen a voice told her that she is allowed to pray for material objects if she feels like she wants it and needs it, right, in her life or whatever. And it said, test me. So she went, okay, I want a saxophone. No, sorry, it wasn't a saxophone. It was a clarinet. She said, I want a clarinet. Now she did know somebody with a clarinet, right? She had a friend with a clarinet, but she hadn't seen them in like 2 years, right? I had not been in contact with this person. And the very next morning, there's a knock at her door, which woke her from sleep. And she opened the door to this friend who wanted to give her clarinet for no apparent reason. It was just in her heart to do so.
Wow, it's pretty wild, man. It's awesome. Mysterious realm, man. Very mysterious realm.
Yeah, I believe that because I've had similar things. There's like an energy when you're thinking about somebody. Like people always say that, like you're thinking about somebody and they call you. And it's like somebody you haven't talked to in a while, or you feel somebody staring at you. You look behind, and there was somebody staring at you. So weird.
Yeah, some crazy coincidence stories out there too. Like, there's, and it would seem like it's not chance. That's like that it was pre-planned. Yeah, stranger than fiction.
I mean, if you were asking for a sign and you got that and you ignored it, then you wasn't really even asking for a sign.
There's this guy, right? And I think he had a motorcycle accident, and the motorcycle had ended up on his leg after the accident, right? And these two guys put in vehicles pull over. And one happens to be a bit medically trained. I think might have been an ambulance driver or something. He was off duty, but they lifted this bike off the guy's leg. They saw he had this like serious wound. He was losing a lot of blood. The guy just did this tourniquet thing, right? Like they got a stick and took off his scarf or tie or something like that, some piece of clothing, and then used it. Gave him this tourniquet, stopped the bleeding. Right, waited for the ambulance, going to the hospital. And like 10 years later, right, the same guy that was in the accident was driving his vehicle and came across this accident. Now, I'm not sure if it was a bike accident or a car accident, but so he's come across this accident on this road, the same road, right? Probably not the exact same location, but the same road. And he gets out, goes, assists the person. Turns out this guy's got a serious leg injury, right? He's losing blood. So from his experience of watching what these other two guys did for him 10 years earlier, he did the same thing, right? And it turns out they didn't realize at that moment it was the same two guys. It was like, but they reversed roles, right? And they went on TV to like tell their story about this coincidence, right? And one of the dudes says, he made a joke about it, which was quite funny. He says, "One good tourniquet deserves another." As in, one good turn deserves another. It's like one good tourniquet. Yeah. Yeah, but that's just things like that. It's just crazy coincidences. People that meet each other with the exact same name and birth date. It just happen upon each other. Like a dude hitchhiking, right? He gets picked up by this truck driver, and they're driving along, and they like get to talking, and they find out they both have the exact same name and both have the exact same birthday, and they're not even from that same area, right? Like they're from totally different parts of the world. There was I saw a story on TV now. Like I don't know if it's true. They apparently interviewed these people, right, involved. They showed them on the TV, right? This little girl in like Scotland, I think it was. So she ties this note with her name on it, right? I'm not sure about the address and shit, right? She writes her name, full name, and this little note on this balloon, right? This helium balloon, and lets it go. And it ends up in the backyard of another little girl that finds it at like a continent away or something, like in this thousands of miles away, with the exact same freaking name. They thought it was a joke at first, right? They're thinking, who's doing this? Like, is this a prank? What's going on? Is someone stalking us? What's going on? Nope. Just turn out to be pure coincidence. It's weird.
Is the reaction emote turned off for outsiders in the side chat?
Some people are experiencing some side chat issues where even though they have like the ability to post media, or like you said, like now you're reporting problems with emojis. They can't for some reason.
Yeah, it seems to be your
I
channel
think
only
most,
because others working fine.
yeah, I don't. It works for some. Like it seems to be working for for the mods of the room, but other people are experiencing difficulty posting imagery
So it's not a
embedded
base of
media.
role thing like to do that now. Nothing of that kind.
Yeah, it's just it happened all of a sudden, just today. Like people that were like earlier today could post things and suddenly can't. Like, and it just seems like it's for no apparent reason.
Weird. Oh well, just wondering.
Yeah, it's a mystery at this stage. I'm not sure what's going on.
Hot take, the earth is not flat nor round, it's clumpy.
Good luck validating that.
So it looks like we're going to have to hit up administration, server administration, to fix whatever's going on. Other channels are not experiencing this problem with the side chat. I noticed Quetzalcoatl can pose, but I think he's mod anyway. Is he? He's modded. Wait, is he? Oh no, he's not modded here. Okay, but he was able to post something. So is D-Town, are you still there? Or somebody else that was having that trouble? Kathos,
Yeah,
can
still
you?
have the same problems.
You still got it? Still got the problem?
Yeah.
Alright, that's weird. That's so weird. Alright. We're gonna have to, yeah, we're gonna have to contact server admins.
facts are subject to interpretation.
Mhm.
Because
That's
you know
what
you
I
have to
think.
start from like first principle. That's why I said if you don't know how to determine the truth, you know. So, for instance, if you try to start and like reconstruct flat Earth versus globe, and you start from the beginning. Hey, dude, I ain't gonna listen to what anybody said. Start from the beginning. Okay, so start from first principles. What is the observation of the Earth? What do I see? Looks flat. Okay, fine. What's next? How do I determine whether that's true? First of all, why are you even doubting it? Why would you even doubt that that's what it is? What's the evidence that that's not the case? Like the globe Earth can't even get past that point. So the thing is, you can't construct a logical argument for the globe at all because you don't have the first step, the observation. Right? You always have to start with the assumption. If Earth was a globe, what would happen next? Right? You don't start with, man, the Earth looks like a globe. You know, yada, yada, yada. That's why this is that. And that's why this other thing is this other thing. Right? So you have to start with an assumption because it's not experienced. Right? So it's constructed in the mind. It isn't perceived with the senses, right? Because we either have our senses or our mind. Right? That's the only way we can gather information about the world. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So the globe's starting point's the mind. And the flat Earth starting point is perception. So when you start with the mind, you can imagine any fucking thing. That's you know, that's all possibilities. Whereas perception is limited to what human beings perceive. So we've narrowed it down. Hey, what do we perceive? But if we start with imagination, that could be anything. And then how do you go from the imagination? Hey, I can't, I think it's this, but I can't perceive it. How do I figure out what I imagine is actually true when I can't get the physical, when I can't perceive it?
I just have also a
See, that's what I mean by
question.
first principles, because this is a Gordian knot, right? To untangle,
Yeah.
right? And this is why this topic goes back and forth, and because we're Globers versus Flat Earth, they're at two different starting points. If I'm being generous, it's two different starting. Now, obviously, most people just believe it's the globe because they were told it. But if you try to actually take the intellectual, rational position and try to say, hey, we're gonna work through this problem and figure out what's true, then the first principles from which you do your analysis matter.
I just have a quick question as well. Are you like who's the most hardcore like flat earther here? Would that be like who would you say is
Me.
okay? Okay. So if I took you up, let's say I took you up to space. We went all the way up.
Every
me,
fucking
me, I'm the
time,
hardcore
bro.
one, close space. I'm the hardcore
I
one.
know, but I know. Just
What if I
go
took
with
you to
it.
the beach?
Yeah.
That'd be the best
Now,
offer he's had all
look,
night.
you literally
I
look
don't
saw
really like
flat
the
Earth
beach.
your whole life and don't believe it, bro. But you want to
I
take
don't
me
really
to
like the
somewhere.
beach.
No, you've seen a flat Earth your whole life and don't believe it. But you're saying you could take me to this imaginary place, and yeah, if you see the globe, you should believe that. Why don't I just deny that the same way you've been denying flat Earth?
I do, but go with my question a little bit.
I think I gotta see the globe every day. How old are you? For 29 years or whatever you are. I gotta see it every day for 29 years. Then I'll believe it's a globe.
I'll get to ask you a question, guys.
I just have to ask you one question
got
though.
you.
Like go with the analogy real quick, or the hypothetical situation. So I
Yeah,
take you
if
up to
I
space. and you see around Earth, you know, it's a globe and everything. And then you come into here and you say, I've seen the truth. It is a globe.
I've seen the truth. No, I
Yeah.
say,
Yeah.
hey, I went to
Oh,
space. I looked at the Earth and it looked like a sphere. That would be
yeah.
the truth.
Check the side chat, Stitches.
You see what I said? It looked like, just like the Earth looks like it's flat, but you don't believe it is flat. I can just play the same game. I could say it looks like a sphere, but actually, it's just a sphere that's so big it's actually flat. Right. So a sphere of infinite radius is flat. I'll just say that.
Just reverse the idea. He took you up into space and you saw the Earth being flat. What would you do?
Then I'd say it's flat.
Yes, what's
Oh,
underneath
yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Only from space. See, you can only determine what reality is if you go far away from the Earth. You can't do it when you're here. You got to go to the magical space place.
Yeah, like if I took you all around, like the entire perimeter of the Earth, you know.
Do you understand? Remember when I started? I said the first
I know.
principles that you have to start in concepts and ideas.
Yeah.
Space, as far as you're concerned and I'm concerned, it's a concept and an idea. It doesn't exist in any reality. And you would think that somehow you can go to the place which is a concept to prove reality.
Well, let's say it's not a concept for just like this hypothetical situation. It's hypothetical. You know. I take you all around. I take you around the entire perimeter of it, and then you come here and you'll say it's globe. Would anyone here be willing to accept that from
I hope
one of
not.
your hardcore?
I hope not. I really hope not. Why should they?
They should take one of their most hardcore person's words.
So you
as
base
the
truth based upon the words of a stranger. See, this is the fundamental problem, man. You found the problem. Okay? Regardless of what I tell them, I could go up to space, see the Earth as a ball, come back down and say, hey, Jedi, I went to space, I saw the Earth as a ball. Now, Stitches, would he know the Earth is a ball, or would he just believe it?
I'd say you'd know because it's a first-hand experience and you've been up
Now,
there.
I would know if I went, but he wouldn't know.
Then we'll just take Jedi with us, you know, for the fun of it.
Oh yeah, and then he'd come back and tell somebody else, and then they won't know either.
Then
See,
we'll
the
take
fundamental
everyone.
problem is it's a belief system. The globe is a belief system. You just pointed out the fundamental problem is that you don't think that you can figure it out yourself, and that you have to believe the claims of strangers.
What if we get a video of it as well, and it shows it being round?
Yeah, but then you have to believe things about the video.
What if the video is undoctored, it's unedited, and it's
How can you tell that?
factual?
What type of analysis can you do to video to figure out what's in the video actually depicts reality? Nothing.
We can
There's
see.
nothing you
we
can do.
see if there's any jump cuts in it. We can see if there's any AI detection. We can see other things of that.
Yeah, but there's look. The biggest way to fake video and pictures is to just label them wrong. Right? You take a real photograph of a painting and then say this. Look, you take a real photograph of a painting. So say you have a hyper-realistic painting of Morgan Freeman. You take a photograph of it and you say, hey, look, dude, this is a photograph of Morgan Freeman. No, it's a photograph of a painting of Morgan Freeman. It's not Morgan Freeman. You understand? All I did was caption it wrong. Now I could take a photograph of a globe, a painting of a globe Earth, and it would be a real photograph. 100%. You could examine it. You could examine the fucking film. You could look at it with a microscope. It would be 100% real film. But it doesn't mean what's on the other side of the camera is what I say it is. Okay. But you know what we can do? If we take a photograph of the Earth, can we test what's in the image in reality. Like check this out. So say we went to New York City and someone showed us a photograph of the Eiffel Tower in New York City in the middle of Central Park. We could go to Central Park and see if the Eiffel Tower's there, right?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't matter anything about the photograph. We ain't got to prove the photograph's fake or anything. If we go to Central Park and there's no Eiffel Tower there, we know whatever that thing is, it doesn't represent reality. Right? So we can do the same thing with their photos. Whatever the photos are, we can check to see if what it shows in the photo of what the Earth is actually exists in reality. And you have a whole bunch of evidence, which you just said, to show that the curbing water, the curbing ocean, all that stuff doesn't exist in reality. Exists in imagery. That's all. That's the only place it exists, in concepts, on screens, in picture books, toys in the corner of the classroom. But with a place where it has to exist is out there in the natural world. That's where it needs to exist. And no matter how many people, if I go do my own tests and I go, hey, dude, there's no fucking curvature to the water. I don't care what the fuck they show me. They can show me pictures. They can show me math equations. They can show me whatever the hell they want. Doesn't matter. Is it going to falsify the observation? So I'm looking at nature. I'm not like going into this abstract concept of like ideas about what the world is, right? When I don't have the basic natural evidence that's in the natural world to support my ideas. Science always comes down to empirical observation. It doesn't matter what fucking people say. Do you understand that we invented science and the scientific method so that we don't have to deal with bullshit like this? People claiming they did stuff. People saying they got this result. It has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. So that means if someone says, hey man, I mixed these two things together and it exploded. Okay. I should be able to mix those two things together and it explodes. If I do the exact same thing as them, right? Has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. But ultimately, if that person just wrote down an equation with the two substances and said, boom, two things go together, go boom, that would be even less valid because they wouldn't even have even in an empirical starting point at all. Science is empirical. It's not based upon ideas, thoughts, rationality, theories, explanations, just those stories or anything like that. It's based upon tests done in the natural world. And this is where I think the Western civilization has really gone wrong in the last 100 years, is because we've gotten away from experiment and gone into fucking la la land of theoretical physics. I mean, we've had Jedi can attest to this. We've had people in here with science degrees talk to us that don't know what the scientific method is. It ain't our version of the scientific method. It's the scientific method that's in the fucking textbook. We had somebody last night. What did he say? He said, the first thing you do is an observation and then you start modeling it. It's the fucking dumbest shit I ever heard. Science isn't models.
To hear this,
Well, I mean, not enough scientists took the philosophy of science. You can't do science without certain prerequisites, right? You need logic, right? First thing. Do you need logic to do science?
Yeah, I'd say you do. You need some form of intelligence.
No, actual logic, not just intelligence. Reasoning, logical reasoning.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on that then.
So the reasoning, the logic comes first. You can't do science without it. And the reasoning behind science is empiricism. is that facts about the natural world are known by testing the natural world. It isn't, they're not known by thinking about what should happen in the natural world. They're known by actually doing it. So if you have some theory or some hypothesis about something that happens in the natural world or some fact about the natural world, the only way it's considered a scientifically valid theory or hypothesis is if you do the experiment. Until you do the experiment, you're just talking.
I see what you mean.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. You need actual verifiable. You need to do the tests.
Yeah, or it's not science. Anyone can sit there. Me and you could smoke some fucking weed and just talk about, oh my God, what if this? What if that? Well, that's not science. Speculation isn't science. Imagination isn't science. The scientific part is the actual experiments. That's the scientific part.
It is rather fun though to speculate as well. I can't lie. I do love thinking of theories.
That's fine. But the thing, when we get to this, the main problem is in modern day, because of just in the modern society, when people hear something is based upon science, they hear absolute truth. That's what they hear. Oh, it's the scientific consensus. They hear that's the absolute truth. They hear it's scientifically proven. They hear that's the absolute truth. Not knowing that the real science is the experimental result. And though you have an experimental result that does something, I do some tests, I get some result, I have measurement data, all that crap. That ultimately has to be interpreted by a human being. Okay. And then you have your assumptions, right? Your presuppositions about what that data might mean. And it could mean, and it could fit your hypothesis, but that doesn't mean exclude other hypotheses. Just because you have a story that fits, it doesn't mean all the other stories are wrong and yours is right. But
yeah, I
this
can
is
definitely see what you mean in that.
yeah, and these are like if you went to the philosophy department of any university and talked to the people teaching philosophy of science, this is all well known. This isn't stuff I'm making up or invented. I'm not being super smart. I just happen to know about it. And it's been known that the modern science uses inductive inference reasoning and all of that. Any type of reasoning done doing this method has the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent, right? So, for instance, if the Earth's a globe, ships will disappear over the horizon. Ships disappear over the horizon, therefore Earth's a globe. That's affirming the consequent. I could equally say, if the Earth's flat, ships should disappear over the horizon. Ships disappear over the horizon, therefore the Earth is flat. Affirming the consequent. Almost all scientific claims have this packed in it. But they don't tell you this because it's will to power, man. Don't underestimate that people espousing to do science that aren't actually doing science are really just doing what they do for power.
There's a lot of power in like the sort of things we talk about and the sort of information what we give out.
Well, I mean, which one do you think will get a better girlfriend or a hotter girlfriend? All other
Probably
things being
Globin.
all things being equal, the rocket scientist or the electrician?
Probably electrician, just based off how
The electrician. Even though the rocket scientist can make like 7 times more than the fucking electrician.
He doesn't
And
come on
have
the lights.
status. And have status. That's the thing. Oh, what's your husband do for a living? Oh, he works at Rocketdyne. He makes rockets. He's a rocket scientist. Oh, what's he do? Oh, he works at frickin' Fran Dan Electrical and fucking wires fucking sockets. There's no status in that. I'm not putting it down. I have more respect for that than the rocket scientist. I'm just saying that there's a power play in this shit.
There's always going to be some sort of power play in any sort of like job. Like electricians,
In
they have the
in
power to
society,
just
well, do you agree? Do you agree that in society, rocket scientists is considered more of an accomplishment than an electrician?
in society, yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't agree on a fundamental basis because, yes, rocket science do a lot, but we also have electricians.
We're talking about what a woman would choose, dude.
I
We're talking
know.
about what a woman would choose. And status, and
But-
money. All things being equal, they're as good looking as each other. They're the same as each other. The only difference is the job that they have. From a woman's point of view, going rocket scientist because it's cooler.
It is cool. And less risky than an electrician. Do you know what the most common death for electricians are?
Driving to their job.
I was going to say microwaves.
Suicide, depression.
Suicide.
Yeah, also that. But for like on the job death, it's mostly microwave because the transformers in there, if it's not turned off, then they release a high voltage, high amperage, high frequency.
Are you talking about near field coupling?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and you know that this is a whole other thing. I don't want to go down this road, but near field coupling itself. No, it's known about in physics. It's not really worked out. Meaning, so you have electromagnetic radiation. There's near field and far fields, but they're all concerned about the far field radiation, right? Photons and all that shit. Right, speed of light and all that crap. Like think of anything you hear about science, right? Is general relativity and black holes and speed of light and all that crap, right? Lasers, phasers, da 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 da. But that's only half the story. That's transverse waves that have left the the emitter. But at the emitter itself, like you said, these alternating currents they oscillate, right? So what will happen is you get too close, you'll get within it's called like 1/6 of the wavelength that's being emitted, and you'll couple to it, and you'll fucking fry. It'll transfer energy right into your body faster than the speed of light. I hate to tell you, it's instantaneous.
It's pretty instant.
But they don't talk about that. That it's instantaneous. It's a whole field of science that's freaking just abandoned.
We do need
It's
a
not
lot
sexy.
more research in things. Not gonna lie. Like I majority focus on biology than anything else. That's the main thing I focus on. And neurology.
Electricians die at AIDS. What the fuck, man?
Hey, I mean, is there AIDS in electricity? Who knows? Who knows?
May have to take that back, man. Maybe the freaking electricians are getting laid more than the rocket scientists. They're dying of AIDS. What? I don't know.
The electrician community is going to have an absolute field day with you. You know that, right? As a carpenter.
No, no, let's not go into carpenters' wood jokes. Okay.
Okay, so Jesse, your problem is that you're stuck in theory too. You've never looked at what the actual data for the study of terrestrial refraction actually shows. Doesn't show the bullshit that you anti-flat earthers say. It's nothing even close to that. I actually found it yesterday. Shit, yeah. Hold on, I'll read something to you. I found this old post. This is from Simulation Study of the Refraction Effects. K. Beckett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. The abstract. The atmosphere and optical environment of electromagnetic observations has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effect of electromagnetic radiation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effects on the results of geodetic observation. So far, no universal solution has been found which fulfills precision requirements of geodesy. Short story is, you have no idea what it does. There's nothing to disagree on. There's no model that makes accurate prediction. No one knows what the fuck is happening. Okay? All we can do is make qualitative descriptions of seeing shit. There's nothing quantitative. All the quantitative shit I've ever seen shows that what you guys say is 100% wrong.
Well, I recognized in my opening paragraph that we may not agree that there is a possible way to measure drop over distance, but my question wasn't about refraction. It was saying if, for the sake of discussion, that there was a way to measure drop over distance, would this be a genuine experimental procedure?
Scientific experiment are looking for causes of phenomena. Now, this is a measurement using very scientific tools, and we're going to try and be very, very accurate.
I'm gonna just ask you the same thing I've been asking all you guys, and I have not got a straight answer in 3 years. What is the justification for you thinking terrestrial refraction does fucking anything at all? Other than that's what you read in the textbook, or you read online, or you read on the webpage.
Does anything at all?
Does anything at all? Yes.
You mean
And
like
we know there's we know there's refraction like twinkling stars, right? Scintillation. Okay? But you guys have gone further and says like it's bent in a direction. Okay? It goes in one either, it gets bent in a curve. There's no evidence for that. There's no justification for saying that. There's nothing. That's what I mean. You guys say, "Hey, man, I hear this, and I'm sure you've said it with your own freaking mouth. Is you guys didn't account for refraction?" And I say, "Oh, how do you do that?" Nobody knows. Nobody can tell me how to quote unquote account for refraction. How do I do that?
Just apply 7/6R like the Globus to. It's easy.
Yeah, exactly. There's nobody can tell me how to do that. So if you can't tell me, if you can't say, "Hey, dude, this is how you do it," you don't know what the fuck's going on, and you have no justification for including it at all. So if you have no reason to include it because you don't know what it's doing, I'll just exclude it. Until someone gives some valid substantiation, okay, to some general refractive condition in the fucking air that's happening all the time. It's just a bunch of fucking hot air. You didn't account for refraction. How? How? And when I say how, I mean anyone can make a model and quote unquote account for refraction, but that model actually has to be able to make predictions, right? Predictions. So before you do the experiment, right, you say, hey, dude, this is the weather conditions. I'm going to punch the meteorological conditions into my fucking model. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, this is this far away. We're going to push the fucking button on the camera, and the image in the camera should look like this. No one can do that. You know no one can do that. Or in the reverse, take the picture and then get the meteorological condition, get the picture and be like, okay, this image is displaced this much. Here's the meteorological conditions that existed. Then go check to see if that was the actual meteorological conditions. Then you would have a predictive model. So no one can do any of this crap. And then there's all the other things, the other problems you guys don't want to deal with. Okay. Dispersion, where's that? Vignetting, where's that? All the effects we have that we have to compensate for in lens design, because lens design deals with high refractive elements, and that's what you guys are saying, that the fucking air is this gigantic refractive fucking lens. We don't see magnification. We don't see all these other effects that would happen if refraction was going on. Where are those? There should be other indicators other than something as higher than it's supposed to be, or lower than it's supposed to be, or flatter than it's supposed to be. There should be other indicators of what's of refraction that we could see, measure, all that shit. But I don't see any of these. I don't see it quantified in the scientific literature. I don't see it anywhere. The only time I've ever seen it is the Bricker fucking paper, where he modeled, hey, dude, there should be this much dispersion over these 147 kilometers. And there wasn't any. What are you showing me, Jesse?
Dispersion, chromatic aberration, or chromatic dispersion.
Yeah, we know what it is. Some
What's the
lenses
light
do it
source?
worse than others.
What's the light source?
Oh, one is the sun, and the other is a snowmobile headlight.
Okay, yeah. Astronomical objects have dispersion. Okay, terrestrial objects don't. Your snow, your what do you call it? Your snowmobile headlight, whatever it is. Do you think that that's white light, like the sun?
It's a halogen light, so it's not quite as white as the sun.
It's nowhere close to the sun. Halogen emits a single wavelength.
Well, but I mean by halogen, I mean a
So how would
tungsten
you have
filament.
any dispersion, Jesse?
No, it's not a discharge. It's not a gas discharge lamp. It's a hot tungsten black body radiation light source with a little bit of halogen in there to keep the filament from evaporating so fast. So it's a broad spectrum. It's not just a single wavelength.
I do not think that's dispersion. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, there's a blue fringe at the top and a
Yeah,
red
there's
orange.
also red on the side too, right?
Well, the camera's tipped. So if you were to see how the horizon line of the snow is kind of
Oh,
tipped.
there's red on the side of the light, on the right-hand side of the light.
Yeah, there's some lens dispersion.
Why would it be
also.
over there? Lens
Well,
dispersion.
There's some lens dispersion also, but that's going to happen all the way around. The atmospheric dispersion is because of it only happens in one axis. Because that's my theory anyway.
Yeah, I'd have to see the fucking full video for this shit, dude.
Oh, sure. It's lanolins. I'll get it for you.
This is only 6 miles. I thought.
Just give me 1 second. I will get you the video. I time-stamped it to somewhere near there. We're near where I got the screenshot, a little before actually. So if you let it play for a few seconds, you should find it. I did enhance, I did brighten the, increase the contrast, but that's all I did.
How do you know what lamp his fucking snowmobile has?
We could ask them. Halogen lights are, I'm a mechanic, so I know halogen lights are very, very popular for that application. And since he was not using like the very latest snowmobile there is, it's quite unlikely he had any gas discharge, light.
Could be a LED.
And it's also unlikely it was converted to LED, but we can ask him, definitely.
Are you just
It's final.
guessing, dude, or so you don't know, you're guessing.
But it doesn't really matter. It's putting out all the colors. I mean, we can see reds, greens, and it met the fact
It
that
looks just like this looks like regular scintillation to me, man. You just cherry picked a frame.
It looked to me like there was a strong predominance of the blue on top. But anyway.
Subjective. I could measure this in something. So why would there even be this type of refractive effect on a frozen lake?
Well,
especially at 6 miles.
If the ice was significantly colder than the air, which is possible on a clear night, the black body radiation could chill the ice faster than the air because ice has an emissivity of almost 1. So if the ice was colder than the air and it formed a strong bottom dense gradient, that would be curving light downward towards the ice, and that would be curving the blue light downward farther, which would make the blue part appear higher.
This is what I'm talking about, this curving up and down. What makes you think light does anything like that?
Because light has been measured to go faster in less dense air and slower in more dense air, and because light travels as a wavefront.
That's great. That's conceptual. I'm not talking about concepts. I'm talking about in terrestrial observations. You guys think, so you guys just, look, bro. The conceptual idea is that there's a spherically symmetric atmosphere with a vertical temperature gradient and a vertical density gradient. And by that sheer fact alone, that a spherically symmetric atmosphere with a gradient, light is just automatically going to curve. Right?
I'm not sure what you mean by what did you call it? A spherically what?
Spherically symmetric. Spherically symmetric.
I don't know what that means. I know what spherical means, and I know what symmetric means, but
the atmosphere is curving.
Think
right?
like an onion, Jesse.
The density gradient is not a straight line; it's a curved path. Remember?
Oh, you mean on a globe?
Yeah, on the globe. Yes.
Okay.
So it's automatically going to curve conceptually. It has to. And in fact, Andrew Thomas Lunks talks about this, is that it would be impossible to have any type of straight line mathematically. Because if you have it completely horizontally, what would happen is that if you had a ray, it would get trapped at the boundary of the density gradient and form a perfect circle that goes around the Earth. Like say you had 30 degrees and 31 degrees, and at the boundary of the 30 and 31, you had a laser and you shot it. In a spherically symmetric atmosphere, it would duct all the way around the Earth, come back to the same place.
Oh, are you talking about?
Mathematically, in the mathematical, listen, I'm talking about conceptually in a mathematical model. So when you start talking about, hey, light's bending down, that's just that's because you're assuming spherically symmetric atmosphere and a whole bunch of shit. It's conceptual. What's the data say about what light does? You don't know. None of you globe earthers know, because none of you have ever bothered to go look at the literature. The actual literature, when people have gone out and tested it, it doesn't do what you guys think. I'm sorry to tell you that. And you guys spent years arguing about it. What do you think I did? The thing I just read you, Jesse, do you think I just made that up? Do you think I called this chick fucking 20 years ago and told her, hey, write this down? For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effect on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution has been found which fulfills the precision requirements of geodesy. So when you sit here and say light would do X, you're implying that you have some universal solution to what the light does. And that you know what it does. And that whatever your answer is of what it does, it's true. It's just universally valid and accepted. Experimentally, no. I'm ripping the whole rug out on this shit, dude. There's no valid justification for any claim of refraction, no matter what it is. Okay, it's. I mean, Jesse, do yourself a favor. Okay, go on Pablo's Dog's channel. Do you know that channel?
It rings a bell vaguely, but I couldn't say I
He's
would
been
know where to
going
find it.
to the same spot in the same parking lot for 3 fucking years, and every 3 days, taking video and doing a horizontal pan across Santa Monica Bay. Okay? The shit he's seeing is just there's no, you can't, it's unexplainable observations. Just unexplainable. Flat Earth or globe Earth, dude. Literally, like one of the observations, it's like an inferior mirage of something that's past the horizon, and an inferior mirage of like a double inferior mirage. There's all sorts of crap he's got videos of. And there's a whole bunch of other people that have, like Heath Carmody and fucking, there's flat earthers that aren't in our little circles. They're out there doing observations, right? Repeated, controlled observations over and over and over again, and none of them match any model of anything. There's no justification for any claim that the light should be doing X, Y, and Z. And that then there's have you ever seen any of the data where they actually take the meteorological conditions and then do the surveying and then try to match them to see if they match up?
I'm sorry, I was trying to find Pavlov's channel. Say that again.
It's called Pablo's Dog.
Yeah, there's a bunch of YouTubers that got that name because it was a famous term
I'll
from.
get you a link.
Yeah, thanks. And of course, that YouTube hides the flat Earth ones, so it's hard for me to find the correct one.
Okay, there's that.
Oh, thank you, sir. There, I subscribed to him.
Cool. I mean, not a lot of flat earthers even know about this guy. And there's other ones. There's a whole group of. There's Plain Truth and what's his name? There's a whole bunch of flat earthers that just do observations. They're not really into the. I mean, they got YouTube channels where they post their observations, but they're not into debating or going on freaking Twitter or anything or TikTok or whatever. They're just
Allora,
out there just like doing their thing, dude.
blah 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 blah, chiama
I'm
sanità.
so
So
tired.
oh, going with this one. Hold on.
I'm stop vomiting. Sorry, I'm stop vomiting. I'm stop vomiting. Marco, rimani. No, a me non mi hanno bloccato. a me-
There's one called empirical modeling by trigonometric heighting. That's one study that was done in Greece. Dude, it's even on McToon's. McToon has a refraction section on his website. Apparently, he's never read any of the papers that are in it. So there are 3 or 4 that are on there where they actually took the meteorological conditions while they did their surveying observations, and they never match up. They just don't match up. Like what they observe doesn't match up to what should be with the meteorological condition, according to the way everybody thinks refraction works, should be one thing that makes their observation this other thing. But they never match up. They're just completely they're uncorrelated.
Could you drop a link to that? I would be interested in reading that for sure.
It's probably on McToon's fucking site. Hold on.
Was that the Romanian Rhapsody I heard?
Oops, hot mic and.
Hey, Wild Bill, it's good to see you.
Hey, Jesse. Better to be seen.
McToon does have it on his page. Moron. Apparently, he never read it.
Thank you.
That's just one. I mean, it's a whole. Jesse, I don't know why you're just discovering this now.
Well, better late than never, right?
Yeah. Here's a graph from it. This is the survey observation and the meteorological observation. Completely unfucking correlated. Then they try 3 different models to try and fit it, and it don't work. So what do you got against like a laser test, like going out and doing a laser test like 100 days in a row, the exact same time, the exact same place, the exact same methodology, 100 times in a row, some crazy distance, because like FE core, that's like one of the things like people, it just like goes right over her head. That's not one test all done one night. And to say there's some freakish meteorological condition that allowed it, well, it happened again 3 weeks later, and their meteorological stations didn't pick it up because they have different weather conditions each time. But for some reason, each time lets them frickin' shoot a laser 40 kilometers.
Well, to me, the first step of any form of measurement is to get consistency. And the laser tests don't work every time. And in
Can you give me
my
an example where they didn't?
there was actually, if you watch the FE-Core video, there was one where they could get it to shoot over the observer's head, but every time they tried to bring it down to get it to actually directly hit the observer, it would disappear. But
So Jesse, put 2 and 2 together, mate. It goes over the observer's head by 8 foot. It's supposed to be 600 foot or some ridiculously high distance. Oh, wait up. Refraction, I forgot. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. So the difference between what they observed and the prediction is 2 orders of magnitude, Jesse. You know that, right? You know how large of a difference is the prediction. If you have a prediction and the result is 2 orders of magnitude different than the prediction, there's a problem.
Yeah, I know. I totally. I myself have measured circulating ray conditions and even sharper than that.
Circulating ray conditions. What, in your spherically symmetric atmosphere that don't exist? What do you mean circulating ray? How do you know the ray's curving at all?
Well, when I measure an elevation angle to the waterline on a ship at 7 miles and it's 36 feet above where it should be.
That doesn't mean the ray's curving, though.
Well, so how
it just means that the angle of arrival at your camera was displaced. It doesn't mean the ray curved. It could have moved up and down, left and right, all over the place before it entered your camera.
So how could a straight ray that started out below me...
Because light is not rays, dude. And light in the air is... I've never showed you this. I've never showed you the turbulence, the fucking... Oh my God, I'm almost positive I've showed you this, Jesse. I'm almost 100%. Maybe not. Look for something. I'm looking for something. Just give me a second. Look for a graphic. It's this. Oh, okay. So look at the graphic in the chat, the diagram.
All right, scintillation in action.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay.
Hold on, dude. We're having a conversation.
Do you believe? Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Wait your turn, dude. Okay. This isn't simply turbulence. All air is like this. It's packed with these bubbles. And what happens is it's the wave front that gets tilted. Okay. If the rays so the ray approximation model is only good for short distances. Did you know that? It's only valid at short distances. It's a simplification to make for lens design, like the thin lens approximation and all those things. the geometric optics. It's not
حبيبي
meant
ولا على
for long distance
باله
stuff.
شوقي إليه.
Anything like that. It's not like I can give you a professor saying that it's just. So what happens is you have light that comes off of something, and there's a wavefront, right, that comes toward you. But as it's passing through these bubbles, it's wobbling back and forth. In the angle at which it hits the camera, if it hits the camera tilted like at a 45-degree angle, an object in the distance will appear higher or lower. The ray didn't traverse a different fucking path. It still went to you straight from the source to you. It went in a straight line, but because the wavefront is distorted, it isn't a direct proportional image to what's out there. And I'll show you another one too. It's from another thing. Now these all are from surveying. The first one came from them trying to figure out how to survey in tunnels, because tunnels have the problem where the walls are warmer than the center, so they have a horizontal displacement, and they had to figure out how to deal with that. And of course, they do a bunch of modeling. Okay, so just 1 second. Okay, make sure I get the right one. Okay. No, this is from another paper. This is from the dispersion paper. You see how that centroid shift? So the centroid would be, say you were on a crosshair, say you're on a bullseye out there.
Right.
But it's going to appear shifted because the wavefront. So say you have a bullseye, and the bullseye is a plane, right? What happens if you took that bullseye now, just with no refraction, just normal situation, and you tilted that bullseye at a 45-degree angle backwards? That bullseye is going to look smaller, right?
Is the
The
bullseye
top is going to look like it's lower, and the bottom is going to look like it's higher. I'm just saying hypothetically.
like a target in the distance gets leaned
Yeah,
over?
like a target.
Yeah.
Yeah, like whatever. If you're looking at some plane in the distance, its orientation, say it's 90 degree, you're looking at it perpendicular. So the light from that is coming at you. It doesn't stay perpendicular. The wavefront gets distorted and twisted like this, like in this graphic. And then when it arrives on your camera sensor or your eyeball, it's at a tilted angle from when it left, right? So like the bottom arrives closer before the top or some other thing. But these little peaks of the waves, that's what actually activates the sensor or the fucking the epithelial cells in your eye. It's the peaks of these freaking wavefronts, because that's where the energy is. But what I'm saying is, just because something appears displaced, and there's a guy that worked on this for the U.S. Geological Survey called Fred Bruner, okay, and he gave presentations on it because the ray optic model doesn't work, and it's never worked, ever. In 300 years, it's never worked. So he tried to come up with a different methodology, doing the angle of arrival, meaning if something appeared displaced up or down, that meant that the angle that it entered the camera was different. It was at, like, say something would originally be in the center of the camera. Let's say it arrives at an angle 1 degree higher than the center. What is that image going to appear like? It's going to look at whatever it is that was going to be in the center is going to appear higher.
Right.
But it's not actually higher. It's the angle that it entered. It's the angle that the light entered into the camera.
So I'm trying to understand. Are you saying basically that the light took a straight path from the ship's waterline to me, but then 2 feet in front of my?
No, I didn't say a straight. Look, I didn't say necessarily a straight path. It's wobbling. It's moving around. This wavefront is it's like scintillation. It's shimmering. Well, like these are oversimplifications. What's happening is it'll go into a bubble of one refractive index. I'll show you. I already did show you of what actually happens. Is that hold on a second, because it was in the first paper I posted. What ends up happening is that the light will oscillate around a mean value, right? So you have the straight line value, but as it travels from point A to point B, it's going through these pockets of air and it's moving up and down, right? And these air pockets, these bubbles. So let's say it goes into the air is full of these like bubbles, like in my graphic here, like in the graphic here from the surveying, right? When it enters into one bubble, the wavefront shifts and tilts. Then when it leaves the bubble, it tilts back, but doesn't tilt back all the way. Then it enters another bubble, tilts, and it's doing this the whole time, going from source to receiver, whipping back and forth. And then you're going to catch it at one point in time. It's going to look a certain way, depending on how the air is, the condition of when you receive that light, the condition of the air. You know this if you've gone and done observations, that you could come back an hour later and everything looks completely different. I know this from my observations. I got a fucking observation of a windmill where you can just see one blade barely sticking out from behind something. And then an hour later, I can see the windmill completely as fucking clear as day, all its blades, everything.
So do you think on that one day that all you could see was one blade, that if somebody had a laser?
It was an hour later, Jesse. It was an hour later. It was the same day.
So do you think at that moment in time when all you could see was the top of the top blade, that if there had been somebody at the base with the laser, you would have been able to see the laser?
Well, no, because
Okay.
the base is behind trees.
Oh, it was trees.
I'm talking about the top of the blade. Like, look, the one where I could see the whole thing, I could see the hub in the three blades. The one where I couldn't see it, all I could see is a blade faintly sticking out from behind the trees.
What does
And
this
there's also radio towers, which I could not see at all at first. And then when an hour later, when I took the pictures again, I could see two radio towers. They're tall ass radio towers. They're fucking hundreds of feet tall. They're like twin towers that I couldn't see at all.
Okay, so
I did observations. So there was a buoy, and it was rocking back and forth, right? So the top of it was rocking toward me, and then away from me. And when it rocked toward me, I could see it, and then when it rocked back, it completely vanished, as if it was like disappearing behind a fucking wall. It wasn't bobbing up and down. It was rocking back and forth toward me and away as the waves pushed it, right? The waves push it and it rocks forward, and then it goes in the trough and then it rocks back, right? So it's rocking back and forth. And the tip of it's going into whatever, and it would disappear, and then it would rock forward and then it would reappear. Then it would disappear, then reappear, then disappear, then reappear. It's very strange. Anyway, the point of this is this curved fucking ray shit. There's no evidence for any curved rays. Okay, the curved ray claim is the Earth is a globe. There's a spherically symmetric atmosphere, right? So the ray has to be taking a curved path to go around the globe. There's no evidence for that at all. There's no justification for that. It's just like Earth's the globe. That's what must be happening. That's it. That's the only thing there is to that.
So where did the 2.5 arc minutes of upward angle come from?
I
that
just told
had?
you. I just told you. You don't understand it, dude. It doesn't mean a curved ray. It just means the path is bouncing up and down, dude. Okay,
Well,
Jesse. Can you draw a sine wave?
yes, approximately.
Okay, and where the camera sensor intersects that sine wave, right, is going to determine where it appears on the sensor. So you might intercept it at the peak and then it'll appear higher, or you intersect it at a trough and it'll appear lower, right? That's not a curving line, though. It's a straight line. Well, it's not necessarily a straight line. It's a straight path that's oscillating around a mean value. The mean value would be the straight line, and it's oscillating about that straight line, deviating. And all the evidence says that this is the case.
Oh,
all
so
the measurement evidence.
So you're saying that, tell me if I got this right or wrong. You're saying that the path of light coming from the ship's waterline to the camera was following kind of a sine wave pattern up and down, but otherwise basically straight. And I just happened to be at a portion in that the length of that sine wave that caused me to look up at it. And if I had moved forward or back, a half a wavelength, then I would have seen the opposite angle.
Yes. Now that's an oversimplification. Okay, obviously it's not a fucking pure sine wave.
Well, what's the wavelength of this sine wave? It's
It
steady.
depends on the size of it depends on the size of the inhomogeneities of the air. You see the I showed you these. Did you not see these? These little bubble graphics? These
Oh, I saw
don't
the-
come
yeah.
from me. These don't come from me. These come from the surveying literature.
They let's see.
I didn't make these graphics, dude. I'm not making this stuff up. This stuff doesn't come from me.
So what would be causing the specific
Turbulent
sine wave?
cells make the wavefront oscillate around a mean. Okay, I don't know else how to describe it.
Is it the density of the air in the cells, or is
It's changes of temperature, density, and they're in motion.
Fuck.
And the thing is, the size of these, it isn't going to be like one size. There's going to be all different sorts of if you could see them, it would look like a foam, right? The air is more like a foam, but there's all sorts of meteorological conditions that affect it, right? Wind, fucking temperature of the ground compared to the fucking air, crosswinds. The point is, it's that the spherically symmetric model has no justification. That's my point. That's my only point. There's no justification for K values or anything like that. What is the K value? It's, hey man, this thing is up 2 inches. And the only way this would be up 2 inches is if the light ray was this much bigger than the fucking globe Earth that we of 3,959 mile radius. So we're going to come up with a value that's the ratio of that 3959, and we're going to say the light rate curves that much. But that's just bullshit, dude. The light rate didn't take a fucking continuous curved fucking path. They just do that as a simplification. And they even say it, that it's a simplification. But do you know where that's got them, that methodology? Fucking nowhere. Because, like I read earlier, for over 300 years, hundreds of models were created to describe the influence of refraction effects. So their methods don't work. You understand that you guys, I don't know why I keep saying you guys, but globe earthers, or the anti-flat earthers that argue this topic and bring up refraction, they're literally bringing up a failure to justify the globe. No refraction model can make any fucking prediction, period, other than like Snell's law on designing lenses or something. I got another one. Hold on. What's the name of that? Jesse, you ever see this one?
Let me look. Oh yeah, Taylor was showing that.
Yeah, you see these values? You know Fort Emgon, you know how big of a degree Fort Emgon is? Well,
Or
1 Emgon is 0.0009 degrees. The largest deviation in this data set is 4. So that means the largest deviation that they measured as far as an angle of arrival was 0.0036. Now, do you know how much that is at 25 miles? It's like fucking 8 inches. Right? So, but the most important thing is, remember how I said is that it oscillates about a mean, right? If you look at this measured vertical angle, you see the values. You have the 0 value where there's no deviation, and they oscillate about that. They're not skewed to one side. They're not skewed to the other side, because if it was a continuous curve, they'd be skewed in one direction. Right?
I'm not sure I'm following exactly what you're saying.
The 0 is the straight line path. When it says the blue lines, right, are the measurements of the angle of arrival of what they're measuring.
The absolute angle or the relative to the
The
mean?
angle of arrival, the deviation of the angle of arrival from where it actually is, from the straight line.
The
0 is no deviation.
From total station position 1 to target 1?
Yeah.
TPS 1 is the total station position 1, right? And then
They have more
T1
than
is,
one total. They have more than one device.
right? And they also have more than one target, right? And T1 is target 1, right? So are you saying that total station 1 and target 1 were at the same geometric elevation?
No, they're not at the same geometric elevation.
So one's higher than the other?
No, very. Give me a second. T1 is T1 I think is a retroreflector.
Yeah, all the targets were retroreflectors, I believe. Left by some previous project.
Yeah. Anyway, the point is that the straight line is the zero. All these the measurements in totality oscillate about this zero. If the Earth was curved, they would all be skewed in one direction.
Why would they be skewed in one direction if Earth was curved?
Okay, because you'd have refraction curving the light, right? So you'd always have a deviation in the angle of arrival. Always. There would never be a straight line. It wouldn't be. You see how this is symmetrical? There's an equal amount of subrefraction, if that's what you want to call it, and refraction about the zero. It's evenly distributed.
Are you saying that the zero on this, the 0 milligradians on this chart is
I'm gone, dude.
Jesse,
I'm gone.
if there's a straight line, that's the difference either side of the straight line. If you think you live on a ball tard, the light incoming would predominantly be on one side of the line. You know this. You're acting dumb for some reason. Please stop it.
No, it's just it's been a while.
I thought I wasn't explaining it good.
It's been a while since I read the paper, and I'm trying to remember the context because all he dropped here was the little one screenshot. And if I remember correctly,
Post the paper again if you want.
the paper wasn't about Earth curve or lack of Earth curve. It was about variations to the vertical angle, and so they actually measured the vertical angle.
Yeah.
And then they.
That's right, Jesse. They measured the light, dude. I don't care about the fucking Earth curve. I only care about they're measuring refraction on whether it exists or not. That's what we are trying to establish. Is it justified of saying there's fucking curving rays, dude? If there was a curving ray, all the fucking most of the data would be skewed on one side of the fucking zero. Because the angle of arrival would be higher. It would always be higher. This isn't like this is the only shit, dude. This is what I'm talking like. Remember what I started with? You guys have read the textbooks, read fucking shit online, never looked at the academic research, and even if the papers that exist, very few of them have actual measurement data in it. And then if you actually sift through the fucking 1 in 100 papers that have actual fucking empirical measurements, none of them, and I mean none, match any fucking goal prediction. None. Zero. And I'm sorry that might bust your bubble, okay? And I appreciate you sitting here and listening to me fucking rant, but the fact is, I'm at the point, if someone says to me, you got to account for refraction, I'm asking why. And people need to justify why I should account for it, and just going, because it says so in the fucking textbook, ain't cutting it. I want the data, I want the evidence, I want whatever that says, yes, you should count for refraction, because yes, this is happening all the time, because we've measured it. Here are the measurements, here's the data that shows, yes, this is happening all the time. Yes, here's the measurement of curved rays. Here's the, like, there's none of that shit. There's none of that. But fucking, dude, we've been arguing this topic for a fucking decade. And some of the fundamental things about this topic that's been argued has never been established to even be true in the first place. Fucking argue about refraction 1,000 fucking times. Jesse, I'm gonna give you a newsflash. I got into this topic because I was doing work on refraction, specifically negative refraction, not the run-of-the-mill refraction. way more technical level than this shit. And then the Chicago skyline, I saw that shit, and they're like, "This is a mirage. This is refraction." Dude, I've been studying refraction for fucking nearly 3 decades. And I just hear fucking people say this shit that doesn't. There's no evidence for any of this shit. It would be cool if there was, but there ain't. It's just something you guys just say. You're an account for refraction. Flat earthers never account for refraction. Your calculation's wrong. You didn't account for refraction. Okay, here you go. You account for it for me then. You fix our math. No one will ever fix our math. No, dude. They're measuring the angle of arrival of the light, dude.
But
what aren't you getting, dude?
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask about is
elevation means nothing. Don't say elevation because the device is pointed straight at the other device. There's a straight line, imaginary straight line between each of the devices.
You have a clear line of sight. They're just measuring the angle of arrival and how much it deviates.
So was that measured angle as it was read by the instrument within a plus to minus 4 milligradient angle?
They're making continuous measurements. You understand? Continuous measurements. They're constantly. I don't know what the polling rate was.
Every few minutes, I think, except they would take a few minutes off to do a self calibration on each unit. But what I'm just trying to understand if you're saying that 0 degrees was the actual measured angle of arrival for total station 1 when pointed at
Well,
target
there is
1?
no angle if it's 0 degrees. What do you think they're measuring, Jesse?
Well, I think they measured the elevation angle to T1 from TPS1 repeatedly, and of course it's T1.
They're on top of a hill looking down into a fucking hole at a landslide across the way.
Okay, so they've recentered these measurements to center them around the
So
average,
you see,
right?
look at figure 3, the top image of figure 3. They're on top of a fucking hill looking down, okay? So they got a couple things here. 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 is a vertical tower of thermocouples where they're measuring the temperature.
Yes, that's
beautiful. The vertical temperature profile. Right, so they're just pointing down into the landslide, dude, and measuring the angle of arrival that the fucking laser hits them, that the laser hits the total station. That's it. It's not fancy, dude.
Okay, so I think we agree that the total stations were pointing down significantly more than 4 milligradients, right? At their targets, at least for target 1.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what they're pointed down. They're only measuring the light. They're shooting a fucking laser off of something and then measuring the angle that it comes back. It knows the direction that it's pointed, right? And they can measure the direction that it picked it up.
So I guess,
Jesse, if you fucking shoot like say you had a pistol, okay, and you fired from the hip, the bullet fucking ricochets off a a piece of iron and hits you in the eye. Okay, the angle of arrival is higher. You know that the angle of arrival is higher than when it fucking left your gun. Okay.
Because the shrapnel or the piece of metal is falling
Because
as it.
it left at hip level and then arrived at eye level.
What's the
So they're shooting
significance of this?
because they're just shooting straight at the prism, and then measuring the reflected light what the angle was, where it should be versus where it is or where it appears to be. These are like infrared, dude, bouncing infrared light off of reflectors.
Right. Yeah. Most of my total stations also bounce infrared light off of reflectors. One of them uses a visible red laser, though. But so are we in agreement then that the actual elevation angle measured by the instruments to the targets
mean nothing? That's what we'll agree to. They mean nothing. We've already established that.
Dude, I don't care if they're looking fucking down from the top of the Empire State Building.
Well, I guess I don't understand
This
what
would
you're
be
arguing.
even worse. Look, bro. This would be my argument. My argument is here's data, right? Of the very little data on refraction measurement data we actually have, right? Because if I ask you to post some, you won't have any. You know that, right? You'll have none.
Definitely not this much.
I posted 2 things. You got 1 thing then? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It wouldn't even matter. Whatever you posted, I've already read it. I guarantee it. Okay? My point is that we should be making claims based upon the empirical evidence, not based upon theory and speculation. Okay? And then we go, okay, let's look into the scientific literature and see what's actually been empirically tested and verified. And then you look at the data and it's nowhere fucking near the effect that they say that is said to happen. It's nowhere near it. It's not even close. But people are going to tell us there's these special refractive conditions that can happen that can make the horizon fucking appear 10 times too far away, that can do all sorts of crazy shit, right? Fine. I have no problem believing that. If you can substantiate it, that it's even possible, which nobody can do. Certainly not fucking possible to happen every other, every single time we go out. Goddamn flat earthers are so lucky. Oh my God, there's the horizon again, 10 miles away. God, am I lucky? Jesse, if you actually are going on observations, I know you've made the long distance observations that bust the globe. You just don't show them to nobody. Just as a sheer probability, dude.
Oh, I've showed them, and I even showed the ones that show concave. No,
They don't show concave, man. They don't show, dude. No, dude. And things are just getting displaced up and down, dude. I don't know how else to describe it. I don't know if a magnifying glass does this.
I have one of those triangular straight glass prisms that's 6 inches long, and it does that. I can hold it up and look through it, and depending on which way I have the pointy edge, it can make everything look higher or everything look lower, as well as rainbowy.
Yeah. Now imagine in between you and something else, there's like 20,000 fucking prisms, and they're all moving around. But they're only moving around a little bit. Okay. Now you're going to end up with an image that'll be displaced 1 second one way and then displaced another second another way. I mean, stars twinkle for a reason.
So is the stream done now? Yeah.
Yeah, man. Do what you want.
What did you guys think about the rocket launch?
I don't know why they had 30 different cuts in it, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Someone said they counted 30 cuts. What do I think about it? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't.
What's your prediction
I
on
mean, like
what they're
watching
gonna do?
fucking Hezbollah launch, Katyusha rockets. It's fucking about as exciting as that.
Do you think they'll call it a success and come out with all this footage afterwards, or what's the prediction?
I don't know. The video of the launch, not the ground cameras, but the cameras that were on the rocket, were pretty sketchy. They were freaking. They were. I don't know. Did you see it?
Yeah, very
There was like
sketchy.
a part that was like 5 frames a second, and then the camera was cutting out, and then the size of the Earth, the curvature of the Earth changed. They showed curvature before the Kármán line, which is nowhere near high enough, and then they showed less curvature at even higher up. So I don't even know what they're gonna do. Someone was saying that you could see 2 rockets blended together.
Really fucked up is like I'm watching other people watch it, like Globers, and they're just eating it up. They're like content with that.
They're spinning super fast, man. They can't think.
It's almost like there's nothing really you could show them.
Got to go outside a little bit more, man. That's what it is.
It reminded me of like the Indian space program animations. It's almost worse than that. Like I don't know how people.
They made that shit with a 3DS, bro.
It's wild. It's just a slap in the face.
You want to hear something?
Yeah, what up?
No, I'm gonna play some audio for you guys, and it's kind of a guy. I think he's a physicist. I got the. He just talks about the mental, like you said, the people are just eating it up, right? Eating the rocket up. It's because they're fantasists. They think they're going to space someday and that they're going to be astronauts and that they're going to Mars. So I have audio of a guy talking about that, and they did all the math on what a just absolute bullshit idea any of it is. Anything about space is just nonsense. And for lots
Damn,
of
so we're not going to space? That's crazy.
No, we're not going to space.
I've been to space. I got a video for you, brother.
I think this is depressing. It makes me sad. And I don't just mean Star Trek. I mean any franchise that's about big spaceships flying around the galaxy. And I don't find it depressing for the reason you might think. I don't look at this and say, well, I wish I could go on adventures around the galaxy. I wish this stuff existed in my lifetime instead of the future. I find it depressing because when you go to look up, well, when will we have something like this? Interstellar travel, the answer is never. Allow me to explain. In any franchise like this, when they talk about how their ships work, it's always some kind of literal magic. It's a warp drive or hyperspace or wormholes. It all comes down to some kind of a magic portal that basically lets them skip the long distances. So they are effectively traveling many, many times the speed of light because they just go in here and pop out there. You need to understand that from a scientific perspective, this is no different from if in their engine room they just had a wizard with a magic wand. This is purely a plot convenience dreamed up by fiction writers. There is absolutely no scientific, theoretical framework for ever being able to transport a spaceship around the cosmos this way. See, the issue is that because there are no shortcuts through space as there are in fiction, you have to find a way to cover